evening, everyone, and welcome back to the true graveyard stint of the Virtual Belcar eSeries, the 24 hours of Zolder Part 3. This time with me, Heserömer and Edward Main for 6 more hours. And if you thought it was mad before with Chaz and Ed, you don't know what's waiting for you. We're in for some great fun here as we go through the final bits of the night and into the morning, into the second half of the race, and right about now, into the second set of points given on the day after 12 hours of racing. And Ed, you can fill me in a bit of what the last 6 hours have been like indeed.
The last 6 hours have been categorized really by, I think, 2 major incidents. We've had the first one was, I think, Didier Dexter's. He was driving the circuit Zolder by Simtag car. Just unfortunately, he had a bit of an incident with his radiator. I think he had a bit of a hefty bit of damage on the front of his car that meant that his radiator was overheating, and as a result, his engine blew out. But he's managed to nurse his car back through into the pits and carry on going in this race, so that's good spirit there. But then also, we've had a big amount of drama where we had the GT4 leader, or Simracersworld GT4 class, that got sent up and around just due to a TCR car, just out braking itself a little bit, just getting a bit out of shape going into the first chicane. That sent the Flemish Simracersworld GT4 car up onto its roof there. So you've seen just an incident there. I think that was, who was that? Was that one of the I think that might have been the SimRC Club Sport car pulling into the pits there, Hasse. I'm not sure if you just caught that there.
I did not, but we're just gonna have a look if that is actually true. This Rudolf Nago, if that's the car you are talking
just
about.
Just through the field of chicane.
Off track, actually, yes indeed. So a quick glance of the replay. This is going off track now. I just see him in the pits. So that's a little bit of a calamitous situation just to get into here. We're halfway through the race, and as we said, welcome back to the true Night Souls, or the people across the pond perhaps as well. I'd imagine to be... Oh, and we're in for a shocker. There's Rob Tyson as well. Takes on a slider, and that hits the number 7. That's the fast racing car. Oh my word. Oh, and the number 7 since the 69 machine. I think it's the Sky Limit Porsche that's flashing the lights. Oh my word. Not even time to get settled in here, Edward. Thrown into it directly.
Welcome back to the booth, Hasse. You're in for a baptism of fire by the looks of things. That was just Rob Thiessen just getting a little bit out of shape into the first corner and just slamming the rear of his car into Robbie Janssens there, the fast racing team Radical. Just really unfortunate, just a passenger in that incident, unfortunately.
So I'm just gonna give you a second look of what happened there before us. I was fixing the music there so slow. You can just see the Porsche as the camera cuts, and we can see absolutely nothing, but we can see a sliding Porsche facing the wrong way. You can just see the rear end of Rob Tyson's car, just wanting to overtake the front, perhaps a little too hard on the brakes. It could be a number of explanations really at this point, and I'm gonna make myself too much of a wise buddy indeed for that stuff, so bad luck nonetheless. And we did indeed have a good battle on our hands, so that's a little bit of a shame to see. Now I'm hopping down through, as I've been trying to follow along, but I have been catching just a few hours of sleep, and it might be heard on my voice at the moment. Edward, I'm very surprised that you sound so fresh and dandy as you do.
It's just your presence, Hasse, your excitement. You're like an excitable puppy dog. You can't really feel too down when you're around you, but you can just see this close battling on track. Lauren Keersmarkers is really, really under pressure now. As we can see, Senna Hulsmans, this is the battle that we've been seeing. It could be materializing, and it certainly is now. Senna Hulsmans, the Flemish Simracersworld GT4 car, has been sent down the order. They were leading this race, but just unfortunate incidents has plagued them and really sent them down. They had to pull into the pits. Their car was all sorts out of shape. They took the fast repair, but that's done their race a world of pain, and now they need to charge up through the field. And, well, they've got the driver in there to do it. They've got Senna Hulsmans, who's been putting in a brilliant performance. He's the fastest man on track at the moment in the GT4 class at the very least. And he's really sending a charge now, because you can see him filling the rear view mirrors of Lauren Keersmarkers in the Edge Esports car. And well, Hasse, this is shaping up to be a brilliant battle, and obviously, yeah, welcome back. You see, to get into the very exciting part of the race, right in the midnight stint.
Yeah, but the graveyard stint, who doesn't love it in the end? If you can feel somewhat fresh for it, it's absolutely great indeed. Hype, hype, Sven Galbert, indeed. Let's bring it up, and for good measure, even though I know Chess just went through it not too long ago, let's just have a look at the standings. And in team order, it's of course Simtag Racing still leading the Radicals with a sizable gap. Could we say that? I think we can. Fabrice Cornelis, yet again behind the wheel of that car in front of Rudolf Nagel, who's now in the pits for repairs, most probably at least, and then Steftel news for GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing in third. And then in the Porsche Cup class, we have Tommy Rao still leading for Bingo by Simtag EMG. ASK Volante Racing still second with David Plasman, the inventor of the Plasma TV, if you according to Chess, if you will. And Ruben van Buell for Pro Assist Sim Racing sitting third in class. In the GT Force, it's David Barclub for Torque Freak Racing by Carrot. And when I left, they looked, well, not down and out, but they certainly had a bit of headwind, indeed. But they're back on top of things for the time being in the GT Force, indeed, ahead of Maxime van der Hove in the GT ABK car. And that is very much the battle we're watching, or that's actually not the battle we're watching, but that is the battle behind him with Senne Hulsmans and having just overtaken Lauren Kiersmakers for third place in class, actually. So action from the very get-go here of part 3 of the broadcast, part 2 of the race. In turn, we're in the second half now, half the race gone, and there's still half of it to go. And yet again, this is not the number 15 Porsche, it is the number 12 Vapor Shop Porsche, with a little bit up and overtaken to Senne. Oh, and Senne Hulsmans! My word, that's a slight contact, but it's not a good place to have it in. Edge Esports is off. The number 5 car almost caught up in it as well. The number 7 car coming by as well there. And I don't know.
Robert Janssens carved his way through there as well. He was absolutely sent his way through that. I just saw a very small, very quick Radical throwing himself into the mix. And also, just before we get back to that, big welcome, of course, to Flero in the chat. But unfortunately, it's his driver that he was cheering on, Senne Hulsmans, involved in an incident as soon as he said it. So, curse of the commentator, curse of, well, the fans in the chat, it seems Senne Hulsmans just came across a little bit of the nose, I think.
The curse
that
of
GT3,
or
that GT4 car, and yeah, it's unfortunate there, Hasse, so that you can just see as well the little Radical just speeding on by.
Yeah, indeed, that was not what they were looking for whatsoever. I think that was the car of Martin Curves and the Track Velocity GT4 exiting the pits, just making the slightest bit of contact there with the Flemish SimSports GT4 machine. And that means he has to do it all again. Has to get back ahead of Lauren Kiersmakers. And let's see if that's going to be too much of a problem for him. And here is Marvin Amantz, the number 13 car in 13th place overall. That makes it nice and easy to figure out. And at the moment, I think actually, look at this. Cedric Wouters for Traxxas by J&V Services. That's the number 5 car in 4th place at the moment. Just 4.5 seconds clear of Robert Janssens in the Fast Racing team. So that's actually quite a close battle indeed. And I really think
down.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that was just down to, I think when we saw Rob Thiessen just getting a little bit out of shape. He was the car that was going backwards into the side, into the rear even of this Fast Racing team. So they've had to take their fast repair, go into the pits and get that sorted out, and that's put them behind Cedric Wouters. But we can just see that their pace at the moment, the gap is coming down and down and down between Robbie Janssens and Cedric Wouters, and I think we know how much pace that the Fast Racing team have. They certainly live up to their name, and it's just now going to be, I think, up to Cedric Wouters. Sorry again, my energy drink's making me a little bit gassy, a little bit burpy. I need that though to get through this, to get through till the next 6 hours of exciting racing. I think it's going to be a matter of time then before that's going to be changed around up for 4th position. Going back though, seeing Bram van Uten, Dynamic Simulator's red, getting quite close as well. As soon as you've come back, Castor, all of the on-track action seems to be kicking off because you can see now he's right up behind Radeon Motorsports by QSR, that nice white and green liveried TCR car, feeding the pressure massively now because Bram van Uten closing in like a hungry shark.
Yeah, he got to keep moving, to keep breathing, Van Uyften there. That's very true indeed. And he is moving up. He's now right on the tail, or should we say on the fin, of Niels de Kuiper ahead in the 334 Audi. And you wouldn't believe it, but look at this. Behind here is Stefan Kalbrecht in the BMS car now defending from Jesse, not Jimi Hendrix. And they are having a very, very similar battle of their own. So 2 battles now with cars within half a second. And I think this is going to be a send from Hendrix into turn 1. No real battling there from the 30 car, more or less letting it happen. That's probably a wise decision. And I think that is the Flemish GT4 machine what actually got past. We're just going to check out the overtake here from Senna Hulsmans yet again. I think that is into the first chicane, is it? Yes, indeed. Ooh. And a big old jump on that curb indeed there. And you can hear the reaction coming promptly there from Ed indeed here. So Jesse Hendricks getting past. Let's see if it's going to be the same way around for Bram van Uyften. I think it actually is. So Dynamic Simulators red in the number 11 machine there goes up into what if effectively 4th in class at the moment. And they'll have another 2 minutes up to Kimpe Hayt in the Flemish SimSports TCR machine. And we got pit stops as well now for the GT4s. So Senna Hulsmans coming in. We've got the, well, that's actually a GT3 Cup car in, but Senna Hulsmans indeed in the pits at the moment. And we're just gonna see what kind of a stop that is gonna be. That is, of course, for the Flemish SimSports GT4 car. That was a relatively short one. And Senna's stays in.
I'm having a look, and it was actually, I think, a stop and go for causing a collision hazard. So that was probably down to, I think, when we saw Senna Hulsmans go across the nose of, I think, one of the GT4s that was coming out of the pits. That's going to be crucial because we saw them trying to fight for 3rd place. But then that stop and go penalty has really hampered their race and put them further down the order. So they've been trying to charge their way up through, trying to get back up the order, but it's just not been working out for them. And it's just a matter of getting their heads down and trying not to make any more of these silly little mistakes because we know, and I'm sure they know, that they have the pace. It's just about carrying it through, as we see now. O'Neill Muth coming up through. This is a fight for position, actually. So O'Neill Muth will be getting past the Flemish SimSports GT4 and trying to get their race back on track. And yes, they do. So O'Neill Muth is now getting their way back up the order. And only has, I think, 3 more GT4s to go before they are now ahead of all of the rest of the slower classes and back on track with their GT3 Porsche Cup class counterparts.
Yes, indeed. A good question there, Jeffrey. And glad that it was explained. But they have been in the pits with damage for quite some time, the SimRC Club Sport. And it happened, I think, more or less just as we came live. And I was just looking through the event viewer to see if I could actually see anything in terms of what happened. Here is Rudolf Nagel. This is the internet. Oh! So that's what happened, and we were talking about it. I actually asked, that was the race leader, Fabrice Cornelis, when I had him in for an interview earlier in the afternoon, in the first part of the stream. Rudolf Nagel, that's a blown engine. And in SimRC Club Sport, bear with me here, but I don't think they have any fast repairs left. They will be spending a long time in the pits.
That was what we saw coming onto the broadcast, wasn't it, Hassa? When I noticed the car going off onto the grass through that chicane, I thought it might have been the SimRC Club Sport car. And it was. So that's absolutely crucial. That's really put them down the order. They still managed to get, I think, ahead when they got to the 12-hour mark. So they were classified as 2nd place in that all-important point scoring time. But now they've had to wait and they're needing to repair their car. As we see another incident for that Stefan Kalbrecht in the BMS machine. And they've not been having a good try. None of the cars really have been having that good of a run of it. So there's a little bit of a drift by David Plasman. You can put that on a Plasma TV and watch it over and over again because that was a brilliant save from David. Absolutely great car control.
Indeed it was there, and I think actually we have a little bit of a battle forming as well here with Stefan Kalberg now having overtaken. Oh, that was an overtaking in the pit lane. So sorry for getting your hopes up high there. Ladies and gents, everyone else, that's I'll take that on my cape. But a lot of action happening here. I was been having just to warm up my voice again because I was imagining, oh, maybe I could just take it easy for the first few minutes and let it all slide into work easily, you know, nicely and easily, smoothly and such. And by no such means was that anyway even a chance for me because we've had a lot of stuff happening in a short space of time as we've crossed into the second part of this race that so far has proved to be tumultuous yet captivating indeed. And right now we've got a few different cars in the pits as well. The Dynamics Belcar green TCR is in the pits, but actually most cars on track at the moment. Edge Esports is ahead of GTE ABK, so that means Laurent Keersmakers holding on to second place in front of Dan Filchens. And that come down to Senne Hulsmans having been in for what we believe indeed was a stop and go before.
Yes, I think it was Senne Hulsmans who had that stop and go. Bless you, Hasse. As we see them now coming on through this little, I guess, like a little mini chicane. But do you think that GT ABK Racing are really starting to close in on this little gap now, starting to close in on second place as we see Edge Esports getting a little bit out of shape, having to watch out for all of the traffic coming through that final chicane. And now you can see Dan Filtons getting up behind one of the TCR cars. I think that is the Circuit Zolder machine. In fact, it is a beautiful machine. It's just a shame that at this circuit they've not been having the best time of things, but they've still been coming through to the end. And still, Hasse, we have 34 of the 35 cars running. The only one that isn't has been disqualified from the race, so they're not even running. They're not running by choice. They've been forced into it by our race stewards.
And that's incredible to see that everyone is still going at it. The 26 car who had a bit of a close moment there with a big old slide indeed. Japanese style, exiting the final chicane and bringing it to an almost complete stop before carrying on as if nothing really happened down the start-finish straight. By the way, the SimRC Club Sport car is still in the pits, and that is of course Rudolf Nagel with the blown engine just as we came on. So he's been stationary for the most part of these 15-16 minutes we've been on. So there's part 3 of the stream, and as such he's now down towards the bottom, not completely at the bottom. But he was sitting well indeed, the number 3 car, main contender, main challenger for a long time to the class leaders in the number 2 machine. And tough times to see their engine blown. Indeed, a very steady, stable, but also high performance race from the Bengal by Simtag EMG car. I actually believe were crowned champions 16 minutes ago as we rounded the 12-hour mark, and this car picked up another set of points for being in a good position at the halfway marker. And mind you, they were championship leaders coming into this one, and they have been excellent yet again here tonight. And Tommy Rao now leading David Plasman in the ASK Valente car by 2 minutes. So they've put themselves in prime position, and they're really carrying on in solid fashion here.
They certainly have, Hasse. And I think as well, actually, the overall leaders, I think, are also champions. Fabrice Cornelis driving the Simtag racing machine. I think they have also been crowned champions. So there's going to be champagne being shot all around here, I think, in the Simtag racing garage, and also in the Bengal by Simtag garage as well. So I think both the Simtag cars are actually going to be very, very pleased with their performances so far. And we're going to be seeing actually on track, we're following Laurent Keersmakers now, because that gap is now down below 3 seconds. It's coming up to 2.7, closing in on the 2.5. And when they think they get into around about the 1 second margin, we're going to start seeing the slipstream coming to affect Hasser, and that's when we're going to see a lot of spice out on the circuit. But at the moment, class of this GT4 field has got to be the Torque-Free Racing by Carrot car that we saw for a brief moment there before coming back to Dan Filton's there, the GT ABK racing machine. Lovely, lovely livery there. In fact, a lot of the GT4 cars have a lovely livery. We were saying earlier, actually, me and Chaz was talking about this Edge Esports car. It's a shame that we can't really see it too clearly in the dark night of Zolder. But when we get into the morning, which I'm sure we will do in about a couple of hours' time, when the sun finally begins to rise again here, you'll start to see it in all of its glory.
Indeed, and we can just see it as it's illuminated by the headlights of the car behind. It is a very, very nice deep blue on the white and sort of sandy golden detailing there. And very well designed, and I love it when the livery designers really nail on following the lines of the car. That's something they've very, very certainly done with that one here. Sim time, it's 3:33 at the moment. It's 19 degrees on the track. It's an air temp of 18 degrees, and I think that's because it just won't go lower in iRacing. Perhaps that'll be added with the addition of rain that I've heard to become. This is the second time I'm dropping that very bomb tonight, but I think the keen viewers will know that they have been mentioning it themselves as well, the developers, the people behind iRacing, and that's something to really look forward to indeed. But indeed a beautiful car, the Edge Esports machine, and a beautiful position for them to be in. And so nice to see that we've still, after 12 hours, and a little bit as well, got absolute track position battles here, separated by less than 2 seconds. And indeed, you mentioned before it, Dan Filton's GT ABK, they're gaining on the car ahead. They certainly are. It's less than 2 seconds now.
Yeah, they're really, really closing down. I think over the course of that last lap, they did gain. In fact, yes, last time out, they did gain a second. And that was, I think, that was even with a personal best, I think, by Laurent Kirschmarkers in the Edge Esports machine. So it just seems that at the moment, the momentum is really swinging in the favour of this GT ABK car. And I think it will be a matter of time before they get really up close to that rear bumper and start to put a charge on for that second position, trying to get a bit higher up the podium order, and maybe even by that point when they get into clear air, could start to stake a claim potentially. Obviously this is going to be far off because there's a minute or so gap. Could stake a claim on the race victory.
Well, I wouldn't put it beyond them at all. Ahead, by the way, David Barraclough and the Torque Freak Racing by a Carrot car. They have a lead of 1 minute and 10 seconds to Laurent Kirschmarkers in the Edge Esport car in second place. So it's the comfortable cushion. It's by no means, however, race deciding. So we have to keep our eyes fixated. Perhaps I might have said a little too much, because we will not keep our eyes fixated on this battle. We will be seeing lots of other stuff happening as well. Up ahead, by the way, there's another couple of cars within 10 seconds of one another. Here's the car ahead of the two. That's Marvin Julia Mamants for G-Drive Racing Eximia. And the number 13 car, and Marvin was here in chat earlier yesterday evening, talking about how that number 13 indeed did feel like a bit of a curse, and I wonder if they're going to change it for the coming season here. He's 9 seconds ahead of this car, the number 69 machine of Pepin Krijeveld, and it is indeed Krijeveld. To get the pronunciation part, I heard you and Chess discuss it before, but seems to be swinging the way of Amant and the G-Drive car at the moment, the pendulum indeed. And let's see here.
Sorry, I was just about to notice there's been a change, because we've seen Colin Sport come into the pitch. The Edge Esports machine, as you see there on the left-hand side of that shot, into the pit lane. So there's been a change now, and it is GTE ABK currently in second position, while Edge Esports take a pit stop. So that's been the change for that position on track, and we're going to have a look now back down to Pepin Krijeveld. I'm still pronouncing that horribly wrong, even after Hatz's beautiful description of it, so I apologise profusely, but we're still following on with this battle because it's still fairly close on track. I just seem to think, though, that Marvin has the measure because at the last lap he did manage to pull a gap of around about an extra 2/10 in his favour.
Yeah, indeed. As we see Frank Wilson in the 209 Dissipate Racing Team TCR machine, currently 8th in class, have a bit of a collision with the Armco barrier there after losing the rear end. Very much a solo incident, and it's not going to please him too much, I'm afraid. Keanu Borgagnon in the pits for the Flemish Simsports TCR. He's on his way out, I believe, after a pit stop time of 53 seconds. And as far as I can see, pit lap time 30 minutes 11 seconds for René Osterkamp in the Sim RC Club Sport car, who's been, well, in the pits for half an hour now. And an engine blow up like that, they could be only halfways with the mechanics even at the maximum work rate, you could say, because it takes a long time to fix, and chances are they will be down on power even if they get it fixed, and they have to be a little bit more gentle with the engine. And we've seen these blowups before as Krajeveld goes over the curb there a little violently as well. And usually it's down to either one of two things, and one being if you pick up some engine damage, and of course through contact, and the other there's a bit of a calamitous situation in the Gilles Villeneuve chicane as the cars are indeed piling up. Robert Jansen's Keanu Borgagnon is a part of that as well. Frank Wilson's, I'm afraid. David Plasman has had an issue. I don't know if that's completely isolated from this one. So Robert Jansen's here. Oh, he just manages to go around. You see, it is indeed the Flemish Simsports TCR. It's the 69 Cup car. And it is the Track Velocity Racing GT4 as well. The 109 machine, all involved in that little incident. Though it seemed relatively low speed, so the contact they made with one another could have been light enough not to cause any huge bits of damage indeed. But talking about the engine blowups as we were, the other kind of thing that usually is the cause in iRacing of those sorts of blowups will be if you treat the engine a little bit too roughly, you could say, and especially on the downshifts into second and first gear. And mind you, on the radicals, you have to blip the throttle yourself on the downshift, so a bit of an old school gearbox to be hammering up and through. And that's something that the tendency to catch out drivers from time to time.
I was just going to say, spare a thought for Krajeveld there. She saw her just coming through there. That was unfortunate for him. We're going to see a replay of exactly what happened there with David Plasman. So that's what you can see, Hazza.
Well, I'm looking at a car losing its rear end, getting a bit of help and turning around, and he just parks it sideways across the track in a very dangerous position, because the drivers coming up from behind will have a hard time seeing him. And he knows that he has to find the space to just floor it around, and he does so very well, actually, David Plasman, to be fair there. Gets it going again without any further trouble. But another pass here as Sven Calvert has gone by, and that's, of course, down the pit lane as well. So nothing really to see in that situation. Now I'm just going to go back to the incident from before. We're going to go on board here with Robbie Janssens coming into this situation, just seeing what he was seeing, and there's just absolutely no way you're thinking to avoid it, and somehow yet he does. Throws it on the grass, just goes around, but doesn't pick up any kind of contact from it there. And in the fragile radical, that's what it's all about in the end. Really good stuff from him.
Lovely, lovely car control on display there from Robbie Janssens. Fast racing team using very fast and quick thinking. Get out of the trouble there, get out of danger, having to cut across the grass. We're seeing those Cedric Wouters in third position as it stands. Very good position to be in at the moment. Seeing them though come up to the line. What's their pace like at the moment? Well, they're faster than GHK eRacing by T2 in second place, but they're just about in pace with Robbie Janssens. In fact, we're going to see what Robbie Janssens is doing at the line now to see if he's gaining or being dropped back. Should be a clean lap, I think, from Robbie Janssens, but it was a 1 minute 25.22. So losing about 3 or so tenths to Cedric Valters of that lap, but they seem to yo-yo back and forth when they come across traffic. They don't seem to quite be able to get the full measure of one or the other, so the gap is kind of staying stable at around about 20 seconds, and I think it's going to take a little bit of drama potentially before this gap will close down, Hasse.
Indeed, and Robbie Janssens had a big scary moment just before he might just want all his internal parts to fall into place again before he starts pushing, and he's really threading the needle through the traffic at the moment, and he's doing well indeed. Brake discs glowing into the Villeneuve chicane. We're just keeping an eye on it because the gap indeed has grown by quite a bit, 2 seconds or so. This lap alone here, Cedric Valters seems to have gained. So an eventful opening half hour. I was about to say opening half hour, it isn't really, but to the final half of the race it actually is. And there's quite a bit of smoke there, or dust, or whatever that is. And at the same time I can see that I think Sven Kalbert in the 11 Dynamics car has had a problem. He's lost the rear end and it just goes out. He catches it. And that's where all the dust came from. A bit of a trip out buttonizing the gravel gardens of Zolder. Indeed.
It's absolutely horrible though when you get into that slide, and I think that has actually allowed this driver, Niels de Cooper, to really catch up. Now the gap is 7 seconds between himself and the Dynamic Simulator's red car. So this lovely Radion Motorsports by QSR, the nice white and green. If you know me, you know I love a nice bit of green on my cars. Being obviously driving with my teammates at Fury Simsport, a car that if you've seen a few Simracersworld races, you'll know that it's a nice, lovely, shiny green affair. There's the Cooper though, bringing a good job, trying to catch up. But we know that Sven Kalbert's quick. We know that Dynamic Simulator's red team is quick. They just seem to have a few little mistakes that come their way. Whereas Niels de Cooper, so far, this time out, has not really encountered too much strife. He's kind of in his own little bubble, it seems.
Yeah, that's very true indeed. It's often what happens also in these sorts of races, that you get cars that are just not really close to anyone else, but a single one, and you'll be battling one car more or less in a whole heap of traffic. Here's Niels de Cooper almost loses it on the exit of turn 1, and you could just see that TCR Audi getting all sorts of out of shape as he went a little too deep over the curbs, and he managed to keep it under control. And really requires a different strategy for managing such situations, the front wheel driven TCRs, where often if you go sliding about, you could basically just floor it to straighten out the car. And it's a little different than what you're used to. On the other hand, you won't ever find much rotation on the throttle. It's all about being patient on that damn thing indeed. Which is something I know, a bit of a heavy-footed gentleman myself. Sometimes I have a bit of trouble with that, and I find myself developing a lot of smoke going quite slowly in front-wheel driven cars from the inside wheel as I turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're just like me. I used to drive the TCRs. Chaz will know because I used to drive in the Simracersworld TCR League a little while ago before I was obviously offered to take over from him during the BSR X5s, doing my first commentary gig, when I realised, I'm not that good in the car. I'll just talk about cars instead, and I'm not really good at that either, so I don't know what I should be doing. But I do know for certain that I was a heavy-footed lad, and I was constantly spinning up, as you can see. Oh, how close Sven Kalbert is getting to the car in front, and how close as well this 907 car of Kevin De Weil, getting a little bit too close for comfort as we see another car. That's Robbie Janssens getting a little bit close for comfort, making it 3 wide, carving his way through. It's brilliant to see, but I always say that's a certain squeaky bum time moment for the fast racing team. Obviously, his teammates, Robbie Janssens, I knew he had that under control, but maybe his teammates spotting that might have been a little bit more, let's say, a little bit more nervous.
Indeed, and that goes to show that even 12 hours into a race, you can still get the nerves on. All of a sudden, look at that 3 wide. They go into turn 1, 3 different classes. Porsche Cup on the inside, a GT4, and then on the outside, a TCR. And another GT or a Porsche Cup car here. That's the number 12 machine of Tim Jacobs in behind. And just looking, see here, it's now 25 minutes ago, but the 103 car didn't indeed have a stop and go for causing a collision. So I just gotta get in the rhythm of actually also checking our race control channel to just see what's going on. So we get invaluable info from race control indeed. It just gives us the edge that allows us to stay ahead. And speaking of the edge, I hope there's not any huge U2 fans out there. But what a dumb name for a guitarist that is, to be honest. Also because as a guitarist myself, I always found his playing to be a bit plain. And then with him being called The Edge, I just thought that was even more plain. Anyway, that is a dimensionally huge sidestep indeed. And I'll try not to take it. It's just so easy being thrown out of it.
It's very easy. I was about to derail it even further.
But derail on, then I won't look like the derailers. So go on, indeed.
I play bass, so we could make a Simracersworld TV band get going. That'd be brilliant.
That would be amazing.
It's going to be vocal. Should we get Chaz Drake waxing lyrical on the mic?
You know what? We can have me. You know what? Let's go for everyone sings barbershop kind of quartet approach to it. We'll get Peter McKayan on it as well in his beautiful Scottish voice.
I'll get the Proclaimers on. Yes, that's what I like to hear.
Absolutely incredible. Oh, we've had several problems. René Osterkamp. Oh my word, he was in the pits for a very long time. That's for the Sim RC Club Sport, the number 3 machine. He has had some kind of issue. We're watching it now. Car looks pretty clean to me. I don't know if it's going to be doing it after that one. Oh, and he just manages to keep it out of the wall. And turns it around, comes back on track, and doesn't pick up anyone in the process. So good job of keeping that clean in the end. And here Philip Fliegen in the 902 machine. And he's not going to be as lucky. That's straight into the Armco.
Not what you want to be having at all. It's really unfortunate. I was just about to say, though, it's good to see that the SimRC Club Sport car is back out on track. René Osterkamp is now piloting that car, but the SimRC Club Sport car was up into the heady heights of 2nd place overall. But it's now dropped back, and I think it's 5 minutes behind the likes of Kevin the Whale in the Stage 1 Racing Belcar. So they've got a definite job to do to get further up the order. But with 12 hours to go, or 11 and a half hours to go, I should say, anything can happen. It's taken this point for them to drop down the order. There's certainly a chance for other cars around them, other cars ahead of them, to make the same mistake they did and just shift down the gears a little bit too fast, maybe be a bit too aggressive on the engine, and then they'll be getting the engine blowouts and having to spend time stationary. So they're not giving up, and that's what we love to see.
Indeed, as we go on board with our race leader, Fabrice Cornelis. And as Murray Walker once said, doing commentary for an old Formula 1 game that was Formula 1 97 for the PlayStation 1. If anybody should be interested in knowing exactly where the quote comes from. But he said, normally, driving a motor racing car is very much a skill from the head, not from the heart. But out on the track today, we've seen some really passionate performances. And I think we can say that very much about Fabrice Cornelis today. It has indeed been a passionate performance. And I say that because passionate for me about a racing driver is when a racing driver goes full send even though he doesn't have to. That is indeed passion for going fast. And Fabrice Cornelis, look at this, just to mention it, Ed is leading at the moment by 17 minutes. And he isn't really slowing down at all. His best lap, a 1:21.7, and he's still going well clear of everyone else on track. 2 seconds faster than the second place car of Steph Del News at the moment in the Radicals. So a brilliant performance indeed from the Simtech Racing team as they come into the pits here after 12 hours, 38 minutes. And let's see if that's going to be a driver swap as well for him. Here's Rob Tyson. And as we came back on, Rob Tyson, who's in the picture now, had a bit of a big scary moment indeed, and a little bit more, we could say.
Yeah, scary is definitely an understatement. Just snagging the rear brakes, getting pitched around, and finding yourself going backwards into the fast racing team Radical is not really what you want to be doing 12 hours into a race, but he's recovered from that, although he has lost out of position to Tim Jacobs, I believe. And Tim Jacobs actually came in for an interview with myself and Chaz and was saying that he was aiming to get ahead of the G-Drive Racing car because that was where he felt that that was the best chance of him getting up higher up the order, was 4th position just from where it stands. And he's done that so far, and well, by the looks of things, he could be getting up even higher now because, well, his race pace has been looking very strong. It's got to be said. We're having a look now, and he's done a 33.2, whereas higher up, like sort of Ruben Van Buell, who's sitting in 3rd position, they've done a 34.6. In fact, I'm proud of him. And there's only really one driver that's done better than a 32.8, and that is our current, GT3 leaders of Tommy Rao in the bingo by Simtech EMG, doing a 31.81. So they're nearly a second clear of the rest of their competition and putting on a brilliant job.
Indeed, although I'm afraid that they had a bit of time to close in. Oh, or was I a little bit ahead of myself there? We were speaking about the car of Rob Tyson there as well, so only 25 seconds between the G-Drive number 15 machine and that Vapor Shop number 12 car. That's a battle very much still alive and kicking. That's the battle for 4th place in the Porsche Cup class. And can I just say to everyone still watching along with us out there, thank you so much for sticking out and holding on through the darkest, deepest hours of the night here with me and Edward May indeed for the graveyard stint. And I've heard Chaz on many occasions. He used, not too long ago, I think that was actually when he was kicking off his Assetto Corsa Competizione stream. He described his own voice as dull. I wouldn't exactly call Chaz's voice dull, but indeed you could hear the wear and tear on his vocal cords there, and he's, I think, very much entitled to those hours of rest. I know I certainly felt a little tired after just 6 hours of commentating after the opening 6 hours of this race, Edward, so I'm certainly also feeling sympathetic towards you, having to bear my company for another 5 hours, 20 minutes here.
I'm absolutely loving it, Hasser, and well, I've got the excuse that I'm young, I'm the student, I'm only 22, so I've got enough energy in me to keep me going throughout the night. I've done many a late night. As you see, David Plasman just gets a wheel out onto the grass, out off into the kitty litter, and that's really not what he wants to be doing from 2nd place. He's not going to drop back too far into the clutches of Ruben Van Buell, though, because he's got around about 3 minutes gap behind him. So David Plasman still in a roughly safe spot, but it's not helping his charge to get closer to Tommy Rao in the bingo by Simtech EMG machine. So it seems that it's just these little mistakes are starting to creep in little by little, and that's showing maybe some signs of fatigue, not just for us commentators, but also signs of fatigue for the drivers, as we see both the leaders in GT Cup, the Porsche Cup class, Tommy Rao and now Oscar Wilkins are in the pit lane. So there's been a driver change there. David Plasman swapping out for Oscar Wilkins in the ASK Volante racing machine. and we're going to be able to see how that is as well. We've seen the change as well. So it's Loic Hartog in the bingo by Simtag EMG machine, taking over in the lead of the Porsche Cup class, Hasse.
Yeah, indeed it is, and that means that there is a bit of a naming glitch that we just have to fix quickly, and I'll get right to it, so that Loic isn't called Undefined Hartog, because he is a defined Hartog. He is Loic.
The one and only.
The one and only, and I'll make sure that it says so indeed. There it is. Also, I'll just see to it that we're sure that the number 14 car is shown as its correct class. That is indeed the Scuderia Sim Racing car of Yannick van Overloop.
Yeah, Yannick van Overloop taken over control of the Scuderia Sim Racing 14 car. The car that we did see get involved in a little bit of a scuffle. I think they were fighting with the Team MRS machine. Oh no, I think they were fighting with Track Velocity. They were fighting with one of the other GT Cup cars, one of the yellow ones. And it was brilliant to see them earlier on in this. Then they've started to get into their own little rhythm, started to cool off a little bit. And now it's Colin Spork in the Edge Esports. We can see further behind Sene Hulsmans. The gap is now 17 seconds. We saw Sene take the drive-through penalty, but is caught right the way back up. And now it's going to be up to Colin Spork to try and get back into the other things, try and keep Sene Hulsmans at bay. In between them, though, we have Quinn van Hudonk in the BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup. That is actually a marker for position, the BMS Motorsport Cup. As you saw, Hasse, I think I can remember you commentating on this when we saw them get, well, a hefty hit, actually, I think, between themselves and the Talk Freak Racing by Carrot car just coming out of the fourth corner, if I remember rightly. And they had a nasty, nasty whack that put them really down and out of the race, it seemed.
Yeah, indeed, we've seen some of those incidents that really takes a toll on the cars, and it's hampered some of the teams more than others. There, Sene Hulsmans takes a big chunk of the inside curve through the first chicane. But yeah, that's true. I'm still holding on to that 17-second gap, Colin Spork. And Colin Spork, that is not sport, but he is, after all, a good sport, I think. Or so I'd assume, because I assume the best. And I'd rather get a bad surprise than I'd assume the worst of people. That's just me. So that's a little bit about me as a person. Now you know me a little bit better, and that's all for the better of it.
I see you're a lovely, lovely man.
Oh, the graveyard stint, indeed.
The nighttime's getting to you, it's affecting his brain. Poor Hasse. I'll try and keep you sane throughout it, though. We've got each other, we can hold firm, stay strong, as we are watching Sene Hulsmans trying to catch up. The gap is now gone from 17 seconds to 16.5, so he's closing down, closing in, but it's not at the rate of knots where we would have expected him to go, as we see Colin Spork getting out of the way for one of the radicals there, just blitzing on by him. Me and Chaz were talking about this earlier. We are absolutely just flabbergasted by the pace of some of these radicals, just how much they're able to just to blitz on by and make all the other cars look relatively pedestrian. We saw onboards with Simtag Racing car, and well, it boggles the mind how quickly they're able just to catch up and how quickly they leave the other cars just in the dirt. It's brilliant.
Yeah, very much so. But that number 63 Simtag machine in the Porsche Cup, as at least, has also been the dominant force for the entirety of this series. And they have been the car to beat in that class. They have been making it so difficult for all the opposition every single time they've been at it. They've been performing to such a high level. There is the Sim RC car, by the way, who's back out after that blown engine. And they've gone from the top end of the standings, as they were sitting second, to the very bottom of the Radicals class. And that just goes to show how quickly it can all change. And bear in mind that I think the lead car might have taken some of its fast repairs, although can't really hold me up on that one because I'm not sure. But it might be they still have some left. I'm not quite sure. Thomas Stuckman's in the car by now. we've seen other cars blow their engines, and even with a 16, 17 minute lead, as they have a number of laps ahead of the opposition, well, it's still really not enough to be able to bear that kind of damage without losing the position. So even with a huge lead, if you will, you still need to be so careful with just maintaining the technical abilities of your vehicle in the end.
Yeah, definitely. Well, there's one thing I wish we could have on our timing software, which is just the amount of fast repairs left on each car, the amount of times if they've actually taken the fast repair, or if they haven't, that'd be something to really be useful, especially for these long 24-hour endurance races, because we've gone 12 hours in and there's been so many incidents, so many happenings on track that we're a little bit out at sea, aren't we, Hasse, with who's been involved in what incident. We can see an incident potentially happening here. Thomas Podprocki coming through the final chicane, just tries to turn in, but then realizes, nope, it's not safe enough, overcooks it, and just takes the smart thing of cutting across the gravel there, keeping out of the way of all of the cars on rejoin, and being a very sensible, smart boy about things.
Yeah, a bit of greenkeeping there from Quinn van Hooydonk, keeping the grass short and sweet, so you could go out and kick a football about if you so desire. Cedric Wouters in the pits. And by the way, Quinn van Hooydonk, BMS Motorsports GT3 Cup, slowly but surely making their way past the remainders of the GT4 cars that are still ahead of them after their earlier incidents and bad luck that has befallen them on this race. And they are slowly climbing towards a more rightful place in amongst their own class members, you could say, at least in the standings. Kobe Klaas is in Claes. What would it be then? Now I feel like they.
It's Klaes, apparently.
Klaes.
Me and Chaz had this. me and Chaz had this revelation just when Steve Klaes came in for an interview with us, and we asked the question, and we got the answer. It's Steve Klaes. So there we are. We learn something new every day here at Simracersworld TV, don't we, Asa?
Yeah, indeed we do. Indeed we do. And with this being a Belgian series, with some of the other broadcasts, we've had short moments of me doing a bit of a rundown of some of the standings in Dutch. And as we hit sunrise, we might just do that again. And speaking of sunrise, when you look at the sky, now we can't see it for trees and grandstands and so on, but next time you have a chance, have a look at the sky, because slowly but surely we can see it beginning to light up there, and the earliest pins of dawn are now being painted onto the sky. It's going to be beautiful as we enter happy hour in not too long, and it's not because there are going to be people wanting 2 for 1 down in the pit lane, getting their Long Island iced teas and whatnot, although that would be entertaining indeed.
Oh, that sounds lovely right now, Hasse.
A Long Island iced tea, I could actually go for that as well, yes. I really could.
I've got the rum downstairs. I could go and... Oh...
I do have a bar closet. I'm not quite sure what's in it. However, I have a bit of Coke as well and such, so I could probably mix me up a drink. But whatever. We've had a problem here for Philip Fliegen, and we're just gonna see whatever happened to him in the CCTS Esports endurance car. The 902 machine just catches a slide bit. We've seen this happen before earlier in the race to other cars as well, on that very same spot, and then it becomes tricky with the traffic as he's going slowly there, but manages to put himself all the way out to the side there, giving plenty of space for everyone else to clear his car. That's poor luck indeed, and just goes to show as well at just how little it actually takes for you to lose a car around here.
Yeah, it's top of the list of things you hate to see in motor racing, is a car just getting really, really loose and then just hitting the wall at a heavy rate of knots. That was unfortunate for Philip Vlaegen, and I'm almost certain, I think I can see them. I think they're about to be coming into the pits to try and fix up that damage, because, well, it was not really in a state that you'd want to have it in, I can almost assure you. We're seeing now one of the GT3 cars, the Porsche Cup class, getting up through the order, fight his way through, and this is a lovely, lovely livery, isn't it, Hasse? The nice BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup Belcar entry. Lovely, nice, especially when you see it in the sunlight. That grey is a bit more of like a weird, it's like a satin colour, I think. It's like a sort of satin matte, almost slightly shimmery, shiny sheen on that. And I'll tell you what, Hasse, it is absolutely beautiful when we get into the sunrise.
Indeed, and what's also beautiful is your satin, shimmery, sheamy letter rhyming there. I like that, Ed. Good stuff indeed. But yeah, and also nice to see those teams who are just carrying a clear visual identity across their cars in different classes, entries in different classes indeed, because BMS also has a TCR car on the grid, which carries the very same livery, and once again, I think most livery designers will indeed know that it's sometimes much easier said than done to kind of convert a paint scheme from one shape to another and pulling it off, making it all make sense and whatnot. And they've managed to do it so it all looks supernatural indeed. So that's not supernatural, but really natural, really good.
It is Halloween, so you might be seeing a little bit of the supernatural out on track. We're going to see, though, if that is going to be the case. It is the night of Halloween, as we have obviously gone through into November 1st, but I still count it as Halloween night. Hasse, I'm sure you'll be doing the same. And we've seen a few spooky happenings, actually. We've seen a bit of moments earlier on as well with, what was it? I think it was the, what was it? Well, the Sky Limit Cryoveld getting involved in, well, a big incident, getting stuck between a rock and a hard place going through the Villeneuve chicane, and that was definitely a spooky incident, one that I'm sure would be filling his nightmares for days to come. And we saw also a spooky incident affect the Simracersworld GT4 car just before you were with us, when it was me and Chaz. This car was sent over time and time again, out through, flipping over, I think 4 times we managed to count in the end. And that was something you really don't want to be seeing in a race car, just flipping over time and time again. As we see Colin Spork now having to worry a little bit about these two cars going wheel to wheel. He wants to get ahead of this TCR car, but knows that there was that GT3 fighting with him. And then again, the Radical's going to be sending its way on by, so that's opened the opportunity. And now he can manage the traffic, and he needs to get through quickly because this Simracersworld GT4 car is only 7 seconds behind him, Hasse. It's
a good point. And last time we checked, that gap was closer to 16 seconds. So Senna Hulsmans with a good bit of impetus about himself at the moment. He's really in a hurry. And the 103 car, as we were told by race control, was also the car who got themselves a stop-and-go penalty for causing a collision with another car. And they are making amends for that very incident, at least for themselves, you could say, right about now. And that gap, while I think mostly aided by traffic and the managing of it, I'm sorry, getting a little gassy there in my stomach as well. I think that's the amounts of coffee I've had today. They are, and even for a relatively heavy coffee drinker as myself, I've had a lot of coffee so far, and I think there's more coming up to take me through the coming 5 hours of broadcasting here. And let's see whether I'll be able to get some sleep once we get off here at around 9 o'clock in the morning here. We'll take you through to breakfast time. And when we got off here, at that point, we can even call ourselves the Breakfast Club as well. You and Chaz being the Midnight Club. That's also a nice club to be a part of.
Certainly is.
Ahead of these two, by the way, is Dan Filchens, who is now 35 seconds ahead of Colin Spork in the Edge Esports car. And I think there's been a change of position, not at some point, sort of under the radar. Not quite sure about it there, but Dan Filchens, by the way, now up into second place for GT APK Racing. So they've been doing a very good job of just keeping it steady and keeping it safe as well. They've been one of the cars involved in the least amount of incidents for the GT4, as least as I can remember. And they are, just as I say that, the curse of the commentator almost hits them as they get onto the marbles there in turn 1, and there's really not a lot of grip out there. And that's a thing that once the sun rises again, you're really going to see, oh, there's a car off! And that Frank Wilson's. Ed, tell me what you see.
I just saw a car off the gravel, and that kind of surprised me, but you could hear when we first saw it just be go, ooh, and this was what happened. He just gets a little bit of a snap going into turn 2, and then he has to just try and get the car pointing in the right direction, goes out onto the gravel. And in these front-wheel drive TCR cars, once you get off onto the gravel, onto the grass, as we see Don Filton's 2 wheels, Dukes of hazarding it brilliantly through the first game. Once you get out onto the grass, though, in the TCRs, you're kind of stuck there. The car does like to tramline and keep you out there, as we see. Oh, he just forces his nose there and keeps it there. Does the, I think the Oscar Volante Racing, I think that was Oscar Wilkins just sending it way through. He just kind of kept his nose there on the inside, and that really slowed down Van Filton's, because he wasn't entirely sure which way it was going down the inside. And I think we have a replay of Cedric Wouters here, so going into turn 1.
Yeah, there was an overtake, because Jerry Crispian is in the pits for the Fast Racing team. And it's not been a long time since they got the overtake made the other way around, and that means those two are relatively close to one another, I think, as Jerry Crispin for the Fast Racing team now exits the pits. So a pretty close, actually on-track battle between the two. And I say that knowing that, of course, it's still a 45-second interval between the two, but at this point of the race, that's not really too long at all, and many a times have we seen bigger gaps close in a very short space of time. In this race, at least 10 seconds away from being 13 hours into this race, and if ever there was a test of driver and car endurance, this has been it. And I would go as far to comparing this to the 24 hours of the Nürburgring in terms of pure difficulty, the amount of different classes, and the speed that they travel at, both on the straights and through the corners, because that's also a part of it. You get these big speed differentials between the cars, between the classes, as you see a Radical coming up towards the GT AB car here and sneaks past, and I think that's actually the race leader, Thomas Stockmans. Boom, bang, bim. Indeed it is the number 2 car. And treat ourselves to a bit of onboard action as Thomas Stockmans is threading the needle through the field for the umpteenth time. And you know what, if you want to give someone a tedious task, Ed, you just ask them to watch through the entirety of the race and just to have a look at just how many overtakes the top cars here in the Radical class actually makes in the course of these 24 hours. And I don't even think it's in the hundreds. Maybe it must be in the okay, maybe not in the thousands, but many hundreds of overtakes, I think made.
I think you're probably right there, Hasse. Probably in the thousands at this point in the race. It's been going on for 13 hours, don't forget. And I just want to actually take it back a little bit as we kind of follow on board with the SimTag Racing car. Thomas Stockman's doing a brilliant job. You can just see him hooking up every apex, really carving it through. But he's got a few cars to deal with here, so we're going to follow on board and see exactly what happens before I get back to the point that I was going to make earlier on. Look at this, though, going through the Villeneuve chicane. Now, how many cars are there? That's several. This is the bit of the track. There's all of the circuit to use, and almost all of the cars on the track seem to be piling into this one zone. They all want to be here for some reason or another. You can see Thomas Stockmans really has to back off out of it and just try and pace himself. He's going to be around the outside. It's a scary place to be, but he manages it just about perfectly on the inside, braking as late as he dares, using the lightweight, strong brakes in his Radical. And now, just look how much his acceleration is. Look how quickly he closes up and passes the likes of the TCRs. That was our fastest class versus our slowest. You know, the TCRs are definitely no slouch, but now coming out of here, he's just about got through the worst of it. All of the cars have managed to get out of each other's way. A little bit of a close fight. They're going 3 wide into turn 1. That's always a little bit spooky, a little bit sketchy. He's just about done it, and I think now this is the point where he can breathe. He only sees 2 more cars in front, both Porsche Cup classes, and now we're going to go onto the outboard shot, and we can go back to what we were talking about earlier, Hasse, and about how this is a little bit similar, as you mentioned, to the Nürburgring 24 hours. Well, actually, myself and, of course, another friend of the channel, the Simracersworld TV channel, we've got Jack Oliphant. Me and him were actually, before joining Simracersworld TV, we used to do commentating on the VLN, Top Split VLN on Alpha Live, and you're definitely bang on with that assessment, Has. So this is exactly like, well, the Nürburgring Endurance Championship, and it's just a massive demanding, because this circuit is a little bit like, I guess, call it like a little mini Nordschleife. There's very tricky areas of the track, and it's almost constant assaulting on you. You've got these chicanes that really do threaten to spin the car around, as we've seen numerous times, and then you've obviously got the faster flowing first sector, all of those right-handers coming in quick succession that demand ever so much from you, all of your concentration, all of your physicality as well, to get the car pitched in when going at a high rate of knots, as we see all of the cars trying to get through as well. And that's another thing as well with the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and just in general Nürburgring Endurance Championship, is the traffic management on such a tight and twisty circuit, Hasse. So it's a brilliant assessment, and I definitely think you're bang on with it.
It's just another thing to add to it is the way that on so many places here at Zolder, it's a little bit of grass and then there's a wall. And it's a very few racetracks around the world that still has this kind of build-up to it, this kind of layout, that this old school kind of feeling where the walls are right next to fast parts of track. You really get it at the Nordschleife, you do get it here as well. And at the same time, I also get a feeling that it sort of reminds me of a place like Brands Hatch as well, in the way that it twists and turns, and it's still fast track, and it's certainly a place that, just like Moses did so many years ago, it divides the seas of opinion. And it seems to be a place that people either really love or hate about it.
Yeah, I absolutely love Zolder. Well, admittedly, I didn't know too much about it before getting involved in sim racing, I think about 2 and a bit years ago now. In fact, actually, I think, let's have a look. Yeah, it's been 2 years since I got an iRacing subscription. So this is back when I got into sim racing. And, well, I've not looked back since. And it's always been, Zolder's been one of the tracks that I've seemingly gravitated towards. It's the track that you need to be a really complete driver to do a good job on. It's got corners you can really think of, fast flowing sweepers, tight twisty chicanes, and different sizes of chicanes. You got this one, which is a sort of a longer, wider chicane, a little bit of an S's section, I suppose you could call it. And then obviously you've got the first and second chicane, the Villeneuve chicane and the first chicane. Those are ones which demand a bit more of a slowdown, a bit more of a getting the line exactly right, getting the curbing. And this one is a bit of a later apex. So all throughout it, as well as the elevation change, don't forget, in the last sort of sector, when you see the cars going over the rise, over the crests, it's one that you need to be a really complete driver for, Hasse, and it seems that a lot of these drivers are that complete package, because we've been seeing brilliant driving on display.
Yeah, very much so, and there is a thing about good drivers. They make the challenging tasks of bringing a race car around a challenging track like this, indeed, time and time again, in a safe manner. They make it look easy indeed, and some of these drivers really do so here. The Sim RC Club Sport number 3 machine just swings wide at center Hulsmans. And I just want to bring focus back to the actual racing here for a moment, Ed, because look at that. That is the actual gap between Colin Spork in 3rd place in the GT4 class. When you cast your eyes back, right there is Senne Hulsmans, certainly up on pace at the car ahead. And that battle for podium positions now very much coming alive again. And there's a little bit of dirt being kicked up there and behind, though I think nothing serious in the end, and we're glad to see that. I don't want to see too many calamities here, as my voice, I feel like, after an hour's time of working again, is coming back to life ever so sadly. I felt like it sounded weary and tired as I came back on there. I feel like it's now bursting back into life, which is always nice. So,
definitely. As we see, there's a change for position. It's on track, but it's in different classes. So Queen van Hooijdonk, I'm hoping I pronounced that right, but I almost certainly didn't, is gotten up in front of the GT4 driver of Dan Fieltons. So there's been a change of position. Obviously, it's not one that's going to affect the standings because it's in different classes, but it's still an overall on-track change with Quinn van Hooydonk in the BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup finally getting himself up the order, and now only has one more GT4 car to pass before he's back up in touch with his GT3 Porsche Cup counterparts. And now you can actually see that the sun is beginning to rise. The sky is becoming a lot more brighter, Hasser, and well, it seems that Senna Hulsman's chances of getting a podium position is a bit brighter now, because you can see how close he is. He's under about a second. In fact, it's about 7/10 the gap. 6/10 make that coming over the crest here between himself and Colin Spork. So it's going to be very, very soon, I think, we'll be seeing Senna Hulsman's up back into the podium positions.
Yeah, I think you're very much right. And I also think a lot of the drivers will be feeling a little like Gimli and Helm's Deep as he looks out the window and he indeed confirms the sun is rising.
Love it.
And all jokes aside, this battle now very much heating up. Senna Hulsman's, just looking at the lap times, he's been closing over a second a lap over the last few laps, and indeed he's now right on the tail of Colin Spork. And with that, I gotta get my serious face on, because we've got some actual racing to there's a very zoomed in shot, and both cars can fit inside of it. Here, looking at the tents, they appear from behind him, and Hulsman's not really close enough. This is turn 4. It's not the place to go for it anyways. Both of them a little wide on the exit there. And now is the time really to keep a cool head as well. He knows he's been catching Senna Hulsman. He knows he has the pace advantage over the HG Sports cars ahead there of Colin Spork. Just needs to kind of pick his moment and get by in a safe manner, because if he doesn't, it's going to be all that hard work undone, and we've seen that happen several times here. Into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane they go, and up ahead goes Senna Hulsman. That is a nice, decisive move indeed, and we're going to have another look at it, Ed, here. Tell us what you see.
He just breaks that so much later. You could see it in slow-mo. He just managed to get the apex hooked up nicely. His line isn't really compromised, but it does force Colin Spork a little bit offline, because he breaks that a little bit too late, trying to defend his position on the outside, and just loses out. So now Senna Hulsman's really building that gap now. 8/10 back is Colin Spork, going back to 9/10 now, and I think we're going to see that gap increase further and further now into Sunrise. But we can see a replay here of my word.
Both of us turning. And again,
it's carrying on. For some reason, I don't know what's up with the suspension of that TCR car, but it was bouncing around left, right, and centre there on its springs. You're going to see it just go over there, just absolutely get sent airborne. The rear of the car going crashing down in front of this BMS GT3 Cup car. And yet, unfortunately, this Porsche Cup car it just keeps hitting, and the incident just kept going, Hasser. It's like a train crash. We couldn't watch, we couldn't look away, but we couldn't really have anything extra to say. It was just such an unfortunate position. He just found himself in the wrong place, in the wrong time with Quinn, and now it's going to be, doesn't seem to have too much damage actually on the front of his car. He might have just about gotten away with it, I think.
Yeah, somehow he's, I think, managed to escape it somewhat unscathed. That was a very dramatic few moments there indeed. I think that was Phil Verheyen who was the second car involved in that one. To me, it looked like the Composer team car. And this is Quinn van Hooydonk for BMS Motorsports GT3 Cup Belcar, by the way, the 51 machine, who's been struggling, trying to get up to terms with some of the classmates, you could say, in the Porsche Cup class. So picking up incidents like that, no fault of their own, really a situation where he cannot really do anything whatsoever. He's a passenger to it. He just sees what goes on up ahead, but it happens at a place and time and at a speed where he isn't really able to do much without, of course, putting his car into the wall as well, and that's really what you want to do in the end. So such poor luck there for Van Hooydonk, who is now 1 minute and 16 seconds off of the leading GT4 machine. So we'll be keeping an eye out when they are able to go up past the last of the GT4 cars. And as such, order will be restored to the timing tower. as we will have, except for the Test Racing GT4 by Sickers BE machine, the number 900 car that I believe was the one that was disqualified earlier on. And then also except for the machine of Philip Fliegen, who's behind the G-Drive CCR at the moment in 8th place in the GT4 class. But apart from those two, we will have order throughout the standings in terms of the car classes, not being mixed too much.
Yeah, I think it's gonna just about get back into the normal swing of things, and we're going to be following back to Senna Hulsmans now. Just cleared the gap now to Colin Spork. The gap is now 2.5 seconds or thereabouts. That is the... No, I think that might be the leader actually in the Radical class, just blitzing on by. The amount of pace that Simtech racing car has just simply boggles the mind. It's already a quick car, the Radical, but it's being driven on the ragged edge every single lap, and that's the reason why they've got such a huge gap to the cars behind. And you can see Colin Spork, he's no slouch as well in the Edge Esports car, but he's just made to look like an absolute fool based on just this pace difference between himself and the Radicals, which me and Chaz were saying, these drivers, they're very quick drivers. It's just when you see that the faster class cars actually blitz by him, you are easily fooled into thinking that maybe they're not as quick as they actually are.
Yeah, it's true for so many cars of or so many kinds of multi-class racing. Same when you see LMP ones going so fast around a GTE car or even an LMP2 that they just look pedestrian almost. When that hybrid system kicks in, that's incredible to watch when you're in one of these slower classes and those fast prototypes just fly away, and that it really is what it looks like they're about to take off. They didn't have all those wings pushing them down into the ground instead of creating lift. And actually, thinking about the history of aerodynamics and the history of motor racing, indeed, so much of the aerodynamic development that we've seen over the years with cars, especially back in the days, have been so closely intertwined with airplane engineering and with flying, indeed. And I know Chess, for one, is a big airplane fan, indeed. I myself is not a huge connoisseur, but I will tell you I'll be able to spot most common classes of aircraft from one another, and I've spent my fair amount of hours by the Copenhagen airport as well as a kid plane watching. I've been train spotting as well with my dad when I was small, so I've always had an interest as well for big engineering, I guess. But the point being that it's just in a historical sense really interesting just to think about the connection between the two and how it's pretty much the same thing, but just with different means in the end, and just basically turned around. And,
I suppose you can call like race cars, I guess, upside down airplanes the way they use their aero to force the cars down to the ground, generate the downforce instead of, I guess, in a plane which generates lift hazards. So I'm not a big airplane fan as the rest of you are, but when you say big airplane fan, I just think more of the turbines, little jet engines, because that's, I guess, what they are, just big airplane fans.
Yeah, indeed. As I recall a broadcast I did as well at some point on the old Half the Race Gone channel, where I had a co-commentator in the heat of summer with a fan running, and told them that at least you've got one fan with you.
I've not got any fans, cooling or otherwise.
Anyways, sorry for the poor jokes. I think if ever there was a time, the time is now, and hopefully we'll get it out the way before a lot of you wake up again for the daytime part of the broadcast. The sun is now really beginning to rise to such a degree where we're actually beginning to be able to see the cars again, and I think for the drivers this is going to be most welcome indeed. And I'm just gonna point out another thing here. We're watching the battle for 6th place in the TCR class here between Stefan Kalbrecht and Thijs van den Berge. And those two cars are separated by no more than 1.5 seconds at the moment. So very much a live on-track 4-position battle at this moment. And we've been spared of any dramatic situations since we had that TCR taking off at the first chicane, drawing poor Quint van Hooydonk in the BMS 911 Cup car into it.
Yeah, definitely has to. And I've just had a little bit of a look in the chat, and we've seen that Belgian Red Eagle makes a very good point, Hassa, that the propeller is actually a fan for the pilot. When you turn it off, you'll notice him sweating. So thank you very much for that one, Belgian Red Eagle. That really tickled me. I had to try and mute my mic there to stop laughing at that one, but it doesn't matter because we've read it on stream. And Hassa has absolutely died. So well done for you there. I'm sure you'll be very happy to hear that.
Belgian Red Eagle doing well to kill us off here. But to be fair, at this point for me, I think I managed to get an hour and a half of sleep in between or something, just because of my normal daily rhythm would have me sleep around that point. And now I'm sort of in the twilight zone of being awake while still being really tired. That's just a zone where you're easily, killed, if you will put it that way. By you're vulnerable to cracking up, so to say. But this battle is closing in. Stefan Kalbrecht, I believe, will have a little bit of a tough time defending from the number 110 car here of Thijs van den Berge. And the traffic swooping up on the inside there. That isn't helping the 30 machine either way. So are we going to see the move happen down here into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane? The question is, if the Dynamics Belcar green machine is close enough.
Doesn't quite seem like it, does it, Hasta? I don't think he's able to get the good run through these chicanes. It's usually where you want to be, but he is in the slipstream, of course, of Stefan Kalbrecht. Kalbrecht, even, sorry, my apologies. But you can see him just closing in, but just doesn't quite hook up the apex, then misses out a lot. So all these Audi get your words out, Ed, RS3 LMS TCR cars, they are like bricks really with engines in them. They're big, hefty beasts, as you see. Oh, he's getting very close on the brakes, is Thijs van den Berge, but just not quite able to capitalise. So it's all about really being able to pace yourself. You don't really want to be throwing the car around. You need to be really patient in these TCR cars to get the pace out of it, as we see a little bit of a wide moment for both of these two, actually. I think getting later on in the stint where their tyres are no longer in good nick, and that's what I found when driving this car. Oh, as we see Loic Hartog exiting the pit lane and colliding with, who is that? Is that the that might be Dynamic Simulators Red, I think. Sven Kalbert might have been caught up in that. That's Stefan Kalbrecht there, and you can see Sven Kalbert there in the Dynamic Simulators Red. I'm not sure if they were the ones caught up in that, but it seems, I think potentially they are, because now Niels de Kuiper, the Radio Motorsport by QSR car, is closing in. So keeping an eye on battles all around track. But Thijs van den Berge, I think, is much, much closer now to the BMS Motorsport machine than he ever has been. Oh, no, he hasn't. He's extended the gap. My timing has been making me a little bit excited, and then thoroughly, as soon as we swap to it, slap me in the face and make me look like an absolute prized idiot there, Hassa.
Yeah, indeed, as I'm going to quote Murray Walker again. And as he once said, that commentators indeed make prophecies that instantly turn out to be wrong. And I think that's exactly what happened here to you. And I found it happening to myself time and time again. Oh, and that is a sketchy situation. I think that is the car of Cedric Wouters. No, it's not. Well, is that Thomas Stockman's? It is the lead car, the Simtech Racing Radical, having a bit of a moment there, as the sky is indeed, for the third time in a short time I've been mentioning that, but it is lighting up, and I think within the next half hour or so we're gonna have a very pretty sky on our hands.
it's amazing, Hassa. We can see all of the cars without them being illuminated by the headlights. I don't know what's been happening over the night, but at least for me, and I think for you as well, Hassa, is that I think someone forgot about pounding the meter on the lights at Zolder, because you can see all of the floodlights around the track, but they don't seem to be lit up at all, Hassa. So someone at Zolder might need to be able to make sure they can pay off the electricity men next time we come here to give us a little bit more illumination.
Yeah, that is a thing, but it's also, as we mentioned, at least Jack and I went over it early on, and Jack mentioned it, that there is no night lighting, at least not effective night lighting. If it is there, it doesn't work. That's a good point made by you indeed, Ed. And it just adds to the challenge of driving here at night, because many of these corners, also the braking markers are a little vague, so to say. It's not like you always have coming in here. It's easy with the big bridge and stuff like that, or the big bridge. It's not a bridge, but it's kind of the banner across the track there. But anyway, just goes to say that, for instance, the braking zone into turn 1 can be a little bit hard to spot the actual marker for where to get on the brakes, and that goes for so many of the other turns, especially as you get into the forested part of Zolder there through the middle sector. And I think that's one of the worst things to have when you're driving at night. It's another thing that adds to the Nordschleife comparison as well with this track, is that the amount of trees surrounding it is quite intense.
Yeah, definitely. I've also been having a look on my timing, and I've noticed something very surprising, and that Stefan Kelbrecht is really under pressure. But also another thing to notice about Stefan is that he only has an I rating of 473. Now, me and Chaz were talking earlier that I rating isn't really a good indicator of your overall pace of a driver, because we seem to get so close to one of the radicals there. It isn't a good indicator of driverability, because a lot of time they drive leagues, but 473 I rating, for him to be up in 6th place in the Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder, he's definitely been sandbagging, almost certainly doing the Mercedes strat, saying, oh no, I'm not quick, look at my rate, and I'm only 473, and then goes out and puts in absolute storming lap times. But he's going to be under pressure massively from Thies van den Berge, who's right behind him, just needs to worry about navigating these faster classes, but now he's going to be held up a little bit going into the hairpin, and that's going to put van den Berge right back in it.
Indeed it is, and it's a good call. It's a good point as well. I mean, on one hand, I think you don't get an I rating of over, say, 3,000 or 4,000 if you don't have the talent for it. But at the same time, you could just
into the pits.
Oh, is that?
Sorry to go across you there, Hassa, but that's Stefan Kelbrecht in the pits.
Indeed, it is. He's coming in for what? Let's see what it is. What it looks for me is as a relatively regular pit stop. So we'll have to see if anything is going to be happening to the car. We don't have anything come in from race control about any penalties, so we take
Mike
it
Houston's is in the car.
Yeah, indeed, it is just a regular pit stop there. Mike Houston's in, and tire change happening as we speak as well. Senna Hulsmans now with a gap of 11 seconds down to Colin Spork. And it's 1 minute and 7 seconds up to Dan Filches in the GTE ABK, not GTA EBK. As Chaz pointed out as he was signing off before, after a certain amount of time with this amount of talking, sometimes it just turns into absolute babbling where you get the letters wrong and the sounds wrong, and just you mix up stuff, and it just goes into incoherent babblings and mutterings sometimes, even though you actually have something you're trying to say. But this is from people who are actually used to doing this stuff, so we should know how it's done. And to be fair, even though it's not always easy commentating, it's not that hard. You just have to talk.
It's certainly exciting.
It's very exciting indeed. If you like,
I think
if you get excited from watching the racing in the first place, I can only I can only applaud you getting into commentary indeed, because it is exciting and it is a good way of igniting that flame. And Senna Hulsman's certainly igniting a lot of flames in his engines. He's really pushing it. He's gaining track position. He's gaining time on Dan Vilches up ahead, from what I can see at least. Oh yeah, he's gaining actually good time, over 2 seconds on the last lap. So even though it's just over a minute to that car up ahead, it could be coming back together rather shortly. Yeah.
It certainly will, and as you said, igniting the flame, something that's been ignited in me is following well the Simracersworld Daytona 500. Well, we've got the Winter NASCAR series coming up, haven't we, Hassa? In about, well, in fact, just tomorrow, actually, isn't it, Hassa, that we're going to be seeing all those cars coming around, and I believe you're going to be commentating that. I think you were supposed to be alongside with Jack Oliphant, but I think he's unavailable, isn't it? So I think I might be stepping in with you for that one.
Yes, you will be stepping in for that one, and it's going to be
so much fun. I have no choice.
You will be forced into the booth, and I will tie a cell phone to your face and connect you on Discord. You will have no escaping me, and we will be commentating on NASCAR.
Well, I'll be enjoying every moment of this forced NASCAR, and I'm certain that if you are here watching us this evening, well, you definitely don't want to be missing. If you are, don't want to be missing that, because that will be a certain sight to see.
I'm sorry, it's all kicking off here for me and Ed. But indeed, we've got the SRW NASCAR Winter Series coming up. It's going to be on Monday nights here on Simracersworld TV, and it's going to be an absolute blast. If the Dynamics Daytona 500 was anything to go by, the infamous race where I almost lost my voice at the end of it. So,
I was a little bit worried for your health afterwards. I did think that you were just gonna almost have a heart attack at one stage, but hopefully, well, I'm not going to say hopefully the race won't be that exciting for you, but I'm hoping the race is exciting, because imagine the views we'd get, imagine the news coverage, Simracersworld TV, and the exposure we'd get if live on stream, Hasse Roma just talked himself to death.
I think some people might have feared it as well before, but fear not. It's just the excitement. I cannot contain it. As I talked to Jack Werrell an hour before going live this very afternoon, I told him I was feeling like a part of the Pointer Sisters today, because I was really so excited, and indeed there was no way I could hide it. So, and as you can hear, we've descended. You've
definitely lost control, and I'm fairly certain you liked it. Here we go.
And we have descended to a level of I'm sorry.
The giggles are setting in.
That'll be one to remember as well, worthy of being the follow-up to your legendary drummer joke that seems to divide the waters as well, and that I heard that people were crashing about this. It was
beautiful, Hester. You need to be involved on the little Friday Rallycross sort of mashups we have. I think the Friday Rallycross roll-ups that have been organised by the man who's going to be joining us actually in about, I think, 4.5 hours time, actually, when we get Peter Mackay in the booth. We might be able to see if we can get him to talk a little bit about his Friday Rallycross roll-up. And just the shenanigans that happened in the Discord, they were something to behold. It was absolutely brilliant to be a part of. And Hasse, we need you involved next time. Be there. Come on.
Yeah, I need to. I can feel that it's going to be very much a thing for me. And actually, speaking of dirt events and iRacing, I had an absolute blast having a go at dirt ovals at some point. And I don't know if you've ever tried that before in the street stock cars, but that was such a blast doing, and just for fun, just for the thrills and kicks of it, as a way to spend a Friday or Saturday night with a few good mates online. Now that a second lockdown is sadly upon us again in this year 2020 that just keeps on being a tough year indeed for so many people around the entirety of the world. Sim racing really is a bastion of hope and glowing light for so many people, because it's something to do. It's something genuinely nice to do that's able to really pull you in and give you a good time while at home, and you can still connect with your mates online. And in that sense, I feel like we are indeed lucky to be living in the time that we are living in. Imagine having a lockdown and no internet. How boring would that be?
Absolutely, Hasser. And it's always the little things that you need to take with you. I was a little bit annoyed when I found out that we were going to be going into lockdown here in the UK on Thursday, because I was supposed to be getting a haircut that day. I was supposed to get a nice trim, because I've noticed I've been getting a little bit woolly around the ears, looking a bit like a woolly mammoth, even though I'm very, very skinny. I don't know what you'd call a skinny woolly mammoth, but that's beside the point. But my barbers have been kind enough to send me an email. They noticed, oh yeah, we noticed that your appointment booked. We're not going to be able to do because of lockdown, and they've moved me forward onto Monday. So everyone's going to be getting through this no matter what, and that's the good thing about everyone, is that they can just persevere and get through. As I'm having a look in the YouTube chat now, getting back sort of on track to the racing, as we see like Hartog going a little bit loosey-goosey, but getting around, managing to avoid the walls, doing a good job to get back on track. But yes, I agree, Belgian Red Eagle, the caffeine is definitely getting to Hasser, but it's also getting to me a little bit after that little giggling fit we've had, which shows that it's getting later on. But we're coming up to, in fact, we're not going up to the to our point into this little stretch. We've got another about 20 minutes before we go to, I think, another short little break house, and I think we might need it to calm down, get back to it. But you can see as well, having a look on the chat as well, we have the Mew in the chat as well. Nice to see you there, Mew. Spots you near a sheep farmer, apparently, he's saying. So he's enjoying himself, and hopefully he's going to be seeing that we're not going to be counting sheep at all. We're going to be staying awake and staying firmly with you here on Simracersworld TV. Just seeing where Senna Holzman's can get up to as well, because he's been putting on a massive charge, trying to catch all the way up to Dan Fulton's in the GTE ABK racing machine, as Tim Clayson's in the Torque Freak Racing by Carrot car comes into the pits, comes down off the track, so he's taken tyres, needs to take this last little bit of fuel on board, going to be coming back on track into the lead of this race, because, well, nearest car back is that GTE ABK Racing, who is 1 minute and 23 seconds further down the order.
Yeah, so they just unlapped themselves, or are they just about to unlap themselves? Well, that is a good question indeed. And the gap doesn't really seem to make sense for me. We'll see what it is when he crosses the line. I think it'll be updated there, and we might have a little bit of it. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
The gap is down to 21 seconds, 20 seconds or so. So they very certainly did unlap themselves, but I would expect Dan Filchins to come in the pits soon. He's been in the car for quite some time. That doesn't say that he isn't going to take another stint. But bear in mind that the stints are incredibly long, actually, in the GT4 machines, with a big old fuel tank in the car. Here's Tim Clayson's, by the way. A big old fuel tank in the car, and they're usually able to run for about an hour and a half on a single tank full of fuel. So a double stint in these cars is going to be 3 hours. That's going to be a massive effort indeed, and just goes to show that it's not always just saying, oh, I did a quadruple stint. Oh yeah, but if you did it in the Dallara LMP2, for instance, each fuel stint is going to be just over 35 minutes. So a quadruple stint in the Dallara is actually going to be quite a lot shorter than a double stint in the GT4. The Mew just woke back up to my laughter. Well, all is well in the world in the end, Mew, isn't it? And I should just say I've I'm sorry. I do apologize. Me and the Mew go way back in YouTube terms, at least, and we've shared many a stream together. And I know for a fact that Mew is the master of what I'd call multi-streaming. It has nothing to do with streaming to different sources at once, but has more to do with receiving streams and keeping an eye on God knows how many streams at once. And I've heard some incredible stories of 8, 10, 12 tabs being open, all running at the same time. Guess not with audio open. That would be sort of a cacophony of commentators. I'd actually like to hear just what that sounds like. What I might just do that. Get 12 broadcasts running. They don't have to be live, all of them. Just get 12 broadcasts running with 12 different commentators, just to hear what it sounds like.
That would be, well, nothing short of a mess, I think, Asa. That'd be an absolute mess, but I'm with you. That'd be quite funny to listen to. You can see Tim Clayson's falling back actually a little bit into the clutches of Dan Filton's, who's come out, got fresh rubber on the car, got the tyres seemingly heated up nicely. Gap is down to 14 seconds. So Dan Filton's really closing up now. In fact, I think that's partially down to Tim Clayson's having the cold tyres, not quite getting up there. And we're going to be noticing, actually, as we hear us having a bit of a chuckle at something probably being said in the chat. We can have a look. It's just managing the traffic well in this. They're just letting through the number 15 G-Drive Exemia machine through. That's Pim Bao getting on through. 5th placing class is actually Pim, so doing a good job. Just behind Tim Jacobs, so I think is 15 seconds up the road. So they're also relatively close as well. So it's good to see that the on-track battles are relatively close, shall we say, Hassel?
Yeah, indeed. At this point of the race, closing in on the 14-hour mark, and with just 10 to go at that point. I mean, there isn't really any script to run by as you'd normally have in a sort of a sprint race where any huge time differences would kind of be a little bit out of the ordinary. In a race like this, as we're seeing in some parts of the field, you can have absolutely huge gaps as well. And we've had something that might have consequences for the final results of this one. We're gonna have a look at what happened here to Senna Hulsman, who gets a bounce on that looked a little bit like a 90s rap West Coast video as he turns it around. And does he get it out of the way in time? He very much does. He's on the grass. He needs to be a little careful of that. He gets it running, and that's gonna be it, I think, for Senna Hulsman for that situation. So he gets away with it, and he's now in the pits. So I think just coming up towards a stop. Anyways.
Yeah, Senna Hulsman's probably cooked his tyres, flat spotted them massively, so that could have been a potential reason as to why he wanted to come into the pits as well, just to get that set off and get a fresh pair of boots on, as we see. Oh, coming out of the pits. That's the 51 car. That's the... which one is that? That is the BMS Motorsport car. That's Quinn van Huydonk getting on through. Doing a good job there, but it's going to have cold tyres on the car, and he's probably going to be wanting to get out of the way of Tim Jacobs, who's in 4th position in class. And yeah, you see him just having to go to the outside, but not quite close enough to send any moves is Tim Jacobs. So he's going to have to wait back, bide his time a bit, and then see if he can get ahead, because this isn't really helping him out. He's got Pim Bao really charging up to him, trying to get close enough, because the gap now 13 seconds, Hasser. It's starting to close down a little bit now.
It really is, and that number 15 car finding its pace yet again. We know that it's a talented roster of drivers they've got in it, and they seem to somehow share the bad luck of the 13 car. Those G-Drive 911s have been unlucky all the way through. Now picking up the pace here, and indeed, Mew, we do have a few teams that just seem to be a slight bit above the rest, and to mention the obvious, Simtech Racing, current leaders in the Radicals class, with a lead of over 18 minutes. And that's gonna come to what, like 15 laps or so by now they've completed. No, that's 12 laps. 13 laps ahead of Steph Del News and the GHKE Racing by T2 team, who's a further 3 laps up on the Traxxas by JMV Services car driven by Cedric Wouters at the moment. They were close to fast racing at some point, but they have been split as well. And it's now over a lap between them. But meanwhile, it was good call before because Pimbao really eating into that advantage. It's 11.6, and as I say that, it ducks beneath even 11.5 seconds, and they are really charging at the moment. At the same time here, Tim Claessens is working. Oh, I was actually just being confused for a moment because that gap I was looking at is the gap ahead to Kim van Hooydonk, who just came out the pits, of course. So the gap down to Maxime van der Hove, who's taken over the GTE ABK racing machine, the GT4 car behind here, is now 1 minute and 22 seconds off, which means that Tim Claessens and the Torque Freak racing car here is under no apparent threat, no real pressure, at least not at the moment. But the gap is dwindling away between these two. It's now less than 10 seconds, and Pimbao's on a charge.
Pimbao really is. You can just see you're going to follow on board with him now. A little bit of damage on the front right of his car, but that doesn't seem to be hampering his pace one little bit now, as the gap, I think, over the end of this first sector will finally drop beneath the 10-second mark, going down now. Yep, drop down now. Confirmation that the gap is 9.5 seconds. Actually, he's going on a massive charge through this sector. He seems to be absolutely on it, like a car bonnet, as Tim Jacobs comes through the chicane. Doesn't really hook up the first apex, runs a little bit slowly through there. That's going to mean that Pimbao is in the driver's seat to really catch up. You can see Pimbao just gets a nice little kiss of that rear sort of right-hand corner. It's a little bit worrying when you do that in these Porsche Cup cars because there's no traction control, no ABS. The cars can quite easily just spin up on you and spit you out into the wall, which might have been what happened to give Pimbao that little bit of damage. But so far, going very strongly as Pim, and now you can see the gap. 9 seconds. Was exactly 9 seconds. Now dipping down 8.9 seconds. So he's really closing up. And I think we're following now Kobe Clays. No, back to Pimbao. Here we go.
I'm sorry, it was just a random click of the mouse, and sometimes it happens. It was really unintentional. So, and that's also just why it was the next car down. I just sort of rested my mouse or my finger on the mouse button. I'm resting my finger on the mouse button and clicked itself. Always just
rest when we've got this going on, Hassa.
Put the responsibility away from yourself. Lesson number 1. It's along the lines of deny. That's exactly what we're doing here. All jokes aside, Ed and I are having great fun here in the wee hours of the morning as the sun is rising in the sim, and I'm afraid we're gonna have to wait a few hours here in real life before we get to see the same thing happening for us outside our windows, but it's coming soon, as we're just 13 minutes away from 5 o'clock in the morning, so that means we are also those very same, 15 minutes away from a short break that we'll be having. So we'll be doing the very same thing as Chaz and Ed did before. We'll take 5 minutes as an immersion break. We just go on board with a select driver that's on a charge, I believe. We'll find someone who can surely entertain you, like Robbie Williams, for the duration of the time we'll be gone, and we'll be sure to find you someone who's into some good stuff. There up ahead is a very sketchy situation, and that's between, I think, the 19 machine there of I'm sorry,
Maxime van den Hove.
Oh yeah,
getting a little bit close. That's the GT ABK racing car.
Second place in class indeed, and up ahead, that other car was one of the top running radicals as well, getting quite sketchy through the final chicane, but it looks like they all came out alive of that situation, so all is well in the world of Zolder here. And we've had a problem for Nils de Kai, but that is a bit of a clumsy collision, and that's the it's the 5th place car and the 6th place car coming together here. And Kint van Hooydonk has had a problem as well. We'll have a look at that. It's Niels de Kuiper and Jesse, still not Jimi Hendrix. The radical swings on through, and I just wonder what happened to Jesse Hendrix here. It looked a little clumsy on his side, just veering off wide into the other car. And I think somehow both of them escaped relatively unscathed from that situation. I'm just gonna see, is this actually a battle for position happening at the moment? And yes, it very much is.
Is it?
And I don't. Oh, is it? Well,
no, I think
no, it isn't.
it's Niels de Kuiper. Jesse Hendrix is, well, I think 10 minutes back as we see Niels de Kuiper coming on into the pits. That could be potentially a drive-through due to the 4X might have gone over the incident limit and might be serving a drive-through. We're going to follow Niels de Kuiper going through the pits now.
I'm sorry,
see what's happened to Quinn van Hooydonk.
Yeah, I made your prophecy be wrong. I'm sorry, Ed, but I just had to see what happened to Quinn van Hooydonk, who's lost the rear end. We've seen this carbon copy. Oh, he has to be very careful of how did everybody else get around him in that situation. I have no clue. Oh my word. Quinn van Hooydonk playing a dangerous game of reversing it onto the track into oncoming traffic at a place where, and that is not a penalty, by the way. We can see pit work being done to the car of Jens Hoosens, or if it's a penalty, they've served the penalty before they did the pit work. Nonetheless, I just need to calm down after watching what happened there a second ago. That was absolutely terrifying as well. Yeah, just see if we can, and just have a look here again at just what happened. So the cars coming in behind are gonna be in for a big scare indeed. And as he's gonna be reversing up, I'm gonna hit the slow motion button and just look how it's gonna be. It looks like it's looking like an accident waiting to happen. And in the very last moment, it's like everyone decides just not to have an accident. And if only it could be that easy every time, avoiding incidents like 4 drivers just managed to get around that 51 car in that situation. That was quite impressive.
It really was. You could just see, though, all the drivers were absolutely on their A-game, so just carving their way through, avoiding it. I was most worried about that radical because they have so much acceleration coming out of the corner. They get up to speed so quickly, so that means that their thinking distance is so much shorter just due to their pace. So very good job from whoever that was. I think that might have been the Stage 1 Racing Belcar entrant avoiding it, but don't hold me to that one, Hassel, because I'm certain that it may have also been Cedric Wouters. So we'll have a look, see if that was the case. Following though, Maxime van den Hove doing a good job at the moment. Going to see exactly that. I don't know, this is a separate incident there. And you can see him just going off wide out onto the gravel. Managing to rejoin just about through the pit entry there, or pit exit, sorry. So with an impromptu pit exit, sorry, getting muddled up. And that meant that he's just about avoided any massive calamities. That was a much more pedestrian off, it's got to be said, Hasse, compared to his previous one.
Yeah. That was much less dramatic, say family friendly. You want not rated R as the incident before. That was a bit of a horror flick in itself, I think, and maybe a psychological thriller, one of those where it almost goes wrong all the time. Anyway, to anyone who wishes it, I've thrown the link for the live timing in chat yet again, so you can keep up to date with all the cars. A very good evening, good night to everyone having joined us. Good night, I know, usually is something used to say goodbye to people, but in this instance, a good night is a night with us. And it's nice to have you all along for these dark hours indeed, as we're heading closer and closer to something that we truly indeed can call the morning hours here. And as we have the world waking up, what kind of race are they going to be waking up to here, Ed?
Well, they're waking up to a race between Pim Bao and Tim Jacobs. That gap now, 5 seconds, I think, the margin. Yeah, 5.2 is the gap between Tim Jacobs and Pim Bao. You can just see Tim Jacobs was just exiting there. Oh, as Pim Bao gets very close to the rear bumper there of the car in 5th position in class. That's Jen Goossens in the Radial Motorsport by QSR car. That nice distinctive white and green livery, one that I'm definitely a fan of. But unfortunately, just didn't seem to quite get such a good run as his paint job through that corner and really checked up Pip and Bow. That extended the gap now to 6 seconds, but Pim is a very quick driver, as we know here at Simracersworld TV. He's been putting in a brilliant show in his G-Drive Racing Exima 15 Porsche Cup car, and now is getting his sights set on Tim Jacobs, getting a slipstream from, I believe that's the second place, actually, Porsche Cup car. In fact, it is. It's Oscar Wilkins just in front of him, so that could be helping him to no end in the slipstream, dragging him along as we see Lurk Hartog in the pit lane now in the lead of this GT Porsche Cup class. But he's got such a big margin, I think 3 minutes is actually the gap between himself and Oscar Wilkins further back. And we're seeing Rudolf Nagel now in the pit lane. Did he have an incident? Oh, did he have an incident? Indeed. Just dipped a wheel out onto the grass and slamming into the tyre barriers.
Yeah, indeed. As you can see there, he just goes a few inches too wide and cuts across the track. Not a lot of time to get it slowed down, and it's a big impact indeed. And that is going to be a long set of repairs, I'm afraid, again for the number 3 car. And they were going so well early in the race, but their luck seems to really have run out here. And yet again, they're in the pits. Loic Hartog, by the way, is out of the pits after a relatively short pit stop that looks just to be fuel. And what happened there to Hartog? As
checked up massively, I think that was the Dynamax Belcar Green, Jesse Hendricks, getting a little bit out of shape over the first chicane. That meant Loic Hartog had to really slam onto the brakes. I think we're going to see a replay exactly what happened here. So this was Loic Hartog. He's coming out of the pits. I think it might be a bit of a long replay, but it will show you that he has just come out of the pits, got cold tyres on. So this has made the move even scarier, really, the fact they had to get onto the brakes. Because don't forget, iRacing does model the brake temperatures, I think, in the same vein as the tyre temperatures. So if the tyres aren't up to temperatures, so as well are the brakes, I believe, Hassa. So we're going to be seeing him now coming out of turn 4 on the run towards, there you can see the Dynamics TCR car just in front. Going to see him get out of shape, and you're going to see the avoiding action Loic has to take here. Oh, just very smart on the brakes. It does very well to avoid the Dynamics Sim Racing green car. So credit to Loic Hartog. That's the reason why this bingo by SimTag EMG car is leading the race, because it's been staying out of trouble. I've had good awareness from all its drivers, especially Loic Hartog there, to keep his car looking almost pristine from its starting condition.
yeah, and given how many close calls the 63 car I've had by now, I think I can remember 6, 7, or even 8 incidents where they were so close to being taken out in the opening 6 hours just of the race. And that form just continues on for Loic Hartog here. They're very, very good at keeping alive and staying clean out there, and it's an impressive show to see. Oh, and someone's off. Oh, and that's the GT ABK car. Ed, and I'm just gonna see Maxim van der Hoven. We got it here, Van den Hoven, I'm afraid, who has had an incident. He's got touched. I think that's the worst bit of netcode. It's a slight netcode, I believe. But it looks to me, let's just have another look here, and just with the aid of the slow motion cam, just see, Ed, is that an actual hit? Nope. But does he get...
I think it could be, because it's him turning around, and then it just seems to give him a little bit extra speed than I think he's planning on getting. So it's the smallest of taps. You can't really hear any contact. I think it might come through as a 0x, or even sometimes iRacing doesn't even give you a contact, even when you feel it through your steering wheel. So it's an uncharacteristic bit of netcode there. But I'm going to follow up with what Muse said in the YouTube chat. Yes, indeed, blimey, indeed. These lads really do bring excitement to us here, and we are coming up to the 14-hour mark, Hasser, and well, Pim Bauer's going on a charge, because you can see further up, if we can get on board with him, Tim Jacobs is only 2.8 seconds up the road. In fact, you can see exactly, they're in the same camera shot now, so the battle is certainly on for 4th place in the Porsche Cup class. This is going to be a brilliant battle, Hasser.
Yeah, indeed. And actually, we've got cars within 10 seconds of each other in 3 out of 4 classes right now. Because in the GT4s, Lauren Kersmakers is only 7.5 seconds off of Sanne Hulsmann's Flemish Simsports GT4 machine. And in the TCRs, we've got Mike Husums and Jesse Hendricks 4.5 seconds apart from one another. So we're going to see if we can keep an eye on all of these battles. Of course, main focus right now is not going to be Tim Claeson's, it's going to be another Tim, and that's the Tim I was looking for, Tim Jacobs here in the number 12 car, 10th place overall, 4th in class, and now being challenged indeed by Pim Bao in the 15G Drive Racing Eximia car. And you can see that the 2nd place car of Oscar Wilkins there, the ASK Volante racing machine, is not really able to keep the pace at the moment, at least with Pim Bao. So, as you said before, Ed, he is on a very good pace for the time being. And I don't think it'll be long before we have the two gentlemen here going at it head to toe. Shoulder by shoulder, maybe. We don't want to see him rubbing, but they can go shoulder to shoulder. That's when racing is the very best.
Exactly, Hasser, and we're coming up to the point where I think we would be going on a break, but I don't know if I really want to be going on a break, Hasser, because this battle is going to be shaping up in the coming few minutes. You can see now it's going to potentially dip down below the 2-second interval as we come now through the fun chicane. No cars separating Pim Bao and Tim Jacobs on track, and yes, just for a second there, we saw it dip down below that 2-second interval. This is shaping up to be a very tasty and very spicy moment out on track. Pim Bao is, I believe, one of the fastest men out on track in his Porsche Cup class as we come to a replay here to see what's exactly happened here to Joseph Kovacs.
Joseph Kovacs, did you see that? He just went...
That's a weird one.
That's a strange one. You know what that looks like to me? That looks like someone trying to take a sip of coffee or something like that in a straight line. I was looking away for a moment. I've tried it myself, to be honest, and it looks a little strange when it happens, and I don't think it ever happened to any real racing driver, really just having to focus away to do something else. But it doesn't look like he's had any technical issues as such, because he's going on. It could, of course, also be something like a screen freeze or a momentary bit of a lag spike or something like that, causing such an issue. A local PC problem or whatever, but to me that looked just like a simple lapse of concentration for the 40 car there. I think they got away with it pretty unscathed then.
Yes, and go back up to that battle. Tim Jacobs is got a second behind him before he's seeing the rear view mirror, seeing Pim Bao filling up his rear view mirrors. So the gap is 0.9. So that's 9/10 of a second that separates these two drivers out on track. And Hasser, over the space of one lap, that gap has come down from what's been essentially 1.9 seconds to 0.8 at the line. So that's over a second Pim Bao has eaten up out of Tim Jacobs' gap. So now we're going to be seeing this race really start to heat up between the pair of them. This is going to be, well, a grandstand race, I think, for the pair, because this is the point in the race where you want to start fighting for on-track positions as we come into now the final 10 hours of this race just ticked over.
Indeed, we are 14 hours into it by now, and Pim Bao is getting up to the rear bumper of Tim Jacobs, but you got to remember, one thing is catching and another thing is getting through, and I think Pim Bao could find it a little harder getting past on Tim Jacobs, and he found it catching up to him. So we're gonna see, and we're gonna stay with you for the for this battle. I want to say we're gonna just wait with the break for a few minutes until we have this battling going on, because as you can see, it's closer than close. They could be Siamese twins, more or less. They could be conjoined like a centipede. They come all of a sudden. They swing out, and Pim Bao on the wide track there. I don't think he's gonna be able to get the run on Tim Jacobs that way through, and as such, he's finding out the hard way that for once I was right before. It certainly isn't as easy getting past as it is catching up here at Zolder, and Tim Jacobs doing a very good job of placing the car in just the right places to shut the door in a still gentlemanly fashion, because of course there are right ways to do so, and there are also ways to shut the door that is very much across the line, you could say, and against the rules of racing, the even both written and unwritten ones. So indeed, Mew, he did have a bit of a scrape there before. Here is the number 5 car. Oh, that might open the door there to the 15 as the 5 car throws it into turn 4. As you can see, he's a good run on him down towards the first of 2 chicanes. And the question is, there's just not track space to have any sort of sense there. The number 30 TCR machine in the way of things. The number 110 TCR now also to be dealt with. And maybe, just maybe, he's going to be close enough, but that is not going to happen either way as well.
Unfortunate for Pinbao there. He seemed to get a good charge on, but the traffic said a big fat NO, a big no to Pinbao in his attempts to try and get up into P4 in this race, and now he's going to have to wait all over again. It seems his best shot is on the exit of turn 4 before the run into the first chicane. That's where he does seem to be the strongest, and he also seems really strong coming out of the chicane, so it's all about biding his time. He knows he has the pace. He just needs to try and pick his moment to perfection there, as he doesn't think about passing. He thinks about getting the move done in the pit strategy. Pinbao coming into the pits now for the G-Drive Racing Xemia car, and they were very, very close going into the pit lane under the brakes.
Oh yeah,
look at that, the difference in speed. Ooh, sketchy moment, but just about managed to keep it nice and clean.
Yeah, indeed, and just a bit of a moment I think we missed before. Oh, we didn't, of course. That's the situation from the hairpin there, as they had a good battle. That inside line is always going to be the conquering one through that turn, especially as it doesn't really set you up well if you go on the outside for the next corner, and that's always worth keeping in mind there. Pinbao in the pits, and he's chosen to use the pit stop to gain the advantage Tim Jacobs, and that's a sound plan indeed. And with that said, I was just about to say I would like to have left you with Pinbao for the break, but that's not going to be while he's in the pit, so I'm going to put you with someone who's I don't even want to say it, but tonight, and throughout these hours of racing that we've had so far here, Fabrice Cornelis certainly has been the king of the pack, if you will. He has been controlling it by waving his scepter around, you would say, more so than by actually wonking the wheel around and steering the car. It's been a royal performance from him so far.
Waving the scepter, wonking the wheel. That is this a safe for work stream house? So that's a very, very seemingly lewd description of what's going on, but he has definitely been a class act as Fabrice Cornelis. Absolutely on point has he been. We're going to shot on board to him before we go to our quick little 5-minute break. You can see this shot of him. Look how close he is. But we are going to go for a quick little break, about 5 minutes, while me and Hassa go and stretch our legs. And we'll be back with you very shortly here on Year One TV to bring you more coverage of the Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder. So thank you very much, and we'll be gone. And we'll be back in 5 minutes' time. Yeah. Did me well. I heard that you're on your probably your 10th cup of coffee this evening, Hassa. Keeping going strong. It's nice to nice to have you here with us.
Yeah, I just gotta cut in and apologize to our audience here for being muted. I did a Chaz, and I was muted in OBS.
Chaz.
Yeah, I was muted in OBS. And yeah, I apologize, but we're back.
Welcome back, everybody.
All I've just said has just been. So no matter what, I've been speaking for 2 minutes or something, but never mind that, I'll just do it again. Welcome back. We needed a short break. It was good to me, it was good to Ed, as you could just hear, because Ed came through loud and clearly, but of course, I didn't.
Right-eyed and bushy-tailed as always. Yeah, Hassa, you're definitely back though. Good to have you with us. Good to have you finally unmuted. Obviously that cup of coffee has not done wonders for your alertness in figuring out if you're muted or not, but we can move past that, we can breeze past that, because there's some on-track action, Hassa. There's always on-track action in this race, and you can have a look if there's anything close. In fact, Pimbao, he's, I think, gotten ahead of the G-Drive, but still there's about a 5-second gap, so he's not really ran away with things. Tim Greven is still keeping tabs on him, still keeping in touch with him while we've been gone for the past, say what, 12-15 minutes, so doing a good job to keep just around about in touch. And yes, good to see you in chat. Then you don't need to shut up at all. We love you having here in the chat, and we love you keeping us company as much as we keep you company here as we're coming through the graveyard shift and now coming up into the sunlight now, as we can see that the night is well and truly past us here in Zolder, and the sun is beginning to shine. We're getting to the golden hour, and you can see that the liveries on the cars are shining through, coming out very nicely here on track.
Yeah, very much so, and I think we've all been waiting for it, the ability to just see the cars again. There's a certain spirit of the night that's nice to have, but at the same time it's also it's kind of nice being able to also a little bit easier tell the cars apart from one another, and for the drivers, as they just come over the heavy end of the curves there. Anyway, for the drivers, once you get into these early hours of the morning, I often find myself feeling that it all comes that little bit easier as well, and that the concentration isn't just as hard fought and hard found as it can be in the darkest hours of the night. So Tim Greven here, outside of touch of Pimbao at the moment, 5 seconds off of the rear, and still within sight, but certainly not touching distance. There's the 103 Flemish Simsports GT4 machine in behind. Got the second place car of Oscar Wilkins in there as well, and right behind him is the leading car of Fabrice Cornelis. So, and by the way, Ed, from what I can see on the leading SimTag Radical here, they've yet to use a single of their fast repairs yet. That's quite impressive as well.
I think they used a fast repair earlier on in the race. I think they just had a little bit of a moment where they snagged the rear of the car going into, I believe it was turn 3 here. They just dipped a wheel out onto, I think in fact actually it was through turn 4. They just dipped a wheel out onto the grass, as we saw here, and they just pitched the rear of the car and went off into the kitty litter backwards, unfortunately, and knocked the rear of the car, as we see them all just having to navigate around a TCR, doing very well to avoid any calamities. But I've also noticed as well that I think there might be a bit of closeness Steph Delnews and Cedric Wouters, because I think that gap is around about 8 seconds. And this is a very relatively quite close in the radicals. I think this is the closest fight since we've come back since we've come back here for the third part of this 24-hour broadcast. We've seen these radicals, and in fact the gap's closing down. I saw it was down past 10, and now it's down to 7.6. So Cedric Wouters is really on a charge, but I don't know if Steph Delnews, does he have a bit of damage? No, I don't think so. He just seems to struggle to get to grips with his radical at the moment.
Yeah, because the pace difference is really there at the moment. Cedric Wouters over the last lap, gaining just over 2 seconds on Steph Delnews. And the story was pretty much the same on the lap before that as well. It is looking pretty good at the moment for Cedric Wouters in that regard, and he's really closing that gap quickly. And this has really flown underneath both of our radars. We didn't see this battle coming one single bit at all, and all of a sudden, like so many other of the fights that seem to be we seem to be blessed with here today and
Yes,
tonight. It's
definitely.
been an absolutely smorgasbord of good racing to be had here tonight. But anyway, that's besides the point, because the point being that they closed that gap up there. Cedric Bowser's tracks is by J&V Services. They closed that gap up in like no time at all, and all of a sudden just being there, and the battle is now heated and alive. The only thing being that, of course, we could have seen Steph Del News in the pits, and as I'm just checking up, I can actually see that it's not long ago that he left the pit lane. So we'll have to keep an eye on whether Cedric Wouters is coming in for a pit stop shortly. It might explain the pace difference as well if Steph Del News is still heating up the tires.
Yeah, it might also be the less fuel in the car, but the rate he's closing is something else. It's now down to 6.4 tenths. Not 6.4 tenths, 6.4 seconds rather. So this gap is really closing down. Cedric Wouters on a charge, it has to be said, as we see him now coming through the first chicane. How much is he going to commit through there? Fully committed there. You can hear the car just revving a little bit as he gets over the bumps. But just in response to what the Muse said in chat, I think the drivers started with 2 fast repairs for this race. And I believe that, or at least our class leaders, Simtag Racing, have used one of them. I think they still have one in hand. I'm not too sure about the rest of the field, but this is the point where we get into the race about, what, 9.5 hours to go. You don't really want to be encountering any difficulties, because if you do have just one fast repair remaining, any more contact, and that's going to be your race done. So you need to be very, very careful. And I'm certain that all of the drivers are very aware of that fact, because we haven't really, Hassa, seen too many more off-track moments since we've come back from break.
Yeah, and you can then ask whether that's the case that it's because of people now knowing that they have no more fast repairs, or if it's more a case of people really getting in to the rhythm of the race here after 14 and a half hours. I think it's to my best of knowledge, it's usually more a case of the second happening than the drivers really just getting used to the way the traffic, as we've said before, it ebbs and flows as they go around. And Cedric Wouters seems to be catching up to a tightly knit group there up ahead. And the gap, by the way, to Steph Del News, Ed, is down to 3.5 seconds now. So it's certainly not decreasing at the rate of decreasing. He's just gotten past on the Sim RC car of Rudolf Nagel. That's the number 3 machine in 6th place, 6th and last place, by the way, that is in the Radicals class. Look at that, oh, he's getting caught up behind the 69 machine behind. Is he going to get past? Yes, he is. And that's going to be an important one for Cedric Wouters, just getting a clean run out that corner and seeing just how much time he can take out. But as you see, once he hits traffic where it's not really in a good position to deal with it, the gap stagnates instantly indeed. So this is, of course, the battle that we'll be keeping our eyes fixed upon. Tim Greven is actually beginning to close the gap on Pim Bao and behind. That's come down to 4.8 seconds, and that is, of course, in the battle for 4th place in the GT3 Cup class, or the Porsche Cup class, as it's actually called. Maybe I should begin calling it the right thing instead of the wrong thing. That aside, Jesse, still not Jimi Hendrix, is ahead of Pierre-Yves Desaut by, I think, about 10 seconds at the moment. And I think actually we had a few incidents while we were on a break before as well. So we're just gonna have a look at that as well, Ed. And speaking of Jesse Hendrix, let's have a look at what happened to him here.
Going to replay here. It's going to be going into the Villeneuve chicane. Got TCR behind him. Is the TCR going to break himself? Oh, massively outbrakes himself.
Oh.
And then that sends around, actually, that is one of the GT4 cars. That's the 109.
What's the track velocity car?
Yeah, Brian Crowell's just involved, or Crowell's involved. Unfortunately, he's been sent all the way around and not looking too pretty for it. So that's unfortunate. I think that was the Circuit Zolder car outbraking itself. We're going to see another incident here. I think that's Pierre Vez de Sote, if I pronounced that at all correctly, almost certainly not. And that was just a little bit of an excursion out onto the grass there following the exit of the hairpin. A little bit too excitable on the throttle, doing what I did, getting heavy foot down, spinning up the fronts and understeering outwards. Going to go back though, live to Jesse Hendricks, trying to get around some of the battling. But now we're going to go to a replay of Jeremy Hessels going through turn 1, cutting the course, and then dipping a couple of wheels out onto the gravel. And that's what happens when you're in these front-wheel drive TCR cars, because you use the front-wheel drives for obviously sending you forward, tracking the front of the car along, but also for turning. And once you get a wheel out onto the gravel, a wheel out onto the grass, you just tramline straight forward, and that's what happened here. But then massive calamities. The Composer Racing just getting pitched around by another of the TCRs that then goes all the way into the pits. And that was a scary moment for Oscar Wilkins, the ASK Volante Racing car, second in the GT Cup car, the Porsche Cup. Very close to a collection there. And then we're going to go back to Pierre, because again, he has another moment. I think that was going through turn 3. Sketchy there, Hasser.
Indeed, very much so. And just to round off our collection of incidents from our short break here, the Composer team has had a minor off-track incident to round it off in a very much undramatic fashion. But some pretty close calls there, and some almosts, if you will. TC Racing with a bit of self-promoing in chat. We will be sure to have someone check that out. I think if we got ACC fans, I know that the what is it called, SimGrid or SRS or whatever it is, it's where Chess is also commentating. They've got a 24 hours of Spa race going on, but we have a 24-hour race of our own here. 24 hours of Zolder. And do not move a muscle, do not move your eyes away for, well, let's just say for too long, because you might find yourself missing all the good stuff. And the good stuff still certainly being sent our way by the drivers of this race. And by the way, Steph Delnou, Cedric Wouters, look at this. They're separated by just 2-3 tenths of a second now, and they're really going for it. They're getting held up on the fast racing car into the hairpin. Oh my word. And all of a sudden, they're closer than close.
They are absolutely bumper to bumper here. These radicals, I've not actually seen a proper on-track battle with these cars in about the 8 hours that I've been commentating for. You can see going really out to the inside. There goes Steph Delnews. Is he going to let him through? No, not quite. He's not quite close enough for Cedric Wouters, so he has to back out of that maneuver. But now he's closer than close, as you mentioned, going down on the inside through turn 2. Brilliant committed move there from Cedric Wouters, getting the track assist by JMV Services car up into second place. Let's have a look at that replay again. You can see he gets a good exit of turn 1. Steph Delnews tries to cover it off, but Cedric Wouters was just so quick out of the corner that he was already down his inside. Nothing Steph even could have done. Brilliant overtaking maneuver there from Cedric Wouters.
Yeah, very nice one indeed, and we saw it coming for a few laps, because he certainly had the pace to get up there and to deal with Steph Delnews in a timely manner. And he did. Cedric Wouters get it fixed and get it done quickly, and they almost make contact. Oh, is this that's the Scuderia Sim Racing, the number 14 car. There's heavy traffic at the moment, and Steph Delnews certainly not out of it. I'm afraid we've had a problem for Pim Bauer, by the way, who's now been passed again by Tim Greven. So we're going to have a look at that shortly, just when we know that this isn't going to give us anything that we're going to be missing as we go on a replay somewhere else. So that would be a little bit unlucky, to say the least. But now the gap's just broken up ever so slightly. I'm going to hop over to a replay of whatever happened to Pim Bao here. I think it might be, it's nothing to do, it is indeed with the situation with Jesse Hendricks, and he gets rear-ended into turn 1. And Ed, I'm just gonna take it off the perspective of the Audi here. Do you think it's the Audi braking too early, or the Porsche being a bit too late on it?
Well, when it comes to incidents like that, you can't really blame the car in front of you for braking too early. It's always usually the onus on the driver behind if there's contact like that being made. So I don't like to place blame. I always like to play devil's advocate, but in that situation, the blame I don't really think can be placed anywhere but on the Porsche there, just because really when you're trying to navigate slower class cars, usually would be aware that they'd be braking maybe a little bit earlier than you, maybe not braking where you would normally be braking. Yeah, that's just unfortunate for Pimbao that contact happened in that manner, and that's put him behind Tim Greven. So I'm sure Tim will be happy about that. Obviously, that's put him back up into 4th place, and Pimbao is coming into the pits. We're going to see if he's going to be serving a regular pit stop or if that's going to be a drive-through just due to incident points, as we see the lights really come on now into the proper time of day now here. This is absolutely lovely to see at the Circuit Zolder.
Yeah, due to incident points or maybe even due to a stop and go. As we can see, race direction telling us number 15, stop and go for causing a collision. That's 1 minute ago as well. And the 102 car receiving the very same sort of penalty for causing a collision as well. And the 102 car is... I was about to say it's the Flemish SimSports GT4 machine. That it's very much not. But it is the car of Kim Behade here, who somehow has been involved in something, and Kevin van der Slik has had a problem as well. In the number 17 car, we just have to wonder, oh, he goes off all by himself out onto the gravel fields. Maybe trying to dig up a few fossils from the ground there, a bit of archaeology work being done by his front tires. Quite effective in moving large amounts of gravel in a rather short amount of time, and Kevin van der Slik lives to see and fight another day in the lead of the class as well here. Kim Behade is currently 3rd for Flemish SimSports in the TCR. They cross the line right about here, and Pimbao still in the pits serving that penalty, and we have yet to see, I think, Kim Behade. Or have we seen them already? I think actually they've already served that penalty, so they were quick on it. There's the number 5 car of Cedric Wouters, now sitting pretty comfortably in 2nd. Oh, I say pretty comfortably, he's up by 3.7 seconds, but he has a pace advantage at least to, hopefully for him and for his team, just extend that advantage ever so slightly and gain a little bit of breathing space from Steph Deln, who's there in the podium fights. Still very much alive in the Radicals. In the Porsche Cup class, Lo Hartog leads Oscar Wilkins of ASK Volante Racing, with Glenn van Parijs now in the Pro Assist Sim Racing car in 3rd. But a fair bit of time between all of those cars. And by the way, Ed, just to check up on the time gap that's now appeared between Tim Greven and Pimbao, that's grown to 22 seconds or so after that penalty of the 15 machine.
Yeah, so Pimbao has really dropped down the order. It's sad to see, but unfortunately that's just how racing goes sometimes. You can be involved in these little incidents. You might not feel it's your fault. You might feel a bit aggrieved by it, but the stewards, Ronald Moons, big shout out to him. He's been awake since the start of this race. So I know we've all been saying, oh, poor old everyone else doing 2 commentaries since back to back, but no, big shout out of course to Ronald Moons, who's been doing this stewarding, and it's a thankless job, and it's good to shine a little bit of a light on him, because I'm going to be honest, he's done an absolute sterling job. Me and Chaz were talking about it earlier, how difficult it is to be a race steward, and he's doing an absolutely brilliant job, and I'm sure you can agree with me there, Hasse. Very
much so. There hasn't really been a decision made by the stewards that we haven't been able to get with. It's been very agreeable, and it's also sometimes it can feel, I think, as a harsh kind of job to have to do to be the one dishing out the penalties of the drivers being at cause of the incidents, and also just being the one pointing the fingers, but also just to keep drivers in line. Sometimes you just need this kind of rule set being enforced upon them, and that's a tough job to do indeed. You have to stay awake, you have to be on point, you have to be with your focus on the race for so long, and doing that for the entirety of the 24 hours in one run. That is very impressive indeed, and thanks to Ronald also for being amongst the organizers of the Virtual Belcar eSeries. Thanks to all of the series sponsors as well for making this a possibility in the first place. And of course to Ian Roots, Simracersworld TV, the big boss man here, who's on his anniversary this weekend as well. So congratulations to Ian on that occasion. And thanks also for setting up this entire operation that is the SRW that we all come to enjoy so much.
Yeah, exactly, Hester. And I've just noticed a few people in chat. Colin Spork, one of them, the driver in, I believe it was the Edge esports car, who's just done with his night stints. And, well, he didn't really have time to think, didn't have time to relax at all. But it's good to see him out of the car. And he's done a brilliant job because his team are currently sitting in third position in class. As I say that, my time screen just said that there's been a change of position because Senna Hulsmans has just gotten ahead of him now. So I'm not entirely sure if that is accurate or not. There's been a change of position, in fact, just now in the GT4 class. We're going to see exactly what happens. And yet, Hulsmans is in third position with Laurent Kiersmarkers just behind him. So I think there might have been a pit stop change going on there. But a great job from him as well. Sven Kalbert is too hyped to sleep. I'm sure that me and you, Hasse, we're just about in the same boat. We're exactly hyped up. The Dynamic Singulator's red driver really enjoying himself now. And he's been put in a brilliant stint, it's got to be said, in his TCR car.
Absolutely so. I was chanceless of falling to sleep after the first 6 hours. It took me until around 12 o'clock before I started just being able to really relax to the point of closing my eyes. And I think the day is Sunday here. I'm also just going to see if I can stay awake for as much as possible, not to skewer my daily rhythm completely, and maybe just get an early, call it an early night tonight and get a good night of sleep there. But indeed, Senna Hulsmans there in third place, now catching on Maxim van der Hove, but I'll say he's catching. The pace difference is about 2/10 on the last lap, and with a gap of 1 minute and 15 seconds, so less than a lap but still over a minute. It's going to take some doing if you're catching at a rate of 2/10 a lap indeed. Behind here is the race leader, the overall race leader, Fabrice Cornelis. And I'm thinking, does that Radical have a bit of floor damage as well? I was just looking underneath as that we could, from a certain camera angle, seem to me that the floor of the leading Radical was kind of bent in a way. But I think at this point, it doesn't really matter too much for the Radicals. I think they all have their little wonks here and there, and it's just about keeping the car in a good condition as possible at this point.
Yeah, that's all you can really ask for, especially at this stage of the race, is just keeping it in one piece, keeping it just about on the straight and narrow till the end of the race. Obviously, Fabrice Cornelis can afford to maybe back off a little bit, but we know that the Syntag Racing guys from previous broadcasts here for the Virtual Belcar series is that these guys never back off, do they, Haas? They always go flat out, pedal to the metal, going absolutely balls to the wall, shall we say, and that is what we love to see here at Simracersworld TV. Absolutely just sending it, and the same with Senna Hulsmans actually. He's been really sending it at the front of his car, looking a little bit worse for wear as he bounces. He keeps bouncing over those curbs through the first chicane, but he seems to just about get away with it. So if that's his line, then fair enough for him. That's just looks a little bit sketchy for us on the broadcast, but it's also brilliant to see just him really fully committing there through the first chicane, again through the second. It just seems to be his car set up absolutely beautifully to take the bumps here, Hasse.
I think that's a big part of having to deal with the chicanes and the bumps. It's not a smooth track as well, this one, but definitely you have to take a lot of chicane, and a lot of it's going to be quite bumpy indeed. So you need a car that's able to not just deal with the bump, but that's also able to settle itself, to resettle itself once it kind of hits the ground. It needs to be able to dampen the mass of the car correctly, and you can actually see the car of Senna Hulsmans bouncing a little bit a couple of times, but it's taking the bounce out of the car relatively quickly, and that's enabling Senna Hulsmans to still be relatively planted as he comes heavily over those curves, of course, because it is about straight lining those chicanes as much as possible, especially the first one. You can really gain a lot of time by taking that big bounce. Of course, it does come with a risk, as you say, Ed, of of damaging your suspension parts, and if that goes wrong, that's going to be a part that needs fixing. Indeed, here turn 4 is a dangerous place to take too much of the curb, as well as it can really unsettle the car. And behind here now is the 13 machine. That's the 13 G-Drive Eximia racing car, of course, of Thomas Podprocki. Pierre-Yves Desaut, I'm sorry, just cutting you off, but for Decipit Racing is in the pits. But it seems to be a regular stuff. And what are you saying, Ed?
I was just noticing that we have Hans Polmans in the YouTube chat there, saying he needs coffee, but also mentioning that he has his car set up there. You can see, I think the rear wing is a little bit, the spoiler's higher on the passenger side, just so we can bounce it a little bit more. So, good little bit of insight there from Hans Polman. He's obviously driving, or was driving earlier, in that Flemmer Simsports GT4, and I believe it may have been Hans who was in the car when we saw them flipping over time and time again. So it might be interesting to see what they take of that, and hopefully he wasn't in VR, because if it was, he may have needed to get the bucket out and do a bit of a chunder into it.
Yeah, you don't say. You don't say. I could imagine that being quite unpleasant. Indeed, here we're watching Pim Bao now back into 11th overall, or 4th in class, 5th in class actually that is, because Tim Greven is now ahead, and that's not how we wanted it to play out. We had that incident before, and it's been costing ever since, and it seems just to have cost a bit of pace as well. And by the way, we have another battle developing in this area as well, because the Dynamics Racing Optica car is coming back now at Pim Bao, much in the same way that he did on the number 12 machine ahead of him not too long ago. So the Dynamics Racing Optica 906 car is really beginning to pick up their pace now, and maybe looking to gain a few positions here. And into the final 10 hours, you were talking about it, Ed, and it seems that you're absolutely right on it, that it's beginning to open up again, and we might see some decisive changes for position here, I would say relatively late on in the race, because it's not too long ago since we got past the halfway marker there, but still a fair bit of time left to run in this one.
Yeah, 9 hours and 15 minutes still to go here for the Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder, and well, what a 14 hours and 45 minutes it has been, Hassa. There's been thrills, there's been spills, and well, there's been all sorts of other action besides that, and we can see that Dries Muji is getting very, very close to the rear end of that TCR, partly as well because he's worrying a little bit about the Radical that's just sent its way on through now, getting clear. And yeah, the gap is about 10 seconds to the Pim Bao G-Drive Racing Eximia 15 car. Going to be seeing a replay of exactly what's happening to Matt Pupats going into turn 1. I think that might have just been a take through the pit lane. So we're going to go back to Dries Muji and see where he's going. He's actually gaining a little bit on Pim Bao, not by much, but slowly but surely he's eating into the advantage that the G-Drive Racing Eximia 15 car has over him. We're going to see what the time is over the line. Last time around for Pim Bao, it was a 32.9. This time it was a 33.6 actually for Dries. So he's not quite gaining just at the moment, but he did have a little bit of traffic as we saw through the Villeneuve chicane, so I'm certain that it's going to come back into his hands at another point where he has finally gets a clear lap.
Yeah, indeed. Usually the pendulum swings in rather long motions by now, and when you see someone gaining, it tends to stay that way. There's a bit of a bounce there for Dries Muji, and he takes too much of the chicane as basically all 4 wheels left the ground there for a moment, and that's going to be a bit of a wake-up call for him, of just maybe taking it a slight bit more easy into the first chicane the next time around, and the next many times around if he wants to stay clean indeed. Good morning to everyone tuning back in, and everyone having had a good night of sleep. So nice to have you along here. It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning, so it really is the morning hours now, and we're about halfway through our third part of this 24-hour broadcast here. on Simracersworld TV, and it's been an absolutely incredible race so far. This Virtual Belcar eSeries, 24 hours of Zolder. 15 laps for Hans before he gets in for a double stint. Oh, and someone's turned it around here. That's O'Neill Muth. I am afraid. And we're just gonna see the 51 car. The struggles are not over yet for him. Ed goes onto the gravel, tries to keep it in line, and he just over-rotates and ends up on the grass facing the wall. Oh, I'm afraid there's a bit of network issues there for...
really weeks. No ABS whatsoever, so...
I'm just putting Ed away for a short moment there while his network seems to have been having a bit of issues there. Race control telling us that Andy is of course there as well, keeping Ronald company in race control, so that's very much worth mentioning. And I'm getting a lot of comments in chat that all of you never left at all the first place, and that's heartwarming for us to hear that you actually had us running on for the entirety of the night. But that's one of the things that I certainly appreciate the most myself about these endurance racing broadcasts, and also about watching endurance racing, whether that be sim racing or real life racing as well, is the ability that you can just put it to the background for some time while you take a nap or whatever, and come back to it and see what's happened. Well, we're just gone, and I'm gonna come back to Ed. Sorry, Ed, for taking you away for a moment. Your internet was spazzing out, and it was sounding like I wasn't joined by Ed May the human, but rather by Ed May the robot.
Well, I'm back, and I'm seemingly got the internet gremlins just about under control. Just had to run downstairs, bash the router a bit, and now it's back into working order. I'm going to be making sure that it's going to be keeping like that, keeping working for the next little while, as we are seeing now Trees trying to catch up. We're going to see what the gap is. Last time around, Trees managed to gain 0.6 of a second to Bao up in front. We're going to be seeing if he can carry that momentum forward. Has a little bit of traffic to navigate. He's got the 19 car with Maxime van der Hove in the GTE ABK Racing, just getting past a TCR car. But we also have a replay of what's happening to Oscar Wilkins in the ASK Volante Racing car, just going into the pit lane. But a little bit sketchy on the run in there, and that's not what you want to be doing, because he's got yet more damage on the car, and that's going to be wanting to be repaired. But I don't know if it's a fast repair or not at this point in the race. So that could be massive drama for second place, as we now come back to, shall I say, Dries Moody, who's back up into the order, and Oscar Wilkins seems to have gotten his car just about fixed up. And yeah, it's a brand new car, so that's a fast repair taken for ASK Volante Racing, and I don't think they have any more left. I seem to remember them taking one earlier on in the race, and now this is it. They need to keep this car nice and clean and spick and span for the next 9 hours, Hasse. So that's going to be a tall order, but I'm sure if anyone can do it, the ASK Volante Racing is sitting in second place in Porsche Cup, can certainly do it.
Yeah, very much so, and a good point there, Mew. Sorry for your miss. Driving her crazy with having us running in the background constantly. But indeed, a good time, I think, for the 26 machine and Oscar Wilkins here to take that fast repair, because indeed it did look like wheel damage to me as well. And that's something you want to get quick fixed whatsoever, if the possibility is there. So seeing a car this clean running all of a sudden makes you just notice all the small dents in all the other cars. It's like, I don't think we have a single car this clean running, because those small pieces of contact that you make here and there, I think is almost impossible to avoid here. So that's at least the picture that's been drawn so far. The race, as Oscar Wilkins goes a little bit wide there on the exit of turn 1, almost gets in the way of the leading TCR machine. That's the 17 G-Drive Eximia Racing TCR machine there, driven by... who's actually behind the wheel of that at the moment? That's a good question. That is still Kevin van der Slik. By the way, he's still leading Janos Sino in second. Kippe Haidt for Flemish Simsports there in third. Jeremy Hessels for Dynamics Simulators Red in fourth. And Jens Husens fifth. Mike Husens in sixth place. Still wondering whether they are brothers or not. Jesse Hendricks in the Dynamics Belcar Green TCR machine in seventh in class. Then Matt Huppets or Huppets. I don't know. That actually is a little bit with the Aussie and New Zealand last name. Sometimes they get a little funny on you as well. But he's in the Graphite Racing TCR car, 8th in class. Leaving up the big in Disposit Racing. He's in 9th. Then Phil Verheyen, the composer, with a sad symphony of trouble that has been singing for the entirety of the race so far. They're in 9th. And the Circuit Zolder team in 10th place in the TCR class at the moment. And as you would say in Danish, a frog just went into my throat. That's not a way of speaking in English, I know, but I just wanted to say that we have some funny figures of people. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, we do. We have that phrase, a frog in your throat. We have that phrase over here in Old Blighty as well. So it seems to be maybe a little bit of a European thing, perhaps, as we see Lawrence Plutz in... I'm not sure what happened there, Hass. Can you talk us through it?
Indeed, I can. He just had a very, very well orchestrated to stay in the line of composers and such. A well orchestrated cut of the chicane once he realized that he wasn't going to make it. Well, he decided just to spare the car of anything, and he got it sorted there in a good fashion indeed. Here's Oscar Wilkins having had another off track, and it could just have been a short one, coming around the number 11 TCR machine. Oh, and outbreaks himself, having to go to the desert, I was about to say. Looking for more analogies for gravel and grass indeed, as well as Kevin van der Slik has also had a problem in the leading TCR machine, and that is the very same. Oh, that is a big bump as well, and I'm afraid for Kevin and the G-Drive Racing Exemia number 17 team there that they are not entirely all that lucky, because that was a big old bounce, and the rear end really seemed to make contact with that sausage curb there.
That'd be suspension damage any day of the week in real life, thankfully as well. That could be spinal damage for Kevin van der Slik. You don't want to be coming down to earth that hard when you're driving a real car, so Kevin is going to be very grateful that this is just the world of iRacing, just the sim world, and he doesn't need to be taking a trip to the medical centre after this one, that's for sure. Going to be seeing that Oscar Wilkins, good job at the moment, keeping his car relatively free of blemishes. We've seen him have a few little moments with the cold tyres, just trying to get them back up to temperature. Seems to be getting into the groove, into the swing of things now as he passes one of the TCR cars and has his sights set on this little close fight here. Obviously, it's not for position. This is just to try and get past the few back markers, but I think that is the bingo by Simtag EMG car just a little bit ahead of him. In fact, that is them coming through now. Loic Hartog going very strongly in this race. Got a margin, I think, of about 4 minutes 30 behind him, so you can just see the commanding race that the bingo by Simtag EMG car has been having on just this massive gap that they've been commanding, kind of almost from start to finish, it's got to be said, Hasse.
Yeah, indeed, they've been going so strongly at it, the 63 car, and I've mentioned it as well on several occasions that their overall pace has been so good. Their overall consistency as well has been untouched by anyone else in that class. I should perhaps just mention that, as always, here on SRW TV, we have a interview waiting room that drivers that are part of the Discord here that we're watching this battle. Oscar Wilkins, well, it's not really a battle, but he touched the rear end of the 15 car going into turn 1. And I'm not sure that Pim Bao is going to be all too happy with that. We're going to have a second look here. But any drivers feeling up for an interview here in the early morning hours, do feel free to come in and hang out in the interview waiting room in Discord for a moment. And we will take a chat. And just as we see this small calamity, I don't think it's been anything terrible for these two. Oscar Wilkins is now past, and I think that it hardly even left a mark on the front of his Porsche. which in that case I don't think it's going to be leaving too much of a mark at the rear end of the other Porsche as well. And that means all is good and fine. Look at how they're swinging around the outside of that Flemish Sim Sports TCR machine. That's a bit of a sketchy situation, but it's one they've tried before, I'm sure. Marvin is, did you see he's covered in chat? Welcome back, Marvin. Of course, Marvin Amans, who's driving, who amongst others, is driving the number 13 G-Drive Eximia Racing Porsche GT Cup car, and seems like he is a tired lad at the moment indeed. So feeling that he's not 18 anymore after 2 hours of sleep, and I know that feeling, Marvin. I'm much closer to 30. Actually, it'll be just under 3 weeks when I have my 30th birthday. So I certainly know that feeling as well, and thus my need for large amounts of coffee to keep me just somewhat close to being on point. Kevin DeVale, I'm afraid, has had a problem as well, and that is certainly going to be a stop-and-go penalty for the 26 car. Here is the 907 machine, and speaking of cars that have been biffed and baffed and buffled up indeed, the 907 car hardly has a straight panel on it anymore, Ed.
No, it certainly doesn't. That rear wing is looking so much out of shape, and you can see that the Ascalante Racing Team, the driver in second place in the Porsche Cup class, is taking and serving his stop-and-go penalty for avoidable contact with car number 15. That is the Pimbao G-Drive Racing Eximia car that we did see a little bit earlier, and I'm sure you agree, Hasse, that we're not really too surprised to see the stewards taking a dim view on that little moment. Going back, though, to some on-track racing, you can see Maxim van der Hove putting a good performance. 1 minute 50 seconds ahead of him, 1 minute 10 seconds behind him, in his own little bubble at the moment in second place, but maybe that's where he wants to be, because, well, Tim Claessens has been very, very quick, it has to be said, in the Top Freak Racing by Carrot car. I don't think he's going to be able to catch up to the lead, and he just wants to be able to make sure that he can stay ahead of Senne Hulsmans, who's putting in a brilliant charge, it's got to be said, since he got in the car at the beginning of the the morning stint, shall we say, in the Flemish Simsports GT4 car. So he wants to try and manage that gap as best he can. Following further up to the front, we have a change for second place in the Porsche Cup class, thanks to that penalty that Oscar Wilkins had to serve. And it's now Glenn Van Parijs in the Pro Assist Sim Racing car. So Glenn's doing a brilliant job getting up into there. And that's the livery we were talking about earlier, Hasse. In fact, not Hasse, I think me and Chaz were talking about it earlier. It's a lovely livery because it's based on a real-life Belcar livery.
Yeah, you and Chaz touched upon it, and actually Jack and I had touched upon it before you came on as well, Ed. So it's not the first time they've been getting a bit of good press coverage on the paint job they're running here, and it is a very good-looking paint job indeed. And I also got the info in on that it's the actual livery of Glenn Van Parijs' real-life car, who's behind the wheel at the moment. Also, more interestingly in terms of the actual racing going on here, we've had a change for position between second and third in the Porsche GT Cup car class, with the penalty given to the 26 machine for Oscar Wilkins after that little bit of an issue there before, that small incident with the 15 car and the very much so avoidable contact indeed. But it's what happens when you're racing. Not to point fingers or anything, just to keep my hands clean of that one, just to make sure. Anyways, they're up into second place now. They are, however, just 6.5 seconds ahead of the ASK Volante car. So a race on our hands here as well, and all the more, all the merrier, Ed, I feel at this point. And as we've said it before on our stint together here in the booth, that it's amazing to see that after 15 hours of racing, we can still have cars that are separated by just a few seconds in each class.
Exactly, Hasse, and I think we have a few drivers here waiting in the wings to be brought into the interviewing room, and I've just seen in the chat that we have Anton Dupin waiting in the wings. We're going to bring him in, the Flemish Simsports TCR driver, doing quite well. Had a bit involved in a few of the wars there, and I'm going to hand you over, Anton, to Hasse Roma with a few questions for you.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Anton. A pleasure to have you along, and it's been an eventful race. It looked very good for you in the Flemish Simsports TCR machine for for quite long, and it's not because it's looking bad, but along the way, a little bit of bad luck here and there, and you're still in podium positions. What are your thoughts of this race so far?
Yes, exactly. It started very well. I think I was one of the only drivers in TCR who really stayed out of trouble the first 2 stints. So I built a bit of a lead. But yeah, since then we've been unlucky with some incidents, some penalties. But okay, the goal beforehand was podium, so we're still in podium position. So we're quite happy.
And your feeling of the traffic out there, because for us as spectators and commentators, it looks to be quite chaotic indeed, and I can only imagine that it's relatively stressful to be out there behind the wheel of the car.
Yes, it's never ending. You really have to check your mirror every second. Every braking zone, there's a chance that somebody comes and tries to pass you last moment. So it's a relief to have one lap without traffic, but it's rare to have it.
Indeed, and you said hoping for a podium position for the rest of the race. Now, in that sense, it's going to be important for you to have a good take on the strategy as well. And do you think you are going to be on point in terms of fuel, or are you looking at any kind of splash and dashing, or are you uncertain maybe even at this point still with a good deal of the race still to go?
I think with the stop and go we just had, we changed tires and took fuel then. I think we're out of sync now, so we will need some kind of a pit stop at the end that is shorter. I think about half an hour before the end we will need to come in. We were perfectly doing stints of 1.5 hours to make sure that we get to the 6 and 12 hour points just before our pit stop. But now it's we're on a different strategy now.
Indeed, that's good to have. We'll try to keep it in the back of our minds when we do our best to call what's going on on track. It's a little hard to keep track of sometimes, but in the end, it's been a pleasure having you along in the booth for an interview, Anton, the spreadsheet wizard. It's called. Bart Delman says he bows to you as an apprentice, just like I feel with Chaz, maybe indeed. But anyways, Anton, before I say veel success for the rest of the race, is there anyone you'd like to give a thanks or a shout out to before we let you off the hook here?
Well, of course, everybody who organizes it, and all my teammates who are doing a good job. I hope we can keep the podium, but I think that should be okay. Also, with both our cars, GT4 is doing a great job as well. So I think we can get a double podium here.
Indeed. Well, best of luck with the double podium project there, Anton, and hope to have a word with you at a later point in the race as well. Thanks for joining in, and yeah, best of luck, mate.
Thank you. See you.
So that was Anton Dupin of the Flemish SimSports TCR team, and we've got another driver waiting in the interview waiting room, and we're just going to get him in right away. He's a lovely fella. He's driving the 13 machine, and we spoke to him not too long in chat as well. He's here in his own high self. It's Marvin Julian Amant, and he's going to have a word with Edward May.
Hello, Marvin. Good to have you here. It's been a while since we saw you out on track. Obviously, me and Chaz were commentating through your little night stint. You were doing a brilliant job driving it through there, but we noticed, me and Chaz, that you just didn't seem to be having the luck, not only with the traffic, but also just with the locking of the brakes and just things not seeming to go your way. So are you grateful just to get through the night mostly in one piece, Marvin?
Well, yes, good morning. We survived the night quite well, I think. And yeah, I'm just awake from a 2 hours sleep, and I did a 3 hour stint in the night. So I'm happy the sunlight is back there.
Yeah, absolutely. We noticed a few scary moments, not the least when we saw you actually coming into the pits at one stage, when I think you got very close to tagging, I think, the front end of another Porsche, actually. I'm not sure entirely which one it is, but I'm sure that memory of almost colliding with a car in front of you is seared into your mind, Marvin.
Yes, that was with the Sky Limit event Porsche, the Pepijn Kraaienveld, so the number 7 in our class, which we're battling with for position. Yeah, that was, I think, a lucky shot.
It really was. We've actually caught you battling with you, and you're still battling on track. We're seeing actually on board with your teammate Thomas, who's catching slowly but surely. Is that a gap that you're going to be keeping an eye on through the rest of the race and hoping to see if you can get that 7th position come the end of the race?
Yeah, we will see where it will end, but I think with the pace we now have, we can overtake them somewhere in Steve's stints, I guess.
Yeah, and is that something that maybe you've come to grips with? Maybe your car's a little bit better in, say, the warmer temperatures than it is during the night. Do you think now that it's getting into daytime, this is your best chance at catching up, or is your just car set up generally for everything and anything?
Yeah, I'm trying to do some great laps in the next stint, so I will try to break our record at the moment. So yes, I think the next stint will be the fastest one.
Well, Marvin, I'll certainly hold you to that when we see you get into the car, and we're going to keep our eyes open for you, putting in some absolutely storming laps. And if we see you get involved in incidents, then we'll be sure to. Well, we won't critique you too harshly, Marvin, shall we say?
Thanks.
Anyway, Marvin, that was brilliant having a chat with you. But before we say goodbye, is there anyone you'd like to give a quick shout out here on Simracersworld TV?
Yeah, I want to thank all of you for the broadcast. Yeah, you did a mega job during the night, and keep on the good work.
Thank you very much, and we wish you and the 2 hours of sleep you've got the best of luck going into the following hours of this race, Marvin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good day. Bye-bye.
Good day, Marvin. That was Marvin Julium Amants, driver of the number 13 car. The unlucky for some, potentially unlucky for the G-Drive Racing Exemia boys, but we'll see how that pans out, because they have been slowly but surely catching up to the Sky Limit race team, as we now have getting back to the action. We're going to see exactly what's happening to Olivier Peters here. Just runs a little bit wide, gets a little bit too unsettled by one of the radicals going down his inside, and just has to take evasive action out onto the gravel there, Hasser.
Yeah, indeed, and getting away with it cheaply as well there. It could have been a sad song yet again for the Composer Racing team, and they kept it, let's say, they kept it upbeat and light through the hard times, indeed, like they did in the soul music of the late 1960s. And I can come up with I feel like my analogies are getting more and more far-fetched as the hours draw on in this race. And I hope it doesn't get too far-fetched at any point. If it gets too far out, please tell me so. I'll try to keep a leash on myself. Anyways, a good talk with the lovely lad that is indeed Marvin Julium Amants before, and some very kind words from him to us here about the broadcast that we, of course, appreciate big time. And if you sit out there and appreciate what we do here on Simracersworld TV, well, leave us a like and let us know that you like what we do. And if you want to see more, do feel free to subscribe if you haven't already. And if you have, don't listen to what I'm saying now. And you can always hit that bell icon to stay notified of when we're going live. And by now, with a commentator roster ever increasing in size, with the newly addition of yourself, Edward May, of Jack Oliphant as well, and Peter Mackay has been joining in for a number of the Porsche Club GB broadcasts. He's doing the GT Evo series, this SRW GT Evo series with Jack Werrell, and he's doing the Sunday GT3 World League with me as well. So a really good team, I feel we're becoming here in terms of the broadcasting quality that we can deliver, and the fun we're having in the booth as well.
Exactly.
Which is what keeps me coming back, that's for sure.
That's all it's about, isn't it? The fun. And also, just want to jump in on what you were saying, Hasser, about all the subscriptions we've been getting. Simracersworld just earlier on, I think just the day before actually, managed to hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. So thank you everyone if you are subscribed, and if you're not, what are you doing? Go and hit that little button. It only takes one little click of the mouse, and you're joining us here on Simracersworld TV in the journey we're doing, and we can keep bringing you this brilliant sim racing content. And well, I'm certainly happy to be a part of it. I know Hasser is all of us here at Simracersworld TV are more than happy to keep bringing you this as we see now a bit more on track action. This is Kobe Clays. Oh, that was a little bit worrying there. Kobe Clays so close to a horrible incident. He managed to get unscathed, but unfortunately, the TCR that he hit might not be thinking so fortunate about that, as we now see Hans Polman's coming out of the pit lane into 4th position. That's allowed the Edge Esports car of Laurent Kirchmeiker's, the Edge Esports driver, just getting out in front. The 25 car in 3rd place in class, 18th overall though, doing a brilliant job. And you can see that the gaps are kind of about the same, because Hans Polman, I think, has got 46 seconds. It is the gap between himself and Laurent up ahead.
Yeah, indeed, it is. It's not a gap too large to close whatsoever, and it's very much one that he can start working on with his bush fixes. Indeed, as Tim Jacobs called him in chat earlier, Hans MacGyver. And I think that one might just stick for us as well, because Hans MacGyver in the 103 car certainly got some fixing problems to do, and if he gets onto it well enough, I might just cue the theme for you later on. Of course I will not, because that's going to give a massive old copyright strike indeed that we don't want to have. But just think of it and play it to yourself or whatever, and the joke will stand. But a beautiful one indeed here, Hans Polman's, as it is in the Flemish SimSports GT4 machine. The teammates, it is of course of the Flemish SimSports TCR cars, and so nice that we're seeing several of the teams fielding cars in different classes. It really, I feel like it really adds to the spectacle you're seeing here, and a very nice little Lord of the Rings reference to a very nice defensive tactic that I call the Gandalf move, where you take your staff and you blast it into the ground, and thus rupturing whatever ground is for the car behind to drive on, and thus you shall not pass.
Exactly, Hasse. I've been having a look at this Flemish SimSports GT4, and now the question is, Hasse, which is your favourite of the Flemish SimSports GT4 cars in terms of its paint job? We're going to see. Actually, we're going to put a pin in that thought, because we see Kevin van der Slik.
Look at that. That's a blown engine, I think. He's trying to bring it to the pits. Look at that, Kevin van der Slik. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but that is the class leader in the TCRs in with a blown engine, and they're already out again. Did they get a fast repair or what? That quickly? In that case, the car is certainly looking mint as ever. I think that's certainly the result of a fast repair and a bit of cold tire slip there for Kevin van der Slik. I'm just gonna go back here. We're gonna go on board with Kevin just as it happens. Listen to the engine. It's dead. Or something has happened at least to that car.
It might be fuel. I think it might have been something to do with the fuel potentially, because it doesn't. I don't hear the crunch of the gearbox of the engine blowing, so that could potentially be him running out of fuel, not realizing that he was supposed to come in on that lap. Maybe someone in his ear was telling him in. And unfortunately, he didn't quite get the call in time. So, gonna see if we can find out exactly what has happened to Kevin van der Slik in that little bit of a moment he's had. And Kevin van der Slik, I think he's been in the car for quite a while, Hasse. So maybe that could be a sign of the fatigue maybe beginning to set in. But I think we can go back a little bit to that thought we were saying earlier. And Hasse, which is your favourite between the Flemish SimSports TCR or the Flemish SimSports GT4? We obviously here at Simracersworld love the Flemish SimSports liveries, but which is it for you that you think you prefer? Because for me, it's got to be the GT4.
I'm torn between the two, like an old Natalie Imbruglia indeed, and but this is how I feel. It's a 50-50 for me, and it's one of those where I can say it's like trying to choose between your two favorite kinds of food, and both are really good. And it's I mean, it's a really nice paint job, and they always add these pretty spec maps. Indeed, they have the right shine to the gold in the middle of the Belgian flag that just looks absolutely stunning to me. But Anton Dupin is in the opinion that it's of course the TCR car, and tells us I'm gonna answer that in a moment, Tim, by the way. But just to mention that Anton Dupin, the all-knowing man that he is, tells us that indeed G-Drive hit a curb very hard a few laps ago, and that might very well be the reason for what I think was indeed an engine failure. That is also their last fast repair, so same situation for them as for the 26 car, who's still sitting second in the Porsche Cup class, that they're now got no more fast repairs left. And Tim asking in chat, what is the Smeagol in terms of a racing move? And I think that the Smeagol for me will be just staying on the rear end of someone, even though your car really doesn't give you any chance of doing so. You shouldn't be able to do so, but you keep doing it anyways. If you're on dead tires or something, you cling to it, and ultimately you might find yourself losing the car somewhere, losing grip and slipping off into the volcano. So, and perhaps if it's a true Smeagol, you take out the person in front as well, as being the ring. Hit me with some more Lord of the Ring references, and I'll do my best attempt to make some racing stuff out of it. It seems to be a good way to pass a bit of time here as well.
I was going to say, Hasse, actually, that the Smeagol could be when you're just defending your position so hard. You want to keep your precious position all to yourself and not give it to anyone else, as you do tend to see. But tell me, Hasse, what do your Danish eyes see? What do your Dane eyes see on track? Because at the moment, Kelvin Van der Slick is getting very, very out of shape, just trying to nurse his car through. I think he's suffering a little bit from cold tyres.
Yeah, indeed, they are taking the number 17 car to the finish line, or to Isengard, and and Kevin van der Slick stays in it. Oh, the McDonald's car, Flaro, indeed, with Flaro being actually now I forgot, but one of our drivers and one of our very regular drivers indeed as well. I remember seeing him also stating that he was about to get in the car earlier, but that's quite a bit of time ago. But tell me who you are and I will honor it indeed. But the McDonald's cars, the McDonald's TCR that we had earlier in the season, obviously you weren't there to see that. That's sadly, Ed, because that was a good one indeed. Always want to turn on the hunger in your stomach for a bit of junk food. And as Chess Chess said about it once, I'm loving it.
And I'm absolutely loving seeing Kelvin Van der Slick just really command his TCR. He had that little bit of a hiccup earlier on, but from then on out, he's just been able to get right back on track, right back into the rhythm and the groove of things. And he's been far and away just managing to come out of this race fairly well, as it's got to be said. I'm having a look as well to see if there's any close on-track battles, but I can't seem to see anything on track at the moment, Hasse, so I'm sure you might be able to find something. I can see that Laurent Kirchmeiker's the Edge Esports car, I think, has got a 20-second gap, potentially to Senny Lansons, but I think there might be a pit stop going on there, because I think Senny Lansons has now got back up into second place.
Yeah, Senny Lansons is indeed second, and that also correlates with the fact that, well, I'm just looking at the...
Laurent is 20 seconds back from him.
Yeah, exactly, but it says third now on his car, so wasn't that situation as well as they came across the last time around. But indeed, still battles, as we've touched upon earlier as well, but still battles that are quite close to one another indeed. After over 15 hours of racing, that alone in itself is quite the feat. Of course, Flaro is Keanu Borgignon, so that's why I remember this as such. Anton Dupin tells us that he has co-driven rally cars. That's actually a bit of a dream of mine, trying that as well. Mostly because I realized that I probably by no means have the driving talent to actually drive a rally car. No matter how much I enjoy my rallying on the PC, be that Richard Burns rally, be that Dirt Rally 2.0. Rallying fan since the days of the first Colin McRae rally games on the PS1. And I used to do hot seat stages against my dad. Actually, we even got our hands on a relatively primitive sort of a wheel and rig system to race on when I was a kid. So that was good fun. And I actually tried my my hands with a bit of co-driving, but doing it with a friend in Assetto Corsa, where we took to the old road circuit that is the Targa Florio in Sicily. Went for a drive, actually did our own pace notes, and tried to do a few runs of that track indeed. And the driver in question, Ethan Dean, is quite a talented man on Assetto Corsa, and the choice was also made because he's actually a fast driver, which I am not. So, but anyways, it was a really fun experience, and we had a blast indeed. So I can only say, try your hands out on it, and use your fantasy a bit to get a setup of how you can make it work. Then it's actually really fun indeed. Thanks, Joseph, on the kind words on the broadcast. We do appreciate that big time, and thank you all for tuning in with us here in the early hours of the morning, as well as throughout the night. So we've been seeing viewership numbers that were far bigger than I anticipated them to be. And at such dark hours, sometimes you find yourself with let's say, a limited viewership when streaming in the middle of the night here. But obviously the racing's been good enough to keep you glued to it, and hopefully we can be up to the task of delivering this really good racing in a good way as well. Certainly all the other lads have done a sterling job so far, and I'll let you comment on how I've been doing it.
You've been doing absolutely brilliant, Hassa. I couldn't ask for any better commentator, apart from maybe Chaz, but
yeah, but
fine.
Chaz is the grand wizard indeed, and to ask anyone to match his level is to ask a lot of them indeed. I'm always liking to think that maybe if I got my chance at commentating in my maternal language of Danish, perhaps I'd be somewhere up in that kind of, perhaps I could maybe reach him to his knees, maybe. Right now I'm maybe at his ankles. And I realized that well, but there's plenty of growth to be made. There's plenty of space to grow into, and by the way, good job on Chaz on making the decision to go full-time on commentating as well. That is a huge one to make, but in case you haven't heard or anything, Chaz has actually quit his full-time job and is now living off of commentating. And that is just a proof that if you work hard and believe in yourself and your dream, and you work with your talents, as Chaz is certainly a man very good at doing exactly that, you can really make some big things happen. So I'm so happy for the lad, and I think it's a big inspiration to see for me that it's absolutely possible here.
yeah, exactly. Anything is certainly possible. And I've been having a little bit of a look in chat, Hassa, and we can see that DTA Ayats is in the chat now. Had a nice beauty sleep, and is hoping to take it to the finish line. Has been cheering on his teammates there in the Dynamics Racing Optica car that's currently being driven by Kobe Clace, the 906 Porsche Cup car, going quite well in 6th position at the moment and hoping to get well. But another driver that's been going well is, of course, this man, Cohen Klopman, absolutely storming around this Zolder circuit, has got to be said. Number 2 car in P1. And well, you're seeing just how good he is. He's been driving like this all race on the absolute ragged edge, hitting up apex after apex. Never really putting a foot wrong. We keep saying it every time. He doesn't seem to put a foot wrong. Well, that's because he simply has not been. You're following him through here. Every single time he gets it right, manages to navigate the traffic, has to take a slightly compromised line there, but manages it just about right. And you can see that further back, Yannick Lemons, the Fast Racing team, is down the order in 4th position. They were fighting actually for podium positions a little bit earlier on. Jorn van den Akker, now in the car Traxxas by JMV Services, currently 2nd place in the Radical class, and just behind them yellow Verstraten, or Verstraten,
Verstraten.
Verstraten in the GHK e-racing by T2 Racing, doing a good job on the bottom step of the podium and having to defend, to be fair, from Yannick Lemons. But Yannick, we did see get caught up in a little bit of a contact earlier on in the race, didn't we, Hasse, when we saw that, I think it was the G-Drive Racing Xemia 15 car, just snagging a little bit on the brakes, getting pitched around into turn 1 and sliding backwards, unfortunately, into that number 7 Radical car. So not going too well for them, has it, really, since we've come back online?
No, it's been a race fraught with danger for so many of these cars, and it seems to be lurking around every corner, especially at night. So many of these corners here at Zolder are blind, and we've seen incidents in some of the worst possible places with cars trying to come back on track. And it's such a stressful to be a position to be in as a driver, having made a mistake and finding yourself across the road, having to make a split-second decision of just how to get your car back in shape and back pointed in the right way without causing a huge calamity about it. And sometimes it all just passes, I think, a little too quickly for people to recall taking the right measures. And of course, people in iRacing have the relative to use, and sometimes it's just it's a real tough place to be. And I think we got to remember sometimes when we see these kind of incidents happen that it's not easy getting yourself out of these situations. And we've seen many drivers actually over the course of this race being able to deal rather well with those situations and causing almost no sort of problems whatsoever while rejoining from otherwise dangerous positions.
Yeah, it certainly has been seeming relatively easy, and well, these drivers have been doing a good job because so far, Hasse, we haven't really seen any moments from any of these drivers. They've started to get back into the swing of things, but I'm sure as soon as I say this, Hasse, we will start to see a few sketchy moments now, as we're seeing Verstraten. He's got a car behind him. It's not necessarily for an on-track position because obviously these cars are so far apart, really. I think the closest we can see is yellow Verstraten. I think that's actually Jon van der Akker behind him. That is Jon van der Akker putting a lap on yellow Verstraten. So he is going to drop back down the order, and now that gives Jon van der Akker a bit more breathing space because he knows that the car behind him is not going to be racing for position. The car behind him is a lap down, and already Jon van der Akker in the Traxxas by JMV Services car is pulling a little bit of a gap. Not by much. He's only gone a few corners, so he's been ahead, but you can just see the mark of his driving, the fact that he's able to just seem to effortlessly pass away now that he's gotten out of the dirty air that can plague these Radical cars. Hasse, we have been speaking a little bit earlier about how they rely on the downforce and the fact that when you get clear, as we mentioned earlier, we haven't seen many incidents. We might be seeing an incident here as Mike Barton just gets a little bit too excitable on the loud pedal and spins off out into the gravel trap and into the wall.
Yeah, good call there from Marvin in chat. Have a look at the Sky Limits Porsche that had that moment there with Mike Barton. That's the 69 car. It's not the first time they've had a bit of bad luck as well in this race. And by the way, we have quite a few cars with driver swaps as well. So Koen Klopman, yet again the Kopman in the lead indeed. And I'll be rhyming till the break of dawn, which is not yet. We've still got nighttime, or nighttime, it's still dark outside, at least in Denmark it is, so I take it is in most of Europe indeed. But that's being beside the point. The point being that a lot of drivers had been swapping out for their respective teammates, and Colin Carisari is in the 63 car now. And I don't know about you, Chaz, you might have seen this gentleman behind the wheel before, but it's the first time he's been in the car while I have been commentating so far on this race. So let's see, he seems to be going about it in a very cool and calm fashion indeed, and he needs to do nothing more than that. It's all about staying alive at this point in the lead, and in a commanding, massive lead indeed. So let's hope they are able to just keep that alive. Oh, it's been another problem for Mike Barton here, carrying that damage and he hasn't come in yet. This is the hairpin, and the rear end just steps out, and he swings it round, finds himself pointing very much the wrong way.
And Hasser, I think that has given a change in position, because that has meant that the number 13, the G-Drive Racing Eximia 13 car, being driven by Thomas Popoki, at the moment in 7th place. So that has been a change of position, because Mike Barton has unfortunately been caught up in an issue, and because of that, he's had to go into the pits to try and get it repaired. That has put him a lap down on 7th position in the Porsche Cup class. So I'm certain that that's not the way. We were actually talking a little bit to Marvin earlier. He wanted to get the fight down on track. Unfortunately, it's just taken one little incident to put him out, as we see a replay here of what's going to happen here to Kevin van der Slik there. That was him, I think. Was that just a position in the pits, perhaps?
He's gotten passed on... That was on... Lauren Kiersmakers. And I'm just working out just where Kiersmakers' car is, indeed. Because if I recall correctly, he was in a GT4 machine.
It's the CCTS Esports Endurance car, I think, that's sitting behind him at the moment. That's Laurence Klutz in that machine at the moment.
Indeed, so they might have been in for repairs or whatever, and they're now trying to get back on terms with the rest of the GT4 pack. And I say that they're, of course, spread out wide and far, the most of them at least, and then a few of them still running within contention of one another. Before I say too much, actually, we got a few cars winning a minute with one another here. Senna Larsens, the other Senna, it's in the GTA APK car, is currently 2nd, and we've praised them before for being steady, clean, and consistent. And looking at that 19 car, they've been doing just that, and almost getting hit by the curse of the commentator. 3 classes going 3 wide, and they seem to line it up perfectly, with the fastest class on the inside taking 2 cars, the middle class in the middle line, and the slower class on the outside being overtaken there. That was very well orchestrated indeed. Hans Poelmans it is, in the 103 Flemish SimSports GT4 car, is in 3rd place, just 24 seconds ahead of Bart de Vos in the also very good looking Edge Esports GT4 machine. And you see people certainly being a little more careful through that first chicane, in particular, than we've seen earlier on. And I think the reality of things are really dawning upon most of the field now, that they really don't have any fast repairs you have left. And even though, of course, you always want to keep it clean, I think it's often there in the back of the mind then that any mistakes now will be paid for dearly in big amounts of repair time.
Yeah, of course. And Bart de Vos, the Edge Esports driver, wants to try and edge out a little bit more pace, because he's losing a little bit of track, losing a little bit of time to Hans Poelmans up in front. Hans Poelmans did a 37.95 that last lap. Bart de Vos did a 38.1, so lost about 0.2 of a second. We're going to see him crawl across the line now to see exactly what his lap time is this time. Didn't seem to have too much traffic, so we're going to see what's clear line, and it's very close to his previous time. It's a 1 minute 38.18, so literally, I think, a few hundredths out, as we see what's going to happen here to Yannick Lemens. Oh, runs a little bit wide, and oh, goes into the wall, rearing. You can see has been clattered well out of shape now, and oh, the number 11 TC does very well to avoid further contact. That's Sven Kalbert sitting in 4th place in the Dymax Simulators red, and you can see now Yannick Lemens. Oh, that is big damage, and they've already taken, I think, their 2 fast repairs, so they're going to be pulling into the pits as well. They can't really nurse that back in. That could be a long, lengthy time spent stationary for Yannick Lemens, but I think that, yeah, I don't know if they have any fast repairs either, Hasse.
They don't, because I can tell you what, that situation, that incident, that is now 22 minutes ago, and for 22 minutes they have been in the pits working on that car, so no fast repairs left for them indeed. And I just looked and wondered as to why they had been in there for so long, and the reason seemed to be pretty straightforward in the end, indeed as well. But the fuss here is still looking in good shape, good form indeed here with Pim Bao on the pits as well. I'm gonna swing over to race control to see. Also, 906 had a stop and go. Well, that's some time ago by now, or it's 20 minutes ago. The 906 car had a stop and go for avoidable context with the 209 machine as well. So the 906, that is the car, the Dynamics Porsche Cup car driven by Kobe Klaas. And Pim Bao is still in the pits here. And we're gonna see just how long of a stop this is. Seems to be pretty regular to me as he's getting a tire change here.
Yeah, so he's going to be seeing him. He's going to obviously take the stop and go, which adds an extra, I think, 30 or so seconds. It adds the time it would usually take to serve a standard stop and go to your pit service time if you do decide to take repairs. So we're going to be seeing that happen now as we go back to Oscar Wilkins, currently second place in the Porsche Cup class, 8th position overall, putting in a brilliant job. And we did notice them have to take a fast repair a little bit earlier, and I think that could be their last one, so they need to nurse this car home till the end of the race. With what have we got left? We've got about 8 hours and 20 minutes remaining, Hasse. Only about 2 hours 20 left in our commentary stint as well, so the time has absolutely flown by.
Yeah, I have no clue how so many hours have passed this quickly with you, Ed. It's really been enjoyable. We've been having so much fun with the graveyard stint here, and I've been actually a lot fresher than I had hoped for, and I feel like we've had so much fun indeed. Maybe a little bit overtired, maybe slightly over caffeinated, if you will, but it's also been a grand time indeed. And we've had the time to get into all sorts of weird discussions and the Lord of the Rings analogies and whatnot, and I've absolutely loved it. It's been great. Nestor, nice to have you along again. Good morning, mate. Come to you. And as said, it's a little under 3 laps. Tim Jacobs just getting there a little before me, but I just wanted to say welcome to Nestor and his 5-year-old kid, Lauritz, who's watching with him. And it should be said, Nestor is a teammate of the ASK Volante Racing boys here, and Michael Pedersen as well as a fellow Dane of mine. So, so good to see, and a very good morning to you. Still looking through the event viewer, we've had a few issues for Mats Huppets, the Aussie, I believe, because I can't see the stars and the flag really. So if it's a New Zealander, have me excused as he parks the car turning in towards the wall there. That's not a good place to be at all.
No, it certainly isn't. It looked a bit weird there. The TCR seemed to get his rear wheel spin, which was a bit funky, with it obviously being the RS3 LMS TCR car, which is of course a front-wheel drive Audi machine, so it seemed like a little bit of a weird funky glitch on the replay, at least on mine. We're going to see another replay of what's going to happen here. Matt Huppats coming on into the final chicane, goes to turn in, just bumps a little bit over the sausage cups. The anti-cuts doing exactly what they do, anti-cutting, stopping him from cutting the course too much. He has to go back around, and is he going to try it all over again? He's going to have to go back onto the track and yet try and make a second attempt at getting that corner right, which I believe he does do. So, good job just trying to keep out of trouble, keep out of the way of all the other cars. We're going to be coming now to another replay, though, of Yannick van Overloop. Is he going to loop his car around? Is he going to get a wheel out onto the grass when he turns in? No, he isn't, is he? Well, we're going to come back to him and see exactly what happens. It seems to be just all right.
I think it's the case of a bit of blinking, just causing it to tell us that there was a change of position. So it's not the case at all. Anyways, we've got Marvin Julia Mamans now in the number 13 car out the pits. He will be chasing down Kobe Klaas in the 906 car for Dynamics Racing. And him is Pim Bao in the number 15 car. And he's still chasing down Tim Greven up ahead though, but the gap up to Tim Greven from Pim Bao's up to 2 minutes 45 seconds, and the front end of the 15 Porsche is not looking so good anymore. So a little bit of a troubled time, given that not too long ago Pinbao was actually right up there in the mix for over that 4th place battle with Tim Greven, and it's.
I just
sorry?
noticed as well. Sorry, to cut across that. So I think the gap that Pim might be wanting to watch out a little bit more from is Kobe Kleiss right behind him. About the gap of I think 1 minute separates himself and Pinbao, and that gap has been slowly but surely coming down by the looks of things, with Pinbao picking up a few little incidents, maybe making a few mistakes as the fatigue has come in. He's been in the car for quite a while, it has to be said. And Kobe Kleiss really just putting on a charge as we are following now the number 69. No, we're not going to go back up to the 13 car. See Marvin Julian Amants back in the car, fresh from his 2-hour little power nap. There's a bit of cold tyres to contend with. And Mike Barton, we did try and see these cars going for a bit of a fight, and you can see that they were having a fight. The gap is only 15 seconds, so Mike Barton can obviously see that the chance of getting up into 7th place is still on the cards, even with his rather battered-looking Porsche Cup car.
Yeah, and I think the change of position between the two has actually gone the other way at the moment, because I think it's been a climb up the order for the 13 car. And I think what we'll be seeing is Marvin Julian Amants going away from Mike Barton. This leak. Oh, there's a problem behind. Oh, and that's the 19 car. That's the 19 car getting involved with that in behind, and let's see just what we can see. I think Marvin Amants is involved with it as well, or is he? No, that's something very, very isolated indeed, as he loses the rear end on his cold tires. Is he going to pick up the wall on there? No, I think he keeps it running. A bit of rally crossing, a bit of Paris-Dakar indeed going on for Marvin there, and he keeps everything in order, but there was a big moment indeed in behind for the number 19 car. I'm at least quite sure it was the 19 machine, and I'm seeing if I can just fix it up for you on screen here. And by the way, that's the car in 2nd place, and wildly so, it seems like they were getting all sorts of out of shape from what we were seeing there behind, but the car is still running as he comes down to the next corner. So I don't know what kind of spell protective spell he was under for that incident, but it was working wonders, and somehow he's gotten out of that alive and well. Good for Senne Lansens indeed. It could also just be the skill that he's wielding his Porsche GT4 car with there. So of that, I'm not quite sure. But
it looked to me, sorry Hauser, it looked to me that there was a few TCR cars getting a little bit loose and out of shape. I think it might have been even Oop de Beek getting a little bit out of shape there, but I'm not entirely sure if that was the case or not. There was quite a few cars in the background that we saw getting involved, and we're going to see exactly what happens here. Liven Oak the Bake going through turn 1. It seems to be coming out of turn 4, so we're going to try and follow him through here. You can see the close battling there between Senne Lansens there, up with the car in 5th position, the number 334. That, of course, is the Radeon Motorsport by QSR car. We're going to see him coming now through turn 3, going through turn 4. Oh, there was a little bit of a kiss on the rear bumper of Senne. He did well to hold it just about. And oh, yeah, that was a sketchy moment there for the GT ABK racing driver of Senne Lansens, but held his car beautifully, and there could be a penalty potentially going the way of Jens Goossens there, driving the Radeon Motorsports by QSR car, for causing that collision.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that whatsoever. We'll be keeping our eyes on whatever comes in from race control. Here is Hans MacGyver. Is being followed by what I think is that is the 14 car there, Scuderia Sim Racing. We haven't seen too much of them for quite some time. That's the car driven by Van Overloop at the moment. And Bart de Vos at the moment here, just around half a minute off of Pullmans in front, so that's very much still a battle to watch as well. And at the same time, the gap from Hans Pullmans up to Senne Lansens, who just had that huge moment, is still just 43 seconds as well. So not only was it a brilliant save, but they're by no means in a position to have any kind of accidents that'll cost them time at the moment. So that makes the save from Senne all the more important and what a beautiful one it was.
Exactly, Hasser, and I've had a little bit of a look as well, and I've seen that we have the Fast Racing team back out on track following their little bit of a moment coming out of the second of the double right-handers following the Villeneuve chicane. You can see that the car is not looking too pretty. The left rear of that car looking very much worse for wear. That's not a pretty sight. It's not what you want to be seeing, especially if you are a member of the Fast Racing team, but it's good to see them back out on track nonetheless, trying to hold on to this 5th position because, of course, points do mean prizes, and we are coming into the final little moments here. Well, not the final little moments, but the bit where you can start to see the end in sight. We're now down to 8 hours 15 minutes remaining in this race, and when we get into the last final 8 hours, that's when the drivers can start really focusing on trying to get their on-track positions, their on-track overtakes made and done, as we see Mike Barton getting a little bit close there with the number 3 car. That's Rene Osterkamp going through the SimRC Club Sport car that we did see earlier has to have a bit of dramas. They were setting in 2nd place, don't forget. But unfortunately, they just seem to have a bit of an engine issue. Their car just seemed to blow up on them going through the downshifts by the sounds of things, and that sent them all the way back down into last in class, 6th place overall.
It certainly did, and it cost them big time indeed. So much time so that the Fast Racing car is still ahead after spending just over half an hour in the pits. So that says quite a bit, and I can tell you the gap between those two, by the way, is still just over 4 laps as well. So there's still quite a bit of making up to do for SimRC Club Sport. Remember, they blew their engines. Oh, and I'm afraid Jazz Harvey has had a bit of an issue there at the exit of the final chicane in the 109 car for track velocity. We saw that earlier as well, and it's certainly not the GT Force it's been localized to. It's pretty much all cars having had problems on the exit of that final chicane. Welcome to Ben Thames, who's about to hop in for his last double stint in the number 17 car, still leading the TCR class. And I'll see if I can just figure out how to show classes up there, if that's possible or not. Well, I'm gonna have a look at that as we go on, but I'm not gonna focus on it too much. But I'd like just to see if I could separate the classes on the timing tower, and just trying to figure out if that was possible in the first place. But it doesn't seem to be. You know, SDK, if you've ever tried it before, you will see that it's quite a... it's not too complicated, it's a little complicated. And if you're not fully aware of just how to do something, it all of a sudden looks really complicated indeed. So having to look up something while still, covering the race and talking about it is not exactly easy business, and I tend to try not to do it too much because I find myself just saying while I'm scrolling about looking for options to try to do what I want. So that'll be for when experimenting, not when live. Here's leaving up the big.
Yeah. Struggling, panicking, pressing buttons. It's a shame we don't have Chaz to help us. Usually I'd be doing... if I ever encounter issues, I'd recommend just asking Chaz, but sadly he's not going to be here at the moment. He's off elsewhere. I think at the moment he may be coming in now to commentate over his Assetto Corsa Competizione broadcast that he was having a little bit of a chat to me about. Doing 24 hours of Spa, so there's 2 24-hour races going on, and well, poor Chaz, he's going to be split between the 2 of them here, as we see now Matt Hupat's, the Graphite Racing TCR car, getting his way through the order. A good job of things there. Trying to look after his car, the number 71 in 8th place in class, 31st overall. But as we saw, we've been having a little bit of a word with Ben Tains in the YouTube chat. He's going to be taking over from Kevin van der Slik in the G-Drive Racing Exemia 17 car. That car is currently leading this TCR battle by quite a substantial margin, it has to be said, Hassa. They're far and away the class of the field, and well, nice healthy margin as well to the Simtag Racing car just behind them in second place. I think the margin is what, about 4 minutes, I think, nearly.
Yeah, it is, and it's not the only place in the field, in the standings at the moment, where we're seeing these kinds of gaps. Just having a look at the gap between the two lead cars in the Radicals class. Koen Klopman for Simtag is leading Joran van den Akker at the moment by, what is that going to be at the moment? 15 laps by now. That's rather impressive.
That's 21 minutes, almost 22.
Yeah. So that's quite the gap. And then at the same time we have 3 GT4 cars with GT ABK in second, Flemish SimSports GT4 in third, and Edge Esports in fourth. And they're all in the same lap, closing in on one another more or less, and looking to heaten up that battle over the final 8 hours of the race once we get so far, or maybe even before that as well. That's going to be a close one indeed. Actually, we're only 8 minutes away from the final 8 hours of the race, so that's actually going to be just what they're going to be trying to do whatsoever. And impressive, and we touched upon this not too long ago as well, that how these almost 4 hours of broadcasting this stint has just flown by indeed.
Yeah, exactly. And for me, this has been, what, 10 hours of me in the comms box, and it feels like it's only been one. The time has absolutely flown by, and it's been absolutely brilliant here to be part of this Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder. And, well, it's been so far a brilliant 10 hours that I've been here for the very least, and I'm certain, Hasse, that you had a brilliant 6 hours earlier on in the racing has carried on from start to finish. You can see Marvin Julian Amans building out a little bit of a gap to Mike Barton, the Sky Limit race team, just behind in 8th place, building that gap to about 22 seconds. We came to them, and I think it was about 15, so he's really been able to pull out a gap. But we can see a replay here of what's going to happen to Matt in the Graphite Racing TCR car. Is it going to be through the Villeneuve chicane, as we've constantly seen? Yes, again, it seems to be they just dip a wheel into the little groove on the inside, and that seems just to keep sucking the car around to the right and almost magnetizing them to the red and white walls. And we're going to see Ivan Oop the Bake come on through and have a bit of a moment himself, but managed to keep it just about on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, and the thing there, Up the Big actually went by for track position, and they're now separated by just 3 seconds, these two cars. Ooh. So Matt Huppets, who's had a little bit of trouble adjusting to the car over the last few laps, he's found himself now losing a position of track space, and someone's coming into the pits here as well.
Yeah, someone certainly is. I'm not sure who that would be. It looks like one of the GT4s. I think that could be the Team MRS entrance, I want to say, potentially, or it could also, I think it could potentially be Oliver Van Herk, and it is the Team MRS entry here into the pit, 6th position in class, switching out drivers to Stephen Maris now in the car behind the wheel of number 75, the number 35, sorry. You can see that the hours are starting to get to me a little bit here as we are coming quite close to the 16-hour mark, Hasse, and well, I think it's time to give a quick little rundown, I think, of the standings.
Indeed it is, and let's start at the top of affairs. Simtag still leading. They've been doing from the start of the race, and it's never really looked in any sort of doubt for them whatsoever, and they're ahead by a massive 21 minutes, as mentioned a few minutes ago. Traxxas by JNV Services second, in front of GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing, with Jelle Verstraeten behind the wheel of the car at the moment. And that's the top 3 in the Radicals. In the Porsche Cup class, it's Colin Karasani for Bingo by Simtag EMG. That 63 Porsche Cup car has been leading all the way through, more or less, as well. Except for a few hours after a little bit of an incident there, early days for them. But they've managed to recover more than well and are now leading pretty comfortably as well. Oscar Wilkins for ASK Volante Racing in the 26 car is second for the Porsche Cup cars, and in third at the moment is Ruben van Buell in the Pro Assist Sim Racing car, the one that shares Glenn van Parijs's real world livery indeed. Ben Kuipers for Talk Freak Racing. It's been quite a while since we checked in with the Talk Freak guys in the 31 car. Of course, Talk Freak Racing by Carrot to get the full team name in on there as well. But they're leading by 2 minutes 18 seconds down to the GT ABK racing car driven by Senne Langsens at the moment. And then, as mentioned before, Hans Pullmans and Bart the Boss pretty much both within relative striking distance. And it's not going to take a lot of trouble for the GTE ABK car. It's also a tricky one to get off your tongue, to be honest. But it's not going to take much for them to get into trouble with those positions in behind. So let's keep an eye on that. And the 17 G-Drive Racing Eximia machine driven by Kevin van der Slick, or it is Slick, isn't it? It is indeed Slick.
Yes.
I was in doubt whether it was Slick or Silk again, but it is Slick. And he is indeed slick behind the wheel of that car. Smooth indeed as the 12 cars is sneaking up the inside. He's leading the class well and cool. Even after having an engine issue here, they were able to get that fixed with their last fast repair. And that just shows the importance of keeping those fast repairs for as long as possible. 8 hours left, and they're leading by just around 4 minutes. To Simtag Racing, the number 40 machine there, driven by Janos Sinor at the moment, and then Kim Behade in the car for Flemish Simsports TCR. It's 7 o'clock. It's time for me and Ed to take a short break to visit the small house or do whatever we gotta do. In my case, I gotta turn off my clock alarm that in the background just started ringing, so all the more reason to put us back with the lead Radical to see him on board thread the traffic for a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, stay where you are unless you gotta do some small stuff as well, and we'll be right back in 5 minutes time. Alright then, everyone, back we are for the final 2 hours of this third stint of broadcasting from the Virtual Belcar eSeries. 24 hours of Zolder, and that means we are within the final 8 hours of racing on board here with Koen Klubman, overall leader in his Radical, dealing with yet more traffic. And this is more akin to maybe being a bike passenger or so in a huge metropolis city. There's always something to negotiate at. Well timed there for the break with that alarm indeed going in the background, and in situations like that, I'm glad in the end I'm commentating and not driving, because that's the thing that, imagine you being in for a double stint in the car and all of a sudden you got the alarm ringing and it just won't go away.
It's been an absolute nightmare. I've had it before actually, when I had my phone just on the on my table, and it was absolutely vibrating away, going off, because I don't have a rig like all of you fancy lot. I just literally have a G29 bolted to my desk, and I'm in a little nice desk chair, and it works out for me. And well, it doesn't work out well when you have your alarm going off and you have to use one hand to try and turn it off, but you're going to be going down through the and through Puon at Spa. So it's not what you want to be having whatsoever. Managed to get it sorted just in the end, but it was very annoying to have for half a lap, and I couldn't imagine having it for any longer, especially if your phone is, or your alarm is, half the way around your room.
It's my alarm is even in the bedroom and the other room besides, so perfectly timed for a short break there. Ben Thanes is looking to get in the car soon.
I think he's in the car now.
I'm not quite sure he's in the car now. It's Ben Kuipers in the car now. But he told us earlier he was about to hop in for his final double stint. He is in the car now. I was looking at the wrong... I was looking at the wrong car indeed, the wrong G-Drive machine. I was looking at the Porsche Cup car, and because he was talking about it actually in chat, perhaps just before getting in the car, or if he's a bit of a madman himself while he was actually driving. Well, I'm not quite sure that's the case. Anyways, talking about Rob Dyson, and that is that Pimbao in that car in the 15 machine? I think it is. Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, two-man team getting on for 24 hours here. That's a hefty job indeed as well. Still going strong. He says that Rob did one stint of 5.5 hours. That's 180 consecutive laps for one driver in a row here. That's absolutely massive. So crazy Dutchies indeed. And there's actually one pun that I've yet to make here that I really want to make at some point, because we've got a lot of Dutch drivers indeed on track, and there is a reference to a good old song by the Musical Youth about what you could do in some corners here. Go on the attack and try to pass the Dutchie on the left-hand side.
Just as bad as Chaz had. Honestly, Hassa, you are literally just as bad as Chaz here, Hassa. It's brilliant, to be fair. I can't fault you on that one whatsoever.
Just imagine how it's like sometimes when we're together, Chaz and I.
I don't want to imagine it. It's stuff for nightmares, honestly. I've just had to deal with him, and now I'm dealing with you. This is a nightmare. 12 hours. Honestly, I've only had the racing to keep me company here and keep me sane, I think.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time before instead spends those amounts of time with both me and Chaz. You could say would of course go and turn absolutely insane. And kudos on the audience for not doing exactly the same thing, because to be fair on them, they've been spending the last 10 hours now with me and Chaz as well. So just like you, they've been having to put up with our lameness indeed for for quite a while now. All that aside, dad jokes are indeed the best jokes. Just having a look at the standings, still a few cars being close, but it's Marvin Mance now still driving away from the Sky Limit car of Mike Barton, who's carrying some pretty heavy damage indeed. Shannon Langston's now 42 seconds up on Hans MacGyver Polmans in the 103 Flemish Sim Sports GT4 machine, who in turn has also started to actually gain back on Bart de Vos here in the Edge Esports car. So those three, if not keeping stat quo, then actually just ever so slightly increasing the distance between one another. But let's see if they can get some racing going within the final 8 hours here. Leaving up the peak, 17 seconds up on Matt Hupert, who's had his fair share of issues, you could say, lately, although he's found his rhythm over the last 10, 12, 15 minutes or so, which is nice to see. And then I'm afraid we've had a bit of a problem here for Steven de Wolf.
Yeah, just seeing Steven de Wolf now. Where's he gonna? Oh, he has a bit of a moment. Managed to collect it though. Good job from Steven there. Just hold on, and I think that was just around the extent of the moment, so it wasn't too big, but it definitely could have been.
Oh, it's the ASMR going on there with the, of course, sustenance also needed for us, and I can by no means blame you for having a bit of a bite, a bit of a bite here or there. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to the audience. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead and have your breakfast. Yeah, I'm turning into a hungry boy myself as well. So a couple of the times I've been muted as well, it's because I'm sitting here filling my mouth with some sweet stuff as well. And I've actually gone and stocked up big time on that exact type of supplies for this event, because I didn't want to run out of snacks, and indeed I haven't. I've been overstacking up, and I'll even have some to enjoy myself on the day to come, which is not a bad thing at all. I'm certainly going to enjoy that for relaxing here. Our GT Porsche Cup, GT3 GT Porsche Cup, GT3 Cup, Porsche Cup, GT3. Dear child has many names, as we say in Denmark. But nevertheless, Colin Karasani has brought the 63 machine into the pits. And now we're going to see if it's going to be a tire and driver switch for him, or if he's going to stay in a single stint or two. I'm actually a little bit in doubt whether it's been an hour or 2 hours for him already. And that's how time seems to get flowing together. I think it's been 1 hour, and he's going into the second hour of what is more than a single stint for him here.
Yeah, definitely. Colin, we've actually been Chaz were watching his stint earlier on in the night, and he was one of the drivers that was really staking a claim on this race. Really is the reason why there's such a large gap between himself and the bingo by Simtag EMG machine out of the ASK Volante Racing. So Colin is a capable driver in the night. Oh, apologies there, frog in my throat. Had a very good stint in the night, and he's going to see if he can carry that pace through to the day, which, by the looks of things, he certainly has been, as we see Matthias de Tige in the Pro Assist Sim Racing car in the pit lane, currently sitting third in class, getting up onto the jacks, taking tyres. You're going to be doing, I believe, at the very least, I think, a double stint. What are the track temps at the moment, Hasser? I think they're still roughly around about the 18 mark, I believe.
Yeah, we're going to bring up the temp and weather service here for you, local weather around Zolder on July the 1st. That is 7:26 in the morning, so around 12, 13 minutes ahead of Central European time at the moment. Air temp of 17 degrees and a track temp of 19 degrees indeed. So it is starting to slowly creep up as the sun is beginning to beam down, just slightly stronger as well. And it's actually, you often talk about the light coming back, and this is what you would call happy hour. I think we're pretty much still in that zone where the tarmac is nice and cool, but the sun is out and you can put in some proper pace in the cars here. But once the tarmac starts heating up and the temperature builds, that's often a really difficult period of a race like this, because all of a sudden, well, you've been used to the car and the track indeed getting grippier and easier to sort of deal with. All of a sudden it goes the other way, and the tires seem to be worn a lot faster as well towards the end of the race, and that can really be a difficult one to get to grips with.
It really is, as you mentioned, getting to grips with as the grip does start to move away from you.
I hadn't even thought of that myself.
Go on, Hasser. That's something that you should be catching up on. I can't believe I have to pick up the scraps from you. This is unacceptable.
It really is. It really is. I apologize.
The driver that's been doing very well and not needing to pick up any scraps is in fact just taking home an entire meal for himself, biting chunks out of the gap being created by Senna Lanson's GTE ABK racing driver. The gap has been about 40 seconds, but over the last few laps, Hans Polmans has been really staking a claim, taking out 10th after 10th every single lap. Van Kuipers, though, brilliant job from the top racing by Carrot driver to keep a nice healthy gap of around about, what is that, 2 minutes 20 seconds almost to Senna Lanson's in the GTE ABK racing. So we can see that Top Freak Racing by Carrot, they've been doing a good job. They've won, I think, the first 3 meetings here in the Virtual Belcar, and since then, they've been absolutely on it. I think the only time when they didn't finish on pole was actually at Daytona, if I'm right, Hasser. I thought that was a bit of a moment there. He managed to hold it. Absolutely brilliant, did Colin. So he's just getting those tyres. They're still a little bit chilly due to the track temp not being quite as high as it would have been earlier on in the race. Managing it very well, though, is Colin. We saw him earlier in the night, managing to do it just well. So if he can get through the night in one piece, there's almost certainly a good chance that he can get through this happy hour stint.
Yeah, I think barring any self-caused incidents like the one we saw him picking up there, that was a beautiful piece of car control, by the way, by Colin Karasani. They'll be in such a good position anyways. He's just walking through the race leaders, and we'll end up where we have been before here with Koen Klopman, who seems to have had another bit of a scrap. Oh, he picks up the grass getting by the 30 car, and it's even for the race leader, even 20 some minutes up the road of the nearest car, all is not necessarily just smooth sailing. I was about to mention, I think I was getting distracted by it before when you were talking, Ed, and I am deeply sorry about that. But I was thinking about Thomas. Please tell me it was a quiet night, he is saying in chat. And to that I can only reply, well, it's not quite Christmas yet, so no quiet, no silent nights yet. It's gonna have to wait a month and a half or so before that time arises. And indeed, we didn't have a quiet night. A lot of action going on and a lot of racing, and I cut you off even there again, Ed, and I'm sorry.
That's apologies. I was talking when you were talking. That was my bad. But I was about to add an extra thing to that, Hasser, which is the fact that it's never going to be a quiet night when you've got Chaz Draycott, yourself, Hasser, and also me in the comms box to guide everyone through the night. There's never going to be a quiet moment with us lot around, is there, Hasser?
Chances are, no, not at all. And even if even if we become tired to the point of, well, obvious overtiredness, it obviously what we've seen from tonight, it just results in a lot of just like giggling, and the level of the humor just seems to decrease to a level where you start to think, should we even be doing this anymore? But we certainly should.
Certainly, of course.
But that said, no quiet nights here on SRW TV. And I also think like it is the perfect time to get a little more loose through the night, also because the race takes on a different phase. It always does so in a race like this, because you're far from the start, things are spread out, but at the same time still also far from the finish line as well. And as we've seen on multiple occasions as well over the course of this race, a lot of hard work can be undone very, very quickly by small things in the end. And to quote Blink 182, all those small things can really add up to something in the end of things there. Thanks, Thomas. I have been on a strong analogy game tonight. I was actually sitting thinking, 24 hours of 12 hours for my part, and for any of our parts, except for Peter, that is, and Chess, actually. So that's actually not true at all. But anyway, a long broadcast, can we call it that? Always the chance to get a little goofy and come up with some of that real good stuff indeed. I must admit, I do enjoy it very, very much. Coming up with all sorts of strange analogies that often makes very little sense at all, and when they do, hopefully once in a while, I do manage to hit the nail of the hammer I'm hammering with rather blindly in the end.
Yeah, of course, who could not enjoy, though, a little bit of Hasaroma analogies, and also who could not be enjoying this racing we've been on display. We've had a brilliant display of car control from Cohen Klotman, as well as Sven Kalbert. This Dynamic Simulator's red car has been involved in the wars a little bit, but managed to get through. And of course, we can see Kim Hayat in the Flemish Simsports TCR car, currently sitting third in class. The 102 car trying to get back up, but has to worry a little bit because Sven Kalbert is only, 20 seconds behind, 19.2, I think the gap is at the moment. And we're having a look at the most recent times. Sven Kalbert has dropped back a little bit. So Kim Hayat trying to increase the gap. Actually, no, Kim Hayat is not pulling away. Kim Hayat is actually dropping back a little bit because last lap was a 42.5, and Sven Kalbert's last lap was a 1 minute 40.46. So that gap has shrunk down by 2 seconds over the last lap. Might have been a potentially little bit of traffic for Flemish Simsports TCR, but the Dymac Simulator's red, that you've got to say, is on a massive charge, because again, I can see the gap shrinking down now. Under 19 seconds, 18.3 is the gap now, Hassan. And this is going to be a brilliant battle that we can hopefully keep on board with, keep an eye on throughout the rest of this stint. We've got 1 hour and 40 minutes remaining of our little commentary stint, Hassan. And well, if the last sort of 6 hours of our little stint has been anything, or last, 4 hours has been anything to go by, these next 40 will be absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, indeed, and an hour and 40 to be fair, but indeed it's going to be done before we know of it. That's quite certain indeed. And just looking at their lap times over the last few laps, we're going to have Sven Kalbert across the line now for a update to a 1 minute 40.5. That's still almost a second faster than Kim Hayat up the road in the Flemish Simsports TCR. So at that time and moment, I think they will be starting to feel a little bit of pressure building there from behind, knowing that they, in the words of the all-wise Anton Dupin, seems to really be a man that's awake to things happening around him, and thus with a really, really good tactical overview of the race, he's lent his keen eye on multiple occasions to us here. We're grateful for that. And he also told us that they did take fuel and tires at a moment after having picked up a penalty, so that put him a little bit off of pit scheduling, and as such they might be looking at a slash and dash at the end. And I think a rather long period of silence is in terms of incidents. Indeed, Edward seems to have been broken for us here.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing exactly what happens here. Olivier Peters just takes a little bit too much speed into the final chicane. He manages to come out just about on track. It's just absolutely spinning up the front tyres there when he finally gets the grippy track underneath him. And again, there's another replay here of Jean-Paul Samin going through the first chicane and just locks up a little bit, just tries to go into the first chicane, finds it a little bit too hot, has to get out of the way. And again, another car that has to get out of the way is one of the GT4 cars. I think that might have been Stephen Maris potentially going on by, or potentially as well Kevin Lemens that might have gone by. It was one of those two for sure, and they've gone out. And as well, we've got another incident here. Marvin Julian Amantz in the 13 G-Drive Racing. Gets a very, very close, sketchy maneuver, has to lock up onto the brakes to avoid it. Spins himself around. Does he get collected? No, manages to stay onto the right-hand side of the track. Very well done to avoid that, Marvin, but I'm sure that Marvin's definitely not going to be best pleased by that, because he has to worry about his own fight, as I think there is a car about 22 seconds behind him, but going to focus now on Quinn van der Hooydonk, because he's had another incident just going through the hairpin. And we've been seeing, as you mentioned, Asa, this car has been in the wars a little bit. You could probably make an entire video on the thrills and spills that this poor BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup car has been facing, as we see now coming back live with Marvin Amantz. And where is the gap behind them? I think it's around about 20 seconds to Mike Barton in the Sky Limit race team.
Indeed it is, but it's an ever-increasing gap. It's not a fast process, but it's an ongoing one indeed, and it's been going up from around, 4 or 5 seconds. I think he even made the move on Mike Barton at some point. Mike Barton, who had that pretty nasty incident, still carrying the effects of that crash. And I think he was pretty lucky not to pick up any sort of real suspension damage. The car seems pretty settled, pretty stable to me, and its rear end with the spoiler there, pretty importantly, still in shape. But the front bonnet missing indeed. As he swings around the TCR leader with the 63 car on his tail. But anyway, Amantz at the moment making amends for what's been a troubled race for the number 13 car, and he's gaining. And as I say that, he's actually had a bit of an incident there, so maybe more of a piece of commentator's curse going on here.
Let's see what happens. Just dips a wheel out. Does he collide in the wall? He does. There's that damage to the front of his car. We're going to see when he turns around and gives us a little bit of a view of the front of his Porsche Cup car. Just going to come over the crest now, and it doesn't seem to be that bad of a shape, Hasser. He seems to have just gotten a little bit lucky with that. Not too pretty on the right front, but aside from that, just about all right.
Yeah, it wasn't a huge one at all here. Mike Barton comes into the pit, so that's going to help Marvin in front big time as well. And I think actually Mike Barton has had a problem as well. So it's just all about keeping it in one piece, and it's into the pit lane. He goes off somehow, and I think he collects the wall as well there. And they've now switched drivers as well. Now he's in the pits. They've taken a fast repair from what I can see this time around.
Yeah, I think that's their last one, Hasser.
Yeah, I'm quite certain of that. This is not Alan Day having this incident. We're just gonna go on board to see what exactly happened. It's well hidden behind the guardrail there, as he did indeed just scrape the barriers. Would that be enough to pick up suspension damage in itself? I'm not quite sure. But of course, they did carry some relatively heavy damage already before this pit stop, and thus it would make good sense for them to get that fixed. And at this point, they've decided to use their last fast repair. So let's hope they don't have any more problems from here on.
And they need to try and help this car, help the Sky Limit race team nurse their car for the next 7 hours and 30 minutes. That's all that remains in this Virtual Belcar 24 hours of Zolder. And well, it might seem like a long time, but they've already managed to get through around about 16 hours and 30 minutes in this state. So I'm certain that they feel that they could make it through the next 7 hours and 30 minutes, as we see Ben Thanes leading the TCR class by a rather healthy margin. Again, we're going to have a look at that gap, and it's still staying around about at the 4-minute mark. Such is the commanding nature of this G-Drive Racing team's, well, race that they've been running so far. Senna Lansons, though, is staying in second place, but we're going to have a little bit of a look back to Hans Polman's, which is going to be trying to breathe down their neck, but they're keeping it a relatively even pace. I think there was only, a few hundredths that separated GT ABK Racing from Flemish Sim Sports that last lap around this Zolder circuit, as we see it get very close to the TCRs going through turn 4, having to get into the slipstream of Senna Lansons now and trying to get that move done, because all of the time he spends behind this slower TCR car is time that he loses to the chasing cars behind, and he wants to be able to get through them as quickly as possible to hold on to his second place in class.
Yeah, indeed, and it's been a gap right around the 38 to 40 seconds behind him as well for quite some time now, and the gap actually from Hans Polman's down to Bart de Vos behind is very much static as well, so it's really great to see just how close these GT4s are on pace to one another as well. Looking into the lap times, they seem to vary, of course. That's mostly a product of the traffic, but what we're seeing is the bigger picture, is that they're all very similarly paced, and should we have some factors bringing them together for any final part of the race, we're going to have a really hot race on our hands, and it's going to be, I think at least, really great to watch. I think I mentioned it earlier as well with the slower classes of cars, the TCRs, the GT4s, and even to some extent the GT3s. Though I feel like with the GT3s, you're already getting into a territory of cars that are somehow just almost too fast to really race. And I'm not talking about you cannot overtake. Of course you can overtake down the center, but with these slower cars, it seems to be you have so many more opportunities of how to take the corners and line to takes, and you can actually think while you're driving as well, and it seems to just suit good racing really well with slower cars indeed. And I think watching any kind of lower level touring cars, indeed, that's going to be a brilliant explainer for just why that is, when you see cars scraping and going door to door for the entirety of a race.
Exactly. It's a good reason why Chaz's British Boring Cars is a great series to watch. It's not just for Chaz, of course, his lovely comms and his lovely work done behind the scenes on all of the cars, but also just because of the fact that the cars are quite slow and they're good fun to watch battling out on track. Another thing as well is that I'm going to keep campaigning for it. The Pontiac Slowstis is one of the best cars on iRacing service, just for a good bit of fun racing. I remember racing a little bit of a fun evening with some of my teammates, just doing a little bit of a muck around at Brands Hatch Indy in the Slowstis. And oh my word, it was one of the most fun events I've ever had, just mucking about, because you could get so close and you could go side by side for nearly 3 laps. It was absolutely amazing, Hassa, and well, hopefully we can potentially see a Slowstis League coming up at some point. Obviously, I know there's probably not a lot of demand for it, but if there is, I'd be happy to make it for everyone and hopefully race in it as well.
Yeah. So will I, and it's good to see that such a long broadcast can actually be so enjoyable. I was I wouldn't say I was fearful of it, but I think last time I did a 24-hour broadcast was in a charity event when I was commentating on Gran Turismo Sport, and that ended up being me in the booth for, I think, 20 of what was a total of, in the end, like 26 hours of broadcasting. And I was absolutely hammered at the end, to a degree where I just didn't really have much more in me at the end. And that's certainly not how I'm feeling today. It's much better this time around. And I feel comfortable, and that's probably gonna help the quality of what we're gonna be able to present the viewers with. Because what I thought is that if you, as a broadcaster, streamer, commentator, call it what you want to call it, gets completely depleted of energy and focus and so on, you're not gonna do a very good job of presenting the race to people. But hopefully it's been good all the way through.
Exactly, Hester, and I've been doing this for the past, 11 hours almost. In fact, let's have a look. The past, 10 hours and 30 minutes now, I think we're coming up to. And, well, I've been absolutely enjoying it. I'm not feeling at all fatigued. I'm feeling just as fresh and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as I was when we first got live with part 2 of the broadcast that I was a part of course, Chaz Draycott earlier. And, well, the racing has certainly not slowed down one bit because, well, you can see as we get a replay of an incident that's happening, we're going to see Ben Thanes on the inside in the G-Drive Racing Exemia car. Just a bit of a slowdown. Has a very good car control to hold on to. It looks almost like he snagged the handbrake and did a little bit of a drift for us here. We're going to see, is that Lawrence Klutz going straight on? That is. So I'm not sure if that was a brake failure or what happened there. He might have just missed his braking mark a little bit too much there and did a little bit of Dakar rallying going through the Zolder gravel trap there. Me and Chaz were talking a little bit earlier, so as we put a pin in that thought and see what's going to happen to Marvin Julian Mamance in the G4 Racing. He's going to get sent around by one of the TCR cars. I think that might have been one of the Dynamics simulators, or Dynamics Belcar green cars. That might have been Stephen DeWolf getting involved in that. I'm not entirely sure if that was correct, so do not sue me if that was the case, but that was still a very unfortunate incident. I'm not entirely sure what I can make of that. It could potentially be a racing incident, but it's tricky to really see it from only one driver's perspective. We're going to see, though, Stephen DeWolf under a little bit of pressure, actually. I think that might be his Dynamics teammate just behind it. But, there's another bit of contact. That's the 907 car getting very close for comfort there. That's the Kevin DeVale car driven by... That's actually Kevin DeVale driving that car. Stage 1 Racing Belcar, currently in 4th position in the Radical class. But you don't want to really be doing that, getting so close to the rear end of a TCR, especially through the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, where you have to be so committed in the Radicals just to use all of that downforce to get through it.
Yeah, it's a car where you really just gotta trust that the forces pushing you into the ground will be enough to keep you level and stable, and most often so it really is. At least if the tires are up to working temps, because on cold tires it is a sketchy bastard to deal with indeed. And once the tires get up to temp, it really seems to improve massively, and it's all of a sudden it can even become, even though it's a challenging car, it's actually very enjoyable. I find it, at least, as soon as you get the right amount of heat into the tires and they start to work for you. Apologies if the stream looks a little bit squished or stretched or whatever I should say. I'm kind of seeing it as well when I'm watching it, and I've been going through all sorts of canvas and stream settings as to figure out just why, and I must admit, as for now, I'm a little bit at a loss to why that is happening. So it's not anything I can immediately fix if anyone's thinking about it, but I do apologize, and I will of course have a look at getting it fixed for future reference. Here is an issue for Rene Osterkamp, who is in the number 3 Sim RC Club Sport cars and entering the pits very quickly indeed, and that's going to be a carbon copy, more or less, of what we saw for another car not too long ago. Let's see, picked up a bit of that outside wall as well coming into the pits here. As Matthias de Tige as well has had a problem, and that is from 3rd place in class.
Yeah, if you could see, he just got onto the gravel, and well, what me and Chaz were talking about earlier, if we were actually thinking about potentially having the gravel traps beaching some of the cars, and that would have been a situation, I think, where Matthias de Tige would have had his car beached and would have had to have been towed back to the pit lane. And I want to get your opinion on this, Hasta. Do you think it should be punished a little bit more for going off the track, or do you kind of like how it is on iRacing, where the gravel almost acts a little bit like the grass does?
I'd much prefer a more realistic approach to the gravel, and the idea of actually being able to be stuck out there is sweet music to my ears, because it just gives people all the more reason to behave behind the wheel of the cars and to just get used to being that slight bit less aggressive, because all of a sudden every gravel trap is going to be a real danger zone indeed, where you can actually risk throwing away your race. So for me, when speaking sims, you know, somehow I just like it to be the closest possible representation of real life, and real life gravel indeed does seem to suck race cars into them. So in my opinion, best thing would be for it to do the same thing. But saying that, just modeling that in itself, that's a whole different ball game, and not something I really know much of anything about. Really, and therefore I shall really not be the one to be too critical about it anyways.
Well, I'm certain Matthias the Tiege might be a little bit upset to hear our opinions that we would have liked to see him beached a little bit, because he would have almost certainly have got his Porsche Cup car beached into the gravel. But I've just had a look, and we've had a word from the stewards on that incident we saw earlier, and it was actually the number 110 of Stephen de Wolf having contact with Marvin Julian Amants in the G-Drive Racing Xemia 13 car, and it's been deemed that it was the 110 car's fault for that little incident through turn 1. So Stephen de Wolf has picked himself up a stop and go penalty that could potentially have some ramifications for the on-track position. We're going to have a look, and I think just behind Stephen de Wolf is actually, yes, Mike Goossens in the BMS Motorsport car, about 33 seconds behind. So we're going to be seeing them. We expect to see them coming on into the pits, and that could allow the BMS Motorsport car to gain a position, get up into 6th place, Hasse.
Yeah, indeed, and they are going at it, and they're going on, and all of a sudden they might find themselves gaining more than they were necessarily expecting to. And that they've had a rough going indeed. Here it's Van Hooydonk. Indeed, what I can see is 9th in class, the BMS Motorsport GT3 car. And there is, of course, also the number 30 car and the TCRs, which I'm just trying to locate. And they are just now, I should say, passing Stephen de Wolf for 6th place. So a good gain made there for them. And they were actually also, for a large part of the race earlier days, they were well up there in the running order as well, really contending for good positions. But that's what so many other over the course of this race, as long as it's been, ill fates have befallen many teams here, and it's certainly been a race of attrition that's hit some teams harder than others in the end.
Oh, so what a livery for this BMS Motorsport car. The nice shiny satin silver, absolutely shimmering in the sunlight here at Zolder. Lovely, lovely car. Accented beautifully as well. It's got to be said by the nice, bright, almost neon green highlights that really stand out. And it's one of the loveliest liveries. A livery that, well, it's one that you could expect to potentially see out in the real life. It would probably take a lot to wrap it, though. So that's why we have to see these beautiful liveries here in the sim, as it is Jesse Hendricks, not Jimmy, as Hasse likes to mention, in the pit lane at the moment for the Dynamics Belcar green entrant. They're taking their stop and go penalty as well as the driver change, because instead of it being Stephen de Wolf behind the wheel of the Belcar green car, it is Jesse Hendricks taking over.
The point just being to just mention that they had been given a stop and go penalty indeed, and as we're gonna switch away from grass cam, it's not the best of camera angles, to be honest, to view cars in the pit lane. Here's Matthias de Tiege, who is 3rd in class, 3 minutes, which is around 2 laps, and that's pretty much exactly 2 laps down on Oscar Wilkins in the ASK Valente Racing number 26 Porsche Cup car. Still sitting 2nd. It's time for a swift update of the... Oh, like that. Get the drivers updated in the leaders table up there. As Thomas Stockmans is back in the number 2 car, leading with the Radicals, still by a massive margin. It's now up to 24 minutes and 8 seconds indeed. Afterburner, by the way, nice to have you along for the broadcast. And best of luck for the rest of the race. Of course, it being, well, I forgot his name, but he's a teammate of Stockmans and of Fabrice Cornelis, and that by power of deduction indeed is Cohen Klubman. So thank you for helping me out there and saving my skin yet again, Ed.
No worries, that's what I'm here for, Hassa. That's what I'm here for as well, to, of course, talk nonsense with you as you run the grid down for us.
Talk nonsense is what we are best at here. Hence MacGyver's in the pits as well, and hopefully they're not having to do too many of his sorts of fixes to the car, because they'd rather have it in one piece, I believe. But he's exiting the pit lane rather quickly here. The 103 car still in 4th place, but now behind Bart the Fuss, and having to think if there may be on a Steward kind of strategy as well. And I'm not quite sure what just to make of it. That was a very close situation, and it's not over yet. There are the 13 cars that a man's coming through as well here. Heavy traffic at the moment. I'll just see if I can pick up an onboard shot with Marvin here. There we go. To just see it's actually a few of the Porsche Cup cars alongside a Radical trying to get past on the leading GT4 car that is the Torque Freak racing by Carrot Machine. The 31 car there is the overtake from the 63 car in the 26, lapping that machine again. That's another lap put into the lead, into the bank, you could say, of Colin Kursani, and the bin goal by Simtech EMG team on the number 63 machine, who's done so well for the entirety of this race.
See Marvin Julian Adam. I think I'm having a few connection issues. We can see now Hans Polman's going through and going around at the first chicane. Unfortunate for him there. We were saying that he was trying to get out, trying to get through, but he's come out the pits. I think the cold tyres have really just slapped him across the face and sent him spinning all the way around, as we see Marvin Julian Mance. Actually, that is a overtake, not for position, but still getting ahead of, who is that? That is Oscar Wilkins, the driver in 2nd place in class. Obviously, he's not actually a fight for position, but that's him getting a lap back. Is Marvin Julian Amance in the G-Drive Racing Exima 13 entrant there. Getting a lap back. Shows just the pace he's managed to get, though, at the moment. He did say in the interview we had with him earlier that he was going to try and storm his way through the field, try and go for a brilliant race, and it seems that that is certainly the case at the moment. But I think, so we've had a word from the stewards on the 902 car, and they've got themselves a stop-and-go penalty for contact with the 334. So that is, of course, the CCTS Esports Endurance GT4 car having contact with the 334 of the Radio Motorsport by QSR. I'm not entirely sure if we managed to catch that on broadcast, though. But Hasarama, as ever, is on the ball, and we're going to see, I think, exactly what happened there. I don't think
that's it, though. That's a massive, massive off going into the pit lane for Lawrence Clothes there. That was... I'm wondering if you were aiming for the pit lane or just over to, like, it was kind of an in-between. Like, what was that even in the end? But we could have a look a little bit further back and see if there's any incidents with the aforementioned. That could be, I think this could be it. Let's have a look here. Let's quotes. Let's have this. That's kind of a blinky boy for a second there, and this is not the first time we've seen him go head on at that sort of corner. I don't think this is the situation, though, and to be fair, I can't really seem to find the incident in question. So I think we're just gonna stop looking and focusing on track action. Indeed, look at this though. Sven Kalbert in the Dynamic Simulators red car, 14 seconds off of Kim Behade in the Flemish SimSports TCR machine. That is a battle certainly heating up. The number 11 car here is really beginning to pick up the pace, and over the course of the last lap at a gain of over 1.5 seconds. So those 14 seconds, if it stays like that, they could fall away rather quickly, could they?
They certainly can, and Sven Calvert has been putting on a brilliant charge, it has to be said. And Kim Behayet, we know he's a very quick driver in the Flemish SimSports DCR car, but at the moment I don't know if he's been able to quite get the tyres up to temperature. As you can just see Sven Calvert, the front of his car's looking a little bit worse for wear, but it's certainly not impeding his performance. Of course, these TCR car says he gets really loosey-goosey over the chicane. He's sending it through. That's probably the reason why he's so fast, because he doesn't compromise any entry speed, just carries the speed on through, goes over the bumps, takes them like it's nothing, even though you see the car bouncing about left to right, bouncing across its two wheels. Gets back on the straight and narrow, as we see now Jazz Harvey, the Track Velocity Racing driver, making his way through the field, but has been involved in a little bit of a race of attrition, it has to be said, sitting 7th place in class, but doing a good job nevertheless. And let's have a look at his previous lap times. His last lap was a 39.1, about a second adrift, sadly, of Stephen Maris in the Team MRS machine, but still a little bit faster than Lauren Klutz behind. So again, one of the drivers in his own little bubble at the moment is Yaz Harvey for Track Velocity Racing, but still having a fun time of things nevertheless, which is what we love to see here, Hassan.
Yeah, exactly, and it's often just a case of just trying to say to yourself, okay, it's the situation we are in, and the car is in the state it is in, and we'll just have to settle into the pace that we can keep on doing in a safe manner, because one thing is gaining a few tenths or even seconds a lap, taking risks, but it's always such a fine line to walk, because you find yourself losing many minutes if you get it wrong, and thus the art of balance is really needed to keep everything in check.
Ooh, again, Sven Kalbach doing the same line again, really sending it over the chicane. In fact, we're going to go to a replay here of what's going to happen here. Ben Thanes has the switchback maneuver, and then a blinking moment, and that has sent him out and around into the wall. I don't know if he's picked up too much damage, because those walls are decently soft. We're going to see exactly again a replay of that incident. Yeah, just look at this, Hassan.
Yeah, he just gets touched by, was that the 14, the Scuderia Sim Racing car, or was that the Track Velocity GT4? Those two are very similar indeed. So a little bit at a loss of whether it was one or the other, but had a bit of contact with one of the GT4 cars. I'm just going to have another look here, because I'm sure we can actually see it. It's the 14 machine getting a little bit out of order, braking much too late, outbraking himself, and then I think Ben Thanes expecting to be clear, and then he just isn't, and he just gets touched in his rear corner, and that's a piece of poor luck indeed for our TCR. I was about to say TSR, just from pure habit indeed, but from our TCR class leaders here.
Yeah, I think he seemed to be expecting to see Kevin Lemens, who was driving the number 14 Scuderia Sim Racing car at the time, just to expect him when he overcooked it into the first apex, to probably just cut his losses and go over through the gravel, take a slowdown, and just grin and bear it. But it didn't seem to go that way, did it? He came back onto the apex, and that unfortunately sent Ben Thanes spinning all the way around. We're going to go back now to a replay with Jesse Hendricks there. Oh, a little bit over the gravel, a little bit scary for, I think that was the Fast Racing Team Radical. That was indeed the car in 5th place in class in the Radicals. We're having a look back up to, I think if we can, have a little bit of a look at Sven Kalbach and the Kim Bahia battle, because I've seen a message from Anton Depan in the YouTube chat, and he is telling us here that Kim Bahia is just managing the race a little bit, managing to avoid incidents. So this Flemish SimSport TCR car is not really going flat out, just keeping it steady, avoid incidents, avoid the penalties, and then he says he's going to use the final hours to really attack and keep them behind.
But the final hour, still some time away here, and that is a point to be made, as there are 7 hours and 10 minutes remaining of this race. Sven Kalbach goes into the pits, and that's going to take quite a lot of pressure off of Kim Bahia at the moment. We have a driver change as well for Radidon Motorsport by QSR, as Jarno Lorette comes back into the machine. And up ahead, look at this, Anthony Beekman in the GT ABK car, all of a sudden with company from Bart de Vos, and that's in the on-track battle for 2nd place. It's come from pretty much out of nowhere. It could be a pit stop, could be that one of them has been in, the other one has stayed out for some time, but the gap before was 40 seconds, and I'm having a hard time. You could do any real sort of pit stop within that time frame anyways. So it really could just be that this battle, once and for real, has opened up yet again, Ed.
Yeah, potentially it has. We're going to keep following this battle as we see now the Porsche Cup car sending itself in the mix. Is he going to send a move? No, you can see that the... Oh, but there's been drama there. A TCR out of nowhere, it's got to be said, just comes in, clatters the side of the number 19. Going to get a replay to see exactly what happens here. You can see it at the front of the shot. The TCR gets all sorts out of shape. Thank you very much for the slow-mo, Master, so we can process exactly what happens. Gets out of shape, but then again, it cuts onto the apex when I think the number 19 car thinks it's going to cut its losses and go straight on. No, it tries to fight to keep the corner just about going. And yeah, that's unfortunate because Antti Beekman really sent off into the Shadow Realm, into the gravel trap and the wall, and that's knocked his car out of whack. But has it affected the steering? We do sometimes see side-on impacts really affect the handling of the suspension, the way the car is angled, and I don't know if they have any fast repairs remaining, so this could be a late bit of drama, or not a late bit, but a definite bit of drama here in this moment of the race. He's not coming into the pit, so he feels he can keep it going. These GT4 cars are definitely sturdy pieces of engineering, but you've got to wonder if that's going to be rattling potentially Anthony Beekman, who knows he has good pace, but just little moments like that, not his fault, but that's all going to add up in the race time.
It very much is, and just watching Rudolf Nagels in the pit again, and he's been in for 17 minutes. And I'm wondering if there's anything we could really see to just... we're going to hop back and see what happened to Rudolf here. I think I found the incident in question. Well, that's very much why, and I think we actually saw that incident just 20 minutes ago and didn't think that much of it maybe, but it's seemed to have caused a major bit of damage for that number 6 machine. They're a fair bit of way back, and it's a tough spot for them to be in. Nonetheless, here's Steve Claes, and he's... trying to get up to terms with Alan Day in the 69 car, who got a fast repair not too long ago. Seems to have picked up a bit of a dent in the right front. Yet again, that seems to be the place of choice for drivers to hit one another here. It's probably more a question of the track layout and how the braking zones come into the different corners.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a look at the gap last time out. I think it was about 4/10. Steve Clays managed to gain on Alan Day, but we're going to see Alan Day come across the line. What is his lap time going to be this time around? It's a 31.5. That's a very strong lap time coming in from Alan Day, but we're going to see Steve Clays going through. Oh, a bit of a lock up there from Steve Clays, so that's not going to do his charge any good whatsoever. Managed to avoid getting any incidents as a result of that, and managed to not get collected by any of the TCRs behind him. Comes across the line, does Steve Clays, and what lap time is it? It's a 32.9, so he's lost. What is that? Around about 1.4 seconds to Alan Day. So Alan Day's been able to get a charge. I managed to defend this gap, but it's still not a comfortable gap, even though he is, nearly 17 hours into the race. Only 20 seconds the gap, though. So in the grand scheme of things, this is still very much a close on-track fight, even if the cars are not on the same bit of road together.
Yeah, it really is, and it's sort of these ongoing duels rather than battles, because when you've got a bit of time between the cars, this seems to be closer to the nature of things that are actually happening. It's more of a duel than a battle, I'd say, and it's exciting in its own way. It's something that often develops over a little bit more time, and often what we see as well is that if you lose a duel, all of a sudden it turns into a battle, and you know, if you've lost half a minute or so to the car behind over the course of, well, say half an hour or something like that, you're in for a tough bit of battling as well when the car behind catches up. So it gives you a fair bit of time to mentally digest what is actually happening, and sometimes I'm not quite sure that's actually a good thing, because I think as a driver, you often find yourself becoming a little bit nervous when you see any kind of advantage being eaten away at a steady rate by the car behind. It's never a nice feeling to be sitting with.
Exactly, so it's not something you can feel it right in the pit of your stomach when you see the cars closing in and you're really chasing down, and it's all about the endurance racing aspect. You want to try and push, you want to push hard to keep the cars behind, but you know, by going that extra 110% more, that's when the mistakes start to creep in. So it's almost like you need just to sit and watch it slowly happen, and just hope that you'll be able to find the pace sooner or later, maybe by managing the race, managing your tyres, or maybe when you swap out drivers and that the race will start to come to you again, because obviously different drivers have different strengths at certain areas of the track, and different drivers are obviously quicker than others, and it's all about planning not only when the drivers are in the car, but who's in the car at what moment. And that's the crucial moment as we see Anthony Bakeman trying to catch up back to Bart de Vos, but sadly I think he's been dropping back a little bit. Yes, he has. He lost about 1.5 seconds that last lap to the Edge Esports driver up in front, and he's potentially falling back into the clutches of Hans Polmans.
Yeah, that is a more than possible scenario here, I believe, because I think the damage that they picked up, they had that small incident not too long ago. I think it's impeded them ever so slightly, and I just have to see here because Oscar Wilkins has gone off track, and I think it took him quite a bit of time to come back on here, and it's a good thing for him that the gravel isn't too heavy to deal with for the Porsche Cup car. Oscar Wilkins makes relatively light work of it. No damage caused, no harm done. And that's usually the mentality of a race like this. You tend to take small incidents like that in your stride, just knowing that the car is unhurt and well. That's all that really matters. Here's Hans Polmans as well. But look at this now, a pit stop coming along for Edge Esports. That's of course gonna cause a bit of position swapping back and forth as well. Remember that all these GT4s are pretty much probably on a Steward strategy, so just how they come in, it's gonna be interesting to watch. And Maciej Mlinek, who's now back in the car, was hugely fast earlier on, and is really one of the drivers who's founded the good position that Edge Esports is in the first place here in the 25 car. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of effect it has to bring him back in the machine as Hans Polmans pits at the very same time. Remember, he's in for a double stint as well. So we expect him to have about an hour and a half left in the car. And out ahead now, Anthony Beekman leads this car by 55 seconds or so. And let's see what the gap is going to be for Hans Polmans as he exits the pits. This is still one of the closest multi-car duels. It's very much not multi-class. I had to really slow it down to almost simple slow down speed in order to get it out my mouth this time around. And to be fair on you and I, Ed, we've been here and we've been up for a fair few hours by now.
Fair few, just a few hours. I was actually able to watch the start of the race that you and Jack Railroads would bring to us, and what a start to the race it has been, and it's carried on from then on out. So you can imagine I've been awake for a little while now, but I'm still staying on strong. And well, with this race that's been on display, how could I fall asleep? We're seeing now an instant with David Plasman here. Husky talk us through just exactly what's happened to him.
Yeah, what happened there is what happened to his teammate not many minutes ago, but they've been in for a driver swap, and that is the only part of it that confused me. And now it said a different name, so I thought David Plasman had an incident, and that was very much not the case. Luckily for the 26 car, still running strong in second place in the Porsche Cup class, with a lead of, let's see, 2.5 minutes at the moment, or just about a lap's worth and a little bit extra. On Matthias de Tige there in the Pro Assist Sim Racing car, so that's going to be something to keep going into the final 6 or 7 hours it actually is now, not 6 yet. There's still an hour to do us for here as well. And but we're getting to what I'd say is pretty much the pointy end of the race, even though it's still a large amount of time to have 7 hours left of the race. You touched upon it earlier as well, the fact that once we get into the final 6 hours, that's effectively the final 25% of the race, and this is where we really start to see teams and drivers really go for the moves toward the end. And if you got to push, if you have a gap to close, you got to make sure you have the ample time to actually close it in as well. And we've heard from several drivers as well getting at us in chat saying just that they're just kind of awaiting the final period, the final hours of the race, in order to really begin to attack it yet again, to gain, to defend, or whatever the mission is here at the late stages of the race. So really interesting as well here. Thomas mentions 33 out of 35 cars still running. That's hugely impressive indeed. And of course, no doubt about it, the two fast repairs have had a helping hand in keeping cars on track. And I'd say to that we only applaud it, because we also are very much aware of what kind of race this would have been with no fast repairs whatsoever. It would have been even more attritional. Gaps would have been much bigger than they are, and as such we would have much less excitement in the end. And I think this is a pretty good number of fast repairs to be with. 2 means that you over the course of 24 hours still need to be careful. You still need to watch your paint. You can't just throw the car wildly around and expect to get a fast repair every time you have a major incident. But at the same time, a single crash doesn't mean the end of your race.
Yeah, and again, I'd just like to shine the spotlight on, of course, another wonderful race stewards. We've got Ronald Moons and Andy Yanens, just staying awake and keeping us going throughout this whole race. And credit to them, they've only got 7 hours to go, and they've so far, for the past 17, I don't think we can really fault them. We mentioned earlier, Hasse, that there's not been a single stewarding decision that we can really disagree with, and they've done a good job of keeping sure everyone's relatively well behaved. We've seen a few little moments where drivers have got a little bit rowdy and been kept in check, got a nice slap on the wrists, and as a result, the racing has been absolutely brilliant. So, of course, big shout outs are going to the pair of them, Andy and Ronald, doing a great job. As we see Hans Polmans, he's trying to get a bit of a charge on at the moment, but he needs to try and keep his tyres in check, because, well, when you get your tyres warmed up nicely, you can start to make a better charge of things. And we're having a look at the previous lap times. He was quicker than Messiej Mlinek in front in the Edge Esports car, but was actually a little bit slower than Kevin Lemens in the Scuderia Sim Racing 14 car. So there's about 4 cars or so fighting on the same lap, trying to get close to each other. And, well, I think with the pit stop strategies, so we could be seeing a potential shake-up of the order come the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm quite certain we actually are going to see a potential shake-up of the running order, at least in some classes. I think both the Porsche Cup, the GT4, and pretty much also the TCR classes will be susceptible to change here over the course of the final 7 hours of the race. I'd say so much as to that I would actually be pretty surprised to see it not happening here, as Hans Pullman is rather unhappy with the number 11 car there as he throws it up the inside. He's not going to wait any longer, and this might turn into oh, don't make it end in tears, please. Be mindful of the fact that these cars are so close on pace. The GT4 machine there of Hans Pullman's, now the 26 getting involved as well, and there's a Radical in behind. That's the 66 car. That's all 4 classes within one screenshot here, and that makes for a terribly hectic situation. The 103 gets passed on the 11 Dynamics car, and that is indeed the red machine, if I'm not very much mistaken, and I'm not for once. And the 66 gets safely past the 103 as well here into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. So order is restored for now. A sketchy moment there or two, and I think just a flare of tempers there as they perhaps just misunderstood one another a little bit. They were going into turn 1.
Yeah, Hans Palmer's gets himself a little bit of a flash of the lights from Jeremy Hessels for his troubles. Jeremy, a little bit displeased that they went for nearly the first sort of sector completely side by side. So that's Jeremy making his feelings known in the Dynamic Simulators red car, but still doing a good job. Both of these drivers holding on to 4th position in class, and it just shows how much it means to the pair of them. They weren't really willing to give an inch, even though they were in separate classes. This is, as you mentioned, the phase where we start to see the cars start to fight that a little bit more, and you can see that fighting spirit in Hans Polmans, the way he's driving the car, the way he's trying to send his GT4 Porsche Cayman into the corners, out of the corners. But at the moment, it's just not quite going his way. He had a lot of traffic that last lap, and that sent him further down the order. In fact, he lost, I think, about 2 seconds it was, both in front and behind him. So he needs to hope now that now he has this little bit of clean air to him, as he has to let by one of the G-Drive Racing cars. That's G-Drive Racing XMA 15, Pim Bao, 5th in class as he lets him through. He needs to start to think a little bit more about just trying to manage to cool his head a little bit and charge up through the field as we see the SimRC Club Sport car still in the pits, and they've been there for the past, I think, 40 minutes, the past half hour. They still haven't actually lost position to the next car down, which is Colin Karasani in the GT Cup class. So that shows the difference between them.
Yeah, sorry, 7 more laps is the difference before the bin goal by Simtech EMG, the leading Porsche Cup car, will move up into 6th place overall. But what I'm looking at right now is the fact that it looks like the SimRC Club Sport, the number 3 car, is effectively out of the race, which I'm not quite sure. They could come back. They could bring the car out of the garage, so to say. They could just be in for a hefty bit of works on it. But we've seen them involved in major incidents indeed, and luck turned rather sour throughout the night here at the 24 hours of Zolder. And as such, it might just be that we are no longer 34 cars running, but that we now could just be down to 33, I'm afraid. And I'm not quite sure, so don't take my word of it, but
That'd be
lifetiming
bitterly disappointing if it's true. So sorry there. That'd be bitterly disappointing considering as well earlier on in the race, so I think when you were commentating over the first 6 hours, they were up into 2nd place for a substantial part of the race, and then just bad luck plagued them. What with their engine blowing on them, and then again going into pit lane, having some hefty repairs. That's kind of put an end to their race, sadly.
Yeah, so it seems, and it's bad. It's really sad to see indeed, because over the course of the season, they have been one of the few teams who have actually been able to take the fight to Simtech Racing, and very few of the other radical teams have really been able to push to such levels of pace. A little bit of a touch to the rear end of the number 2 car again, but they're still keeping it running. They're still keeping it smooth and strong. I'm sorry, a little bit of a burp coming up. I do apologize. Try to keep it low indeed. By the way, a very good morning to everyone tuning in here. Early days here on Sunday morning, as we're now past 8 o'clock, and with that, you could possibly say the time where most regular people would be just about close to actually waking up on a rather normal Sunday morning. And nice to see so many of you checking back in. I recognize so many names from yesterday who were glued to watching, and as I said, yeah, thanks for tuning back in with us, and we do appreciate it. Flemish Sim Sports, yeah. I'm sorry, just gonna mention quickly, still 20 seconds between Maciej Mlinek and Hans Pullman, so they seem very closely matched on pace at the moment, and it's just over 45 seconds up to Anthony Beekman in the GTE APK Racing car in 2nd, and at the same time, I am afraid that Kevin Lement is ever so slightly losing a little bit of time. There is around a minute down, that's actually on Mlinek. So that's very much untrue what I'm saying. He's been gaining on Hans Pullmans over the last couple of laps. And as a matter of fact, he's gaining on Mlinek as well. Although at a slightly slower rate at the moment though. So let's just see how this whole GT4 kerfuffle of a battle is gonna develop. And I might just try and stay awake as we'll leave you with Jack Werrell and Peter Mackay in about 50 minutes, not 15, but 50. Just to be clear, to watch the final bits of the race, because I just think this might be a very, very exciting finish to the race in the end indeed.
Yeah, exactly. You can see Martin Dickens in the Dymax Racing Optica car coming into the pits now, the 906. They've done a bit of a swap around now. This was an incident as well following Jesse Hendricks just getting sent a little bit wide through the hairpin there. The number 19 car sends its nose down on the inside, but doesn't quite fully commit. That forces Jesse just to go a little bit wide. Forces car off the track, but now we have Martin Deckens coming back out onto the track. Hans Pullmans, though, trying to get his car through. Seemingly, it looks a little bit easy, like Sunday morning, but I can tell you it certainly isn't when you're in the car. These GT4 cars, the way the weight's shifted a lot towards the rear of the car, it doesn't really particularly like being sent up through the corners so stiffly. You need to have a really firm grip on the car, and you need to be able to correct the little bit of oversteer that you can get in these things. But Hans Palmers is doing a good job of it, sending it over the curbs, over the bumps. It rides it very well. As we say, we've been seeing this Flemish Sim Sport GT4 car really sending it through the first chicane, getting up on two wheels, Dukes of Hazarding it. And it's a beautiful sight to see. But I think we can see now that Hans Palmers has finally gotten back into the rhythm of things, because the last lap was a 37.9. Up in front, Maciej did a 38.45. 38.5 is what Maciej has just done now. And further back, Kevin Lemens, 38.2. So Hans Palmers, one of the fastest cars out on track. I think the second fastest GT4 car, just behind Tim Claessens, who's setting in consistent low 37. So the Talk Freak Racing by Carrot car seemingly getting over its earlier struggles, with Tim Claessens behind the wheel now, guiding it forward and starting to build up that gap between themselves and the GTE ABK racing car of Anthony Beckman. That gap is now, I think, 3 minutes between the pair of them, Hasse.
Yeah, it's grown, and now they seem to be pretty much out of it. If they can just keep it clean for the rest of the race, they will be in prime position to take home the win here with, 6 hours and close to 45 minutes left of the race. But of course, just saying that it's very much easier said than done as well. And I think there's no shortcuts. There's no easy way of doing this. You just have to get on with the work, and you just have to keep concentration. That is the key word here coming into the final 6 hours of the race. Is, I think, just keeping a level head and keeping concentrated, not making any silly error that's gonna cost you a lot. Because as we say, we mentioned 3.5 minutes as a large gap, but if you're out of fast repairs and find yourself having to do 10-15 minutes of repairs to have a drivable car, then the 4-minute gap is gonna vanish rather quickly. So that's simple mathematics. And yet here's Mlinick goes wide and almost suffers the curse of the commentators. Not that we're really talking about him, but sometimes it's enough that we're just following a car. And Maciej and Mlinick did a very good job of keeping that in order, because that could have been a bad one indeed. The wall is not far away on the left-hand side of the track. So good job on him there. And just checking on the gap down to Hans Polman's. It's now down to 18 seconds.
Yeah, it's starting to close down slowly but surely, but not quite close enough that I think Maciej Mlinick will be too worried. Obviously, there could be potentially a little bit of pace management, a little bit of gap management, just to sort of keep the gap where it is not pushed too hard. You can kind of hedge your bets, look after the tyres, look after the fuel a little bit, and just let the car slowly catch up to you, as long as you feel that you've got enough time in hand to sacrifice. And that could be what Maciej Mlinick doing, or it could be the fact that he's absolutely wringing the neck of the Edge Esports car, as we saw him do, to be fair, through turn one, getting a little bit loose out of shape. So I'm fairly certain that answers that little hypothetical question, and it is Maciej trying to go on the ragged edge. But, well, we're seeing Hans Polman's really taking it through, and the gap now is down, at least on our timer screen, is down 17 seconds. So it seems that Hans Polman's is on a really good charge, and it seems Maciej maybe encountering a little bit of difficulties. We're going to see exactly what the times are when they come to the line. Maciej's last lap time, I believe, was a 30. It was actually not. It's a 1 minute 40.1. So it was that little bit of a shake and bake going through turn one, a little bit of a loosey-goosey moment for him that's put him a bit further down. We're going to see Hans Polman's, when he comes to the line, how much time he has gained this time around. He cuts the timing line. And what is it? It's a 38.6. So that's around about, what, 1.5 seconds gained on Maciej up ahead. So as you mentioned, Hasse, this gap is closing down actually a lot quicker than I was expecting.
It's turning out to be a absolute flyer at the rate that it's developing right now. And we might see it's developing into a battle sooner rather than later. And I think we're both expecting it to be something to come for I was about to say future generations of broadcasters that will inherit this race as they go on into the final 6 hours of it. But we might actually get the pleasure of watching it and bringing you whatever fighting is looking to develop between these two cars. And as we mentioned on before, at the same time, Kevin Lemons on a blazing pace, 37.5 on his last lap, and it's no means impossible that they will be up there as well. Scuderia Sim Racing, the number 14 machine, for the final bits and bobs of the race. And when it comes down to whether will they be there or not at this part of this point of the race, it's often more a question of whether they're on strategy than whether they're on pace, because you can go super fast around, but if you're going to lose the time it takes you to do a pit stop compared to all your competitors on track, never mind that you'll be going a bit faster, you'll be losing all that time come the end of the race with an extra pit stop. So they'll be hoping and working hard as well, both trying to do the calculations as to how they get through everything as quickly as possible and with as few stops as possible as well. And sometimes you have to do quite a hefty amount of fuel saving as well, and in that sense sometimes traffic can even help you out, because it needs you to slow down, or it forces you, requires you, if you will, to slow down anyways. There's a bit of a lockup there for one of the G-Drive machines, that the 13 car right in front of the 31 Torque Freak car there is, probably gets a bit of a scare in a situation like that, and just probably thinking, please leave me alone, I've got my own race to contend with, and I'd rather not make contact with anyone at this point of it.
That's what you always hope. You just like, please leave me alone, as you see him filling the rear view mirrors. He doesn't want to get the memo at all. He's not getting the memo that he wants to be left alone. He's getting really up close and friendly, a little bit up close and personal, but no contact, which is what you always want to see when you see the faster cars going past the slower boys, shall we say. Good clean manoeuvre by Steve Clies there in the G-Drive Racing Exemia 13 machine. Kevin Lemons putting on a good charge, but not quite closing in quickly on Hans Pommens compared to Maciej Mlinek. Further up there we can see David Plasman, the inventor of the Plasma TV according to Chaz. We see him coming through first chicane very well. That chicane has a lot of speed through there. In his own little bubble as it stands, about, what is that? I think a little bit of a, well, that's I think a hefty gap actually between himself and Colin Caranasi there. Then further back, Matthias de Tige, around about 2 minutes back, I think. So they're kind of in his own little battle at the moment, only his own little bubble, shall we say, as David in the ASK Volante racing machine.
It is, and got a message from his teammate Oscar Wilkins, who's been in this car for quite some time. I think it was at least a triple stint being done by him. And as he tells us as well, he needs some sleep now, and I think we understand that quite well. Sleep tight, and be hoping for your teammates to be able to take home second place as well here. And we do get that, Sven, as well, in terms of fatigue, not only for us here, but it's something very different when having to have full focus on the race while in the car, and having that very small margin of error that most of these cars, in iRacing at least, is working on. So having to be on the edge of a knife for so long, and quadruple stint though, Oscar, that's insane. But having been up for so long, and some of these drivers, I think Sven Calbert is for sure not going to be the only one having stayed up for the entirety of this race. It, as we've mentioned, also presents a whole new set of challenges with this mental fatigue. And if you have a strong direct drive wheel, both of us now being on G29, so we know absolutely nothing of this. But I imagine that if you have a 30 Newton meter, direct drive, and you want to run it at realistic levels or something like that, it's going to be quite the workout as well.
Absolutely, yeah. As you mentioned, for the pair of us, probably the worst people to be talking about feeling the burn with our little G29s, but to be fair, I have my phosphate rack up quite high for G29, so I do tend to feel the burn a little bit as I come to the end of a long stint. I think the longest stint I've ever done in a race car has been about 5 hours, so I can certainly imagine the fatigue that some of these drivers might be feeling, and well, my only consolation might be that at least they're not staying up for 12 hours, potentially. Maybe they are, who knows? Who knows as to what these drivers are doing, apart from, well, maybe I hope that they know what they're doing, but I know when I'm in the car, I barely know what I'm doing. I'm sure you're probably the same.
It's. I want to say sometimes I feel like I know what I'm doing. It depends on car track combos and such. I feel there are cars I am struggling with, and there are cars I'm feeling relatively more comfortable in. And again, also if it's a track that you know really well, it's often a lot easier just to get in and just do your laps without really thinking too much about it, which is pretty much often the zone you want to get into. If you can just do your laps and go around without really giving it too much thought, then it's a pretty good place to be in for endurance racing, because that often brings with it a good level of consistency. But indeed, I think I can safely say that I'm no driving god, that's for sure, and I would never claim such. But to be fair, I mean, I'm racing with the Simpact team that's also in the SRW GT Pro Series with Martin van Ruyvik and Jordan McClone, two of my teammates, both of which are faster than me. So a good thing it's not me in that series. Would be a bit hard to race and commentate at the same time as well. But we have actually gotten ourselves a few pretty good results. We've got 4th last year in Petit Le Mans. We got 3rd at the 12 hours of Sebring in the GTE class as well. That was actually this year, I believe. We got 2nd with the team I was on at Le Mans, at the 24 hours of Le Mans. Actually racing some pretty spicy lads over the course of 24 hours of there, and then not too long ago we were leading Petit Le Mans for pretty much half the race before succumbing to bad luck at the end of it. So I mean, one shouldn't be overly harsh to oneself either, and it's of course. It's with iRacing, it's also easy to say that because I'm very much aware that there's a thing called splits, and being at the top end of some split in the middle of things and being around the top end of top split is two very, very, very different things indeed.
Exactly, Hasse. I remember actually that you mentioned your exploits in your racing adventures. I remember actually doing the most recent Spa 24 hours in iRacing. We were in quite a high strength of field split, and I think we started all the way down. I qualified the car, and my 1 lap pace is absolutely shocking. And we qualified the car, I think, in 52nd place, so almost stone dead last. But through the first couple of corners, I just had to keep my foot pinned through a lot of carnage that happened over the top of Eau Rouge and Radion. And I think we came out by the end of the race, coming out in, I think, 16th place, and that was in a race that had the likes of Heikki Kovalainen racing in it, Formula 1 race winner, so I can happily say that I've actually raced and had a good battle with Heikki Kovalainen.
That's one of the biggest charms, I feel like, in iRacing as well, is you never know who you're going to get up with. I've raced... who was that even? I've been in a lobby with the Max himself once, although he was in a GTE and I was in a GT3 car. So I could say I've been lapped twice by Max Verstappen in a different class. And I can also tell you that it feels kind of scary. And if ever you didn't want to mess up and, throw off the car behind, that was maybe the situation then. Or maybe if you hate the guy, you would want to do it more than anything else. But I certainly felt more a feeling of, oh Lord, this is this is one of the biggest driving talents of our time, and a Formula 1 Formula 1 driver on my very tail there. But we've been racing various celebrity drivers over the times as well. We had a race with Tony Kanaan at some point, where my teammates was able to keep pace with him, and I've been mixed with a few others as well over the times. And as I said, I really enjoy that aspect of it, and it's so fun to see yourself all of a sudden just entering a race, and there you are in the mix of it, in the heat of things with real pro drivers. And by the way, speaking of pro drivers, we have quite a number of race car drivers, a few of them maybe even getting into the ranks of actually living by it. But of course, a large number of race drivers, and especially in GT racing, are what you in the olden days, and some people still call them this, is the gentleman driver, which is actually a thing that very much keeps modern GT and endurance racing as well alive and afloat.
Certainly does, and you mentioned actually a lot of modern GT racing. I've got a little bit of a connection with that, of course, with one of my Furious Simsport teammates, Martin Plowman, who is, of course, an LMP2 WEC champion and Le Mans race winner, of course, as well as won, I think, British GT Pro-Am Championship last season out. So, well, that's my little brush with Stardom, but he's a very good lad, is Martin, and he's very down to earth as well over the sims. He's one of the few racing drivers that doesn't really have a big ego around him, and it's good to have him here as well, keeping in the sim racing world, as a lot of drivers do tend to be doing as well. I think I've commentated on a race that has had Adam Christodoulou involved, who's won, well, the Nürburgring VLN, I can't remember how many countless times, but he's a very, very handy, capable GT3 driver, and I've had the joy of commentating over a race that he's performed very well in. I think in the Nürburgring German Championship, I think he had a good fight as well, up from 10th, I think, into a podium place, if I can remember rightly. So good job from him. It just does show, as we keep mentioning, that real life ability and sim ability does translate either way, Hasse.
That's very much true, and we actually talked about this last night as well, that and on any sim field, maybe particularly even on iRacing, that a lot of real life drivers that haven't had a lot of experience and a lot of time in the sim often find themselves having a bit of a hard time, because they're really all of a sudden they are quite restricted on what kind of let's say sensory apparatus they can use to kind of feel the car around with. And I'm specifically referring to the what I've heard Hans-Joachim Stuck, legendary German race driver from back in the days, who was a legend if ever there was one. He's been in very many different cars indeed over the times, but he's many on several occasions in interviews and such, I've heard him refer to the behind sensor, which I really like that expression. You have to have a sensible behind, and in the words of Hans-Joachim Stuck, it's more something like this: you have to have a sensible behind sensor. You know, and a thick German accent.
Just like he was in the box with us, Hasta. And it's a much nicer phrase than what me and Chaz were referring to it as our big, nice cake. The nice cake you've got sitting on, and you're nice feeling it all throughout the car. And well, it's all about getting that feeling, really. You can do so much, especially through the advent of motion and simulator rigs that I know one of my teammates has. And well, he always says, "Don't crash into me on motion rigs." And then you just hear, when you at the end of a race, you give him a little bit of a bunk, and you hear his voice shake. He's shaking around, jiggling left, right, and centre, and it's a bit of a laugh. But I'm sure it's not something you'd be wanting to have if you were in a real race car, which I suppose what the motion rigs are designed to simulate.
Indeed, it's. I think what I've heard about it as well is that a motion rig set up correctly can be a very, very, very good emulation of what kind of forces and the feeling that comes through the seat of the car, and as such can really help you to develop your driving. I think if it's set up well as something that can really add to the immersion. I'm talking if you have a set of VR goggles that are high grade, I was about to say VR goggles, and a motion rig paired with a real driving seat, a pair of say Hülsenfeld pedals or so that feels pretty much like real pedals do as well, and a direct drive wheel. It's getting to the point where the immersion is really becoming quite extreme, to be honest, and extreme in a good way. Just saying that as someone turning 30, and I know I'm not saying that all of you are. I'm not saying anyone is old, first of all, and am I saying that we are not having any young viewers, but I'm having a sense that we are catering to a rather adult and mature audience anyways here, and I think a lot of us hardly even had the imagination to really just really feel and imagine what was going to happen, say, 20 years ago, what kind of technologies and what kind of, even just in terms of sim racing, what kind of experiences would be out there to be had, because certainly in my wildest dreams I would hardly even have dared to dream about being able to both, well, one thing is commentating on iRacing, but just racing for someone like me who's dreamt about being a racing driver for, well, my entire life, but has obviously never had the means or just the real chances of, for instance, beginning to go karting and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I feel sometimes a little bit out of place actually in the world of sim racing, because I'm a student at the moment. I'm studying for a law degree and having to balance that with, of course, all of my sim racing commentating ones. So this is a fun little thing to have on the side, and well, it's starting to slowly but surely has to turn into something more. I'm very glad to be, of course, on board with all of us here on Simracersworld TV. And well, it's absolutely brilliant. I'm so glad that sim racing as well has absolutely exploded, it has to say, over lockdown. Of course, I'm not happy that we are all in lockdown and that we have the current global event going on, but if there's any positive at all to take out of it, is that our little sim racing community, no matter which community you're a part of, has all seemingly just grown and grown and grown and gone from strength to strength. And we can hopefully, of course, get back to real racing sooner rather than later with the new lockdowns looming all across the world. But it's good to have this little sim racing thing just as a nice breath of fresh air and a little window into normality. Just keep racing no matter what. And that's what I love to see, is that we always like to keep racing through thick and thin, and we've found a way, and it's a brilliant way, it's got to be said, to keep racing.
It very much is, and it's the only real possible way to have racing at all in the first place, which is something I think people have been quick to realize as well, and the amount of support that has been seen for the sim racing community, and the amount of growth as well, as you just mentioned, it has been magnificent. As to the extent where several of the sims are now having to really kind of mitigate the big flow of newcomers to the sims, because of course, coming from, even if you're coming from a sort of simcade experience, be that Forza Motorsport or Gran Turismo, or it's also going to be a discussion of which titles to take into these discussions. I think Formula 1, the official Formula 1 game, pretty much falls into that category as well. But you're going to be able to pick up on a lot of basics, but there's also going to be so many details that in the end are sort of left out in the name of playability, which in the broad scheme of things probably works out best for the wide masses, but for the real geeks, I want to say, the real sim drivers that want it all and the full immersive experience, there is a world of sims that can really provide you with just that. It is just that the step of going into it can for some be a bit of a shock. And there's been quite a bit of discussion, for instance, on the iRacing forums and communities, both on Reddit and the official forums as well, about simply the standards of driving in the most populated series, at least in stuff like the IMSA series, the ILMS, and also in the official Oval series as well. And the iRacing development team have actually reacted by introducing a slightly different set of license regulations for different classes. Which I have to say, I actually applaud that. I've won, and it's not to blow my own horn and say that I never have incidents. I have plenty of incidents, and there are certain tracks and cars that are really, really hard just to race around clean. But in the end, I think I don't necessarily find it that hard as well to give other people space and to go too wide through a corner without having a crash every single time. And with the stories that I hear people telling, it for some has gotten to a point where it's quite bad. And I think it's important that the driving standards are respected, because if you have a crash in iRacing, you don't just turn the car around and keep on going like you would in other games.
No, you certainly wouldn't. You need to sort of keep your head on it. That does give a lot of discipline, I think, with the fact that we have such a good damage model. Really, a lot of times it gets a little bit stick with the old damage model, but iRacing's really putting it out there, and it does punish a lot of mistakes, so it promotes good, clean racing. And I actually had a little bit of a look in the chat, and I can see just through that there's been an incident for the SimTag TCR P2 that's been in the pits for repairs. So that could be something to look for. But as well, Tommy Rao in the chat, who's been driving in the Bengal by Simtech EMG car, feels like a train has run over him. But at least he's okay, and he's here with us to watch his car potentially take the class lead on the class victory side.
Yeah, class victory looks quite the possibility for him, and they have already today, the course of yesterday and today as well, brought home the drivers or the team's point, the overall points championship. It's called in their class in the Porsche Cup. So that is a strong one indeed, and that is one to celebrate for him. So congratulations from us here as well on that part of it. I'm just gonna get the class display reset because I think we've had driver changes. Indeed, Budeman Kuster now in the Cup class car, Tim Clayson still in the GT4, and Ben Thane still leading in the TCRs. And Anik, welcome back, by the way. I never got to say that earlier as well. And it's a good point that you need newcomers to have a sim of tomorrow, and that's a very good point indeed. And I don't think, like, my point was not to make a critique of newcomers or in any way to be a snob and come and say that, oh, we don't have space for newcomers. Or that's not the point at all. But I just think that you need to then present the newcomers with some kind of learning curve that's not gonna make them able to go around for a week or two and then hop into an LMP1 car, because that doesn't seem to be a viable way to have it work out anymore. And I think that's also why iRacing has gone in to address this.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough when I first joined iRacing to, as soon as I got out of rookies, I put a post up on the forums and immediately found a good team that was able to nurture me and able to get me up to pace and able to teach me a lot of the rights and wrongs. Obviously, I knew a little bit about sort of racing in general and what you can and can't do. Of course, I didn't come in being what we call a little bit of an idiot who thought it was the next coming of Schumacher or Verstappen or Senna or whoever else is your insert favourite Formula One driver here. I had to realise the expectations, and it's really helped me, actually. I think that could be another thing to do, is if you're new to iRacing, let's have a little post on the forum, see if there's any teams around that can help you develop yourself as a driver, but also to have a bit of race with, because it's all about getting that community, finding a few mates just to have a bit of a fun race with, and it's all about really enjoying it at the end of the day, isn't it, Hassa? As I can hear you having a crunch, so I'm not going to cause you to speak there, and I'm going to instead try and focus on this little bit of an on-track battle here. It's Anthony Beekman in the 19 GTE ABK racing car that we've been seeing time and time again up into the order. They've got about 25 seconds back now to Mercedes from Linek, and that gap has kind of come down a little bit, it has to be said. The last lap time for Anthony Beekman was a 1:39.9, but we're going to see him come across the line, so 1:38.8 this time. But still, Mercedes from Linek, last lap was a 37.8, so that's still a second gained so far. We're going to see when Mercedes comes across the line what that lap time will be this time around, if he's been gaining on this lap or not, as we've been seeing Hans Polmans as well getting on a little bit of a charge as well, a 37.7, so they've both been gaining on second place. So this GT4 battle is certainly hotting on up as Myatt comes across the line, does a 37.7, so that's 1.1 seconds. It is what car has been able to do, Hasser, and well, we're saying the battle's been going to certainly could heat up. It seems like it's getting nice and spicy at the moment, just based on these lap times coming through.
It very much is, and I apologize for sitting here stuffing my mouth with M&M's peanuts. It's a lovely type of candy indeed. And I just noticed the ball just sitting there in my stomach growling, and I just couldn't resist the urge to grab a handful. The handful, providing it was a little bit too big a handful for the amount of time you decided to talk in, which is none of your mistake whatsoever. But I'm back, and a little bit sustainated in that sense. Maciej Malinik is indeed in a sense of hurry about him. He needs to keep it very, very composed indeed, because the gaps around him has really come down big time indeed. Hans Polman's 25 seconds down, and Anthony Beekman 23 seconds up the road. And the question still remains to be seen, and I really can't make anything of it. By this time, it's 6 hours to go, we really should be starting to take note of just how long is left of the race, when the different cars pit in. Again, these GT4s are able to run for about an hour and a half. That's on most tracks, at least. Of course, there is a small deviation to this. The more high-speed straights you have and the more flat-out sections, the more fuel you'll be burning as well. So expect it to be around an hour and a half, and then just to do a bit of basic maths to see just how they come out on strategy. Because, as mentioned earlier, one thing is the track pace, but if one of these cars all of a sudden have to do a splash and dash with 10, 15 or even 20 minutes left to go of the race, they're just going to be directly out of the battle for positions.
Exactly, it's hotting up both in the GT4s but also in the TCRs, because I can see that Hendrik de Grave, I think, is 15 seconds from Jeremy Hessels, who himself, I think, has got Attila Sipos behind by about 19 seconds. So it's all very close in TCRs, and it seems to be getting as well staying close in the GT4. So it's two battles that we're going to be trying to keep an eye on, but it seems at the moment Siege Malinek really starting to close down on Anthony Beekman. The gap now 20 seconds it is. So the GT ABK driver seems to be struggling just this little bit. We did notice they picked up a smidgen of damage earlier on in the previous stint, and they're just trying to nurse it through. I don't think they have any fast repairs remaining, so it's going to be them like this to the line and seeing if they can get themselves back on track, as we see a car shooting on by, but it's not making a mistake. It's going into the pit lane, and that is Pim Bao, the G-Drive Racing Eximia 15 entrant there. 5th place in class. Going to be coming out as well once it's gone through the pit lane in 5th place, because there's 3 minutes behind to Martin Dekens in the Dynamics Racing Optica car.
Very much so, and just unmuting myself on Discord so Ed can also hear me. Very much so indeed, Ed. And Pim Bao into the pits now. Rudolf Nagel is indeed out of the race, just to catch up on that. He's fallen down. The order is now 14th overall, and that is his team as well, the Simrc Racing Team number 3. Car that's very sadly out of the race and has taken the has doubled the amount of cars that has officially is now out of the race, and we're down to 33 out of 35. Still an impressive number indeed. And I should just mention upon something else, Ed, your name, that I'm really getting tired here, as you can probably imagine. I would imagine you to be doing the very same. And to alleviate us, even though I'm still having a lot of fun as well, as you could probably also, I hope you can hear that. I hope you can certainly sense that Ed and I, tiredness or not, as a great time in the booth here. We're just about, just 10 minutes or so away from handing over to Jack Werrell and Peter Mackay, who'll be there to take you through the final 6 hours of racing in their passionate, skillful, and knowledgeable hands and mouths, indeed. And
deprivation getting to your hassle.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I'm at the point where I don't want to make more coffee now, because it's just gonna drag out for longer. Oh, then it goes into the gravel there and almost gets completely out of shape. But manages to keep it going. Again, it's not the first time we've seen him do it in that very location, and I think that's brought his heart just a fair bit closer to his mouth in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, just a little bit of a sketchy moment there for the Edge Esports driver. Malinek wants to hold on to this third place, trying to keep going faster than Hans Polman's behind, which he is able to do, while also trying to catch up to Anthony Beekman up in front. So he's kind of in the middle of this little pack, this little sandwich, and he needs to sort of keep eyes on the times. I'm sure he's got his spotters in the car with him in the Discord call, letting him know the relative pace of the cars around him. That's what I'd be asking for, at least, what the lap times the likes of Anthony Beekman are doing and what Hans Polman's are also capable of doing. And then going, right, that's what I need to be hitting. Then you know how much you need to push. If you need to conserve the tyres, if you need to look after the fuel, if you're going to plan for the long game, or if you're going to want to try, as we are coming towards, as you mentioned, the final 6 hours, if you want to get that track position done and dusted, as we see Anthony Beekman going through turn 1. What was his last lap time? It was a 38.99. Ziyech Malinek 17 seconds back. We'll be probably exiting the final chicane now. We're going to see what lap times he's going to be able to do. As we have a little look-see, it was a 38.7, so that little bit of a loose moment for Ziyech going through turn 1. Didn't really hold him up too much. He managed to gain still a couple of tenths on Anthony, but still not enough to really keep the wick burning on Anthony and keep him under pressure.
It is, and I think, again, they are really beginning to push it at this point because they know and they can see that they're going to have to go flat out all the way to the line. And I think the teams are well aware of how they sit themselves in terms of strategy. And then it's a very different thing being aware of how the other teams are. And actually there, a broadcast can actually be of great help because you get a chance to actually just be reminded and have a little bit of a better overview of what's going on compared to if you're just having your teammates watch the entirety of the session. But I'm still thinking that this could turn into more than just a two-way scrap for second place, but even more than that. Kevin Lemons was closing in on him, but he's dropped back by a minute as well, still but on a really good pace, though his last lap in the Scuderia Sim Racing number 14 car, it was a 37.2. So he's actually lapping faster than well, pretty much everyone except for our class leader, Tim Claessens, who has been in class of his own pretty much today. He's been so consistent, so stable and steady on track. And it's heating up, and nerves are beginning to build, I would imagine, as well, within these couple of teams that are going at it for these top GT4 positions.
Yeah, the nerves may be jangling, but it seems that he's just holding firm for the moment. We're seeing his times going back down, going back on track with, as you mentioned, the times of the leader, a 37.6 is only a tenth off of the lap times that Tim Claessens is currently putting in. So certainly good charge from Malinek at the moment. Anthony Beekman still seeming to struggle. He's one of the slowest GT4 cars out on track. In fact, I think he is. Yeah, he is the slowest GT4 out on track. So really, really struggling at the moment. I think that damage he has is not doing him any favors. I don't know if it's because it doesn't look like there's any physical damage on the front of the car when we have a look at him going around. It just seems to be more potentially a bit of suspension damage that could be affecting him through the corners. It might be good to see if we could potentially get an onboard at some stage, Hasse, before we have to say auf Wiedersehen and say goodbye as we are coming into, I think, the final 5 minutes of our little commentary stint here, Hasse.
Yeah, indeed. And should we have a few drivers out there or a single one, I think we can squeeze a single interview in before we leave you with Jack and Peter for the final 6 hours and the fourth part of the stream, which also, of course, means that we will be going offline for this particular stream. And we'll throw you in a link for part 4 of the stream, indeed, for you to watch on. But anyways, should we have any drivers out there wanting to have a bit of a talk with us here in the booth or with Jack and Peter? It might just be when they get seated here and we get live for the fourth and final part of the stream. Hop into the interview waiting room on the SRW TV Discord, and we'll be dragging you into the booth, screaming against your will for a forced and very, very unpleasant interview. We'll be placing the spotlights directly to your eyes, and we'll be asking all sorts of nasty questions indeed. So if you feel like that's something for you, hop into the to the interview waiting room and get grilled.
I'm sure there's a few lunatics here, and we have a lunatic here, and that is someone in here, I think, for us to interview. Hasse, who is that?
That's Mike Barton. That's Mike Barton, who's the driver or teammate of the 69 car currently, driven by Alan Day. And Edward, why don't you have the pleasure of having a chat with Mike here?
Yes, hello indeed, Mike. Nice to have you here in the commentary box with us here. You're going to be our final person to talk to, I think, before we go off for the quick switch around between our broadcasters. So good to have you in the comms box. And well, it's been a race of ups and downs for you. We saw you have a bit of a hefty hefty whack earlier on in the race that you took a fast repair for eventually, and now is that your fast repairs done and dusted? You just need to nurse it home, or do you have one more in your box?
No, we lost one due to a silly mistake. So it was our first and last fast repair. So hopefully the race will have a good end for us.
Certainly hoping so. You got your teammate Alan Day in the car at the moment, and how's he been doing? We've been seeing him trying to get the better of the G-Drive Exima 13 car, and it seems at the moment you just about have the upper hand, but I think it's going to be close, I think, between the pair of you.
Yeah, Alan is doing a very great job. He was pushing very hard and he passed some cars in front of us. So at the moment we are 2 laps down to the car in front of us. So as I said, Alan is doing really well. So hopefully we can make the gap closer and closer till the end. We have 6 hours to go.
Exactly, only 6 hours remaining, and well, we've seen you going through into the night. And how was that night stint for you? Obviously, you mentioned there was a few little mistakes coming in, but all in all, it seemed to have been a very frantic and frenetic moment. I'm sure you're glad is behind you right now.
Yes, so the night was not easy for me. I make a few mistakes, but in the end it was a good night. We had not a very big crash or something, so we're still rolling, and we are still in the race.
It's good to have you in the race, and I think we are coming up to the point now where I think me and Hasse will be having to say goodbye. So before we do that, Mike, we'll let you say goodbye and let you shout out anyone you wish to here on Simracersworld TV.
Yes, everyone who is organizing this race, and you also for the streaming and commentary during this 24-hour race, and for sure all the drivers and teams who participate this race. So without them it was impossible. So all thank you very much for this nice race.
No, thank you, Mike. You've been putting on a brilliant show, and we'll wish you all the best. So this is Mike driving for the Sky Limit race team, number 69, currently 7th position in class. And Hasse, I think it is just about time. I think it's time for us two to also say goodbye. As I think Hasse may have already potentially.
No, I haven't.
Goodbye.
I very much haven't. I'm sorry, I was just muted, not to bleed in with anything as I was just eating again. But that aside, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in for these hours until now. We have 6 hours left of the race to go. I just shared the part 4 link to the stream on YouTube in the chat as well on YouTube. Of course, we might have viewers as well on Facebook and Twitch, and streams will go back up in a short moment for those of you as well. Give us a like if you feel like we deserve it, and subscribe for more action here on Simracersworld TV. With that said, we will be back in a few minutes in the capable hands and mouths and ears as well, and eyes, the capable persons and people that is indeed Jack Whirl and Peter Mackay. And the shenanigans from us here at and Hasse will be over by now. Thank you so much for tuning in, and for 5 minutes until we're back. Bye bye.